Twisted Treats, Cursed Candy Mysteries, Book 2, by Kate Lawley. Read for you by Meg Price. Chapter 1. Bastian Heisman, owner of Magic Beans and local lead detective for the International Criminal Witch Police, had disappeared off the face of the earth. Or at least from his place of work. I knew that, because I'd adopted Magic Beans as my very own favorite coffee shop, and he never seemed to be there. I stopped by most days, so I would know. Not that I was trying to creepy stalk him or anything. Really. I was doing the opposite of stalking. For 5 days, I'd done my best to avoid my current house guest. Between work, running errands, and my newly discovered obsession with working my way through Magic Beans' entire drink menu, I'd done a bang-up job of it. Since Great Aunt Sophia was in town to train me, my avoidance of her was posing a teensy tiny hindrance to my witch training. Minuscule. And by that, I mean that I'd done almost no training at all. In my defense, Great Aunt Sophia had proclaimed all witch training to be done outdoors without clothing. I'm not terribly shy, but I do like my neighbors. Most of them. And they like me clothed. Also, October in Boise, Idaho can be a little chilly. 3 full days passed before I realized she'd been kidding, or so she claimed. But by then, I'd established a comforting habit of avoidance. Also, I was enjoying my journey through Bastian's excellent variety of caffeinated beverages. Miles had promised me a Magic Beans t-shirt if I finished the whole menu, teas and decaffeinated drinks included, before Halloween. I did love a challenge, especially one involving delicious drinks. Imagine my surprise when I received a text message from the mysteriously disappearing man himself after a week without a single sighting. "There's been an incident. Need your help. Pick you up?" His text made my heart beat faster, and not in the good way. Yes, I was happy to hear from him. Yes, I did have the beginnings of a crush on the handsome German import who saved me from incarceration in a witchy prison facility. But Bastian was perfectly capable of handling an incident on his own. And if he needed a helping hand or two, Miles and Sabrina were his International Criminal Witch Police minions. If he was reaching out for help with an investigation, it raised the question, had the 2 cursed candy sticks that I'd failed to account for surfaced? With any luck at all, the raw cursing magic I'd accidentally created hadn't been used in another murder. If only I'd known that making candy while in the foulest of moods would curse it, I would have taken the night off. But back then, an entire 2 weeks previous, I hadn't known I was a witch. I reread Bastian's text. Perhaps his incident was something innocuous. Some harmless prank or minor offense, not a murder. Only one way to find out. I'm at Magic Beans. The office door in the back of Magic Beans opened, and Bastian emerged. I shot the new barista a disgruntled look. Not that Jamie would know to warn me of Bastian's presence, since she'd worked at Magic Beans all of 2 days, but I wasn't feeling fair-minded. Was feeling annoyed. "Lena." Bastian gestured to his office. A man of few words. That hadn't changed in the week he'd been absent. "Just to poke him," I said. "Hey, Bastian, good to see you too. Hope your vacation was relaxing." "Vacation?" He closed the office door behind him, then settled himself in the seat behind his desk. "You haven't been at work," I reminded him, unless he'd been hiding in his office. Now that I thought about it, maybe he had been. Maybe he had cameras set up in the coffee shop and parking lot, and he'd made a mad dash for his office every time he saw me coming. Nah, Bastian wouldn't do that. Too cowardly. "I haven't been at work," he agreed. "But I wasn't on holiday. I was visiting family." The look on his face as he said visiting family mimicked my cousin Bryson's expression when I'd taken him in for major dental work back before I moved to Boise. I told him to get used to it, since at the time he'd had aspirations of being a professional hockey player. And look at him now, a pro hockey player with only one crown. I was so proud. I was also currently ducking his calls and texts, but that was another story altogether.
What are you thinking?
Bastian examined me with narrowed eyes. Just that you don't seem to have enjoyed your family visit. He sighed, muttering incomprehensible words under his breath. At my curious expression, he said more clearly,
I rarely do.
My eyes probably looked buggy. We'd barely spoken a dozen words to each other, and Bastian was spilling personal information. Color me surprised. I considered my response and finally landed on, I'm sorry. I might be avoiding Great Aunt Sophia like she had the plague, or a nude yoga habit. But that didn't mean I didn't generally enjoy her company when she wasn't trying to convince me of the advantages of naked witchcraft. And I liked the rest of my family, the less eccentric remainder, quite a lot.
It's fine.
He ran a hand through his hair, and it looked like it wasn't the first time he'd done that today.
Actually, it's not great, but I'm working on it.
I nodded. Even if I did like my family, I understood that relationship with one's family members could be complicated. So, about the incident? He closed his eyes. It hit me then how weary he looked. Bastian, when did you get back into town? He glanced at the chunky watch on his wrist.
About an hour and a half ago. I headed to the funeral home directly from the airport.
No wonder he looked exhausted. Germany to New York was a good 10 hours. Then he'd still had most of the United States to cross. Wait, funeral home? Funeral homes meant dead bodies, and dead bodies when combined with the witch police. Has there been another murder?
Not exactly. Not like you mean, but maybe, yes, probably.
Bastian didn't dither. Dithering couldn't be good. Could be a sign of fatigue, but I thought not. Sabrina, Bastian's ICWP minion, his part-time barista, and my recently acquired full-time employee, breezed into the office. It's my day off, people. This better be good. Since Bastian hadn't gotten further than maybe, yes, probably a murder had occurred, and this from a man who liked all things well-defined, I waited anxiously for his explanation. She took one look at Bastian and scrunched up her face. Seriously, a murder? But we just had a murder. I raised my hand, like a guilty student fessing up to naughtiness. I think that might be my fault. Turning my attention to Bastian and his adorably rumpled clothing and mussed hair, I said, I assume that's why you texted me. You think my cursed candy has something to do with what's happened? There were bigger issues, cursed candy issues at play. But I couldn't help noticing that Bastian wore the disheveled traveler look very well. I looked like a nightmare after a 2-hour flight. He traveled across multiple countries and looked tired, yes, less tidy than usual, naturally, but just as heart-thumpingly appealing as always. Sabrina planted herself in one of the 2 armchairs in the corner, and I took my favorite seat on the sofa. Bastian said,
I just came from the funeral home.
And I'd landed back in reality with a jarring thud. Death did that, especially death that might have been my magic mixed up in it. Our funeral home? Sabrina asked. When Bastian nodded, she turned to me to explain. We have a specific funeral home where we root all suspicious deaths, magically speaking. Isn't that convenient? I muttered because, yeah, that was weird.
More necessary than convenient,
Bastian replied.
It takes a good deal of coordination. That's why Miles isn't here. He's at home for the moment, monitoring the situation virtually.
And the situation is? Sabrina asked.
2 bodies, both drained of blood.
She blinked. That's ambitious. Ambitious? Ambitious? We'd been invaded by vampires, and she thought it was ambitious?
It's highly suspect.
Bastion countered.
1 body could be a rogue demon. 2 implies direction and control.
Demon? You mean vampire? Sabrina made an exasperated sound. Aren't you supposed to be in training? Oh, right. You've been avoiding your mentor, the same mentor who could tell you that vampires don't exist.
Demons, however rare, do, and they consume blood.
Bastion frowned.
Why are you avoiding your mentor?
Did y'all do your witch and wizard training naked in the backyard with all the neighbors' curtains twitching? I asked. A faint hint of pink touched his cheeks.
No.
Sabrina didn't even answer. She just snorted. That's why. Tell me more about demons. Also, an uncomfortable fluttering in my stomach made me ask, what exactly do demons have to do with my cursed candy? Oh, Sabrina said, as if a light bulb had gone on. Oh, yeah, that sucks. What sucks? I didn't yell, because I wouldn't let my frustration dictate the volume of my speech. Okay, in truth, I yelled a little, which made no sense. I'd already suspected that my candy was involved in a criminal incident, maybe murder. Why did the fact that my candy might be involved in a criminal incident with demons make any difference? After a brief pause in which neither of them jumped into the breach, Sabrina sighed. You want to tell her, or are you going to make me? Bastion leaned his elbows on his desk.
You remember I mentioned unfriendly beings could cross over when the dead are called forth?
Hannah had called her mom from beyond the veil a little over a week ago. My great-aunt had arrived in town since then, and a few other things had happened, like life, so I didn't exactly recall the particulars of that conversation. Refresh my memory? That's really the whole story, Sabrina said. An unfriendly being, a demon, hitched a ride with Rachel when she crossed over. It's a risk when we call dead people forth, which is one of the several reasons that we don't do that. And you know it's a demon because of the 2 people in the funeral home who've had their blood drained? I wanted to be clear. It's not like I knew about demons and blood draining. And to be fair to Great Aunt Sophia, I don't even think she'd have gotten that far if I hadn't been avoiding her the past 5 days. Demons and blood draining seemed like advanced educational material. Well, 1 blood-drained corpse implies an accidental demon infestation. Sabrina kicked her feet up on the ottoman and then rested her head against the back of the armchair. She looked like she was about to take a nap.
Correct.
Bastion's expression told me the news was about to get worse.
The blood of 1 human is more than enough to satisfy a demon for several days. Enough for a few demons. 2 drained bodies is evidence that someone is controlling that demon.
I don't understand. What does an extra hungry demon have to do with someone else controlling it? In my head, I was conflating vampires and demons. If you sucked blood like a vampire, then my brain said you were a vampire. And didn't vampires drain victims willy-nilly? That was sort of their MO. In fiction, because it appeared there was no such thing as vampires in real life.
Demons are the most feral creatures,
Bastion explained.
They hunt to satisfy hunger, but once sated, they don't kill unless threatened. Even then, I doubt they'd drain a kill made in self-defense.
Sabrina lifted her head and gave me a sympathetic look. What the boss has left out is that only the person who opens the door for the demons should be able to control it. Hannah, I frowned. She's locked up. Can she do that from jail?
No, she can't,
Bastian replied.
and before you ask, I've already contacted the facility. She's still safely confined.
That's unfortunate. Sabrina rubbed her eyes, highlighting the lack of her usual makeup. Sabrina usually looked like she was ready for a photo shoot. I don't understand. We really didn't want Hannah and her murderous urges loose on the world. So how was her continued confinement unfortunate? Hannah being still locked up is good news. Are you feeling okay? Better than you will be in a second, she muttered.
She's hungover,
Bastian said. Hungover didn't explain why she thought I'd be feeling less than stellar. Then it hit me. You've got to be kidding me. I'm a suspect, aren't I? Because it wasn't just Hannah's magic that opened that door. It was Hannah's and mine. Bastian and Sabrina both stared at me, like they were waiting. You don't think I did this? Because they couldn't. They knew me. They knew I wasn't a demon-controlling murderer. Outside of finding murder abhorrent, I also didn't have the knowledge to control my own magic, let alone be able to control a demon. Bastian shook his head as Sabrina murmured a quiet, "No." They both gave me a sympathetic, or perhaps pitying, looks. And that's when I realized the raw magic I'd turned loose in the form of 2 unaccounted-for cursed candy sticks had come back to haunt me. Really, I should have figured it out much sooner. Shock over the deaths? More like plain simple denial. I sighed. You think someone is using my magic to control the demon? One head nodded, then a second. To kill people, I added, because we might as well be clear about the details. My candy was once again in the middle of a murder investigation. With demons. How was this my life? Chapter 2. I just want to make candy. Sweets make people happy. Is that so much to ask the universe? To let me make people freaking candy? I silently add, that doesn't kill people. Sabrina and Bastian stared back at me. I was grappling with a stout dose of denial. Any normal person in my situation would be. Oh, wait, normal people weren't in my situation ever, because my situation involved magic. Magic was not my friend. Not my magic, anyway. Both Sabrina and Bastian had that look. The one that was part worried, part uncomfortable, and part pitying. The same look I gave Great Aunt Sophia when she suggested I ditch my clothes to do magic in the great outdoors, aka my backyard. I'm fine. I wasn't, but if they gave me a few minutes, I probably would be. Sabrina snorted. You sure about that? You look like you're ready to lose that coffee you're drinking. We've already had this conversation. Not on my favorite rug. The aqua teal and blue one in the middle of the office that matched my hair. I actually liked that rug too. I'm not going to ruin the rug. True statement. There was a perfectly good trash can I could use if necessary. A little less true was my next comment. I'm fine.
Repeating a falsehood doesn't make it true, Bastian said. Sabrina and I need to check out the demon's point of ingress. Why don't you take some time to process what's happened? We can touch base later.
The demon's point of ingress? I might not know what that meant, but I understood when I was being ditched. Bastian obviously thought I'd be useful when he texted me earlier, and now... Sabrina lifted herself delicately from her reclined position and rolled her eyes. He means cemetery, the place where the demons sneaked into our world. Oh, Rachel's grave. Right. I finished the last few sips of my coffee, then announced, I'm good. I'll come with you. I assume it's helpful to have the person who opened the demon gate to hell on hand. Sabrina chuckled softly, then winced. The demon gate to hell. It'd be funny if my eyeballs didn't have their own pulse right now. I glanced at Bastion. He'd healed my headache before, so it seemed a fair assumption that he could heal Sabrina's. He returned my look with a frown, but only after I saw the briefest flash of interest.
You can't come dressed like that.
I'd be offended, but for the fact that he wasn't wrong. I'd opted for a cute dress with tights and ankle boots. I had a warm scarf and a coat, which was fine for the short trek from my car to the front door of Magic Beans, but my dress was stylishly short and, combined with my footwear, wholly inappropriate for a romp outdoors. Early October had been mild, but now that we'd hit the midpoint, Boise had decided it was time for a cold snap. And given the hint of interest I'd seen, I wasn't sad I'd gone with a short dress. How about you heal Sabrina while I run home and change? We can all meet up at the cemetery in a few. My hero, Sabrina said with quite possibly a hint of real gratitude. I didn't want to ask since it was self-inflicted. And don't lecture, old man. Today was supposed to be my one day off this week. I'd have been completely fine if I'd been able to sleep half the day away like a normal 27-year-old. I pressed my lips together. Otherwise, I'd be grinning like a loon. You heard her. She planned her night of excess very responsibly. Bastion looked heavenward and muttered something German. Then he said,
Fine. I'll get rid of your headache.
And the queasy stomach? Sabrina fluttered her long lashes at him. I'd wondered if they were real. And now I knew. She didn't have a scrap of makeup on, and they were just as ridiculously lush as always. He grumbled, but didn't say no. All right, you two work on that. I gestured to Sabrina. I'll meet you at the cemetery. It seemed the panic I'd been feeling about once again providing the magical means for nefarious acts was receding in the face of, hopefully, mitigating action. If I could keep myself busy helping, I wouldn't dwell. And if I didn't dwell, then I might actually be fine and not a big old liar about my state of mind. A short drive later, when I pulled into my garage, I realized I'd forgotten something. Someone. When making my plans. And since I was venturing off to investigate a demon's point of ingress, a very witchy sort of activity that would most likely interest my witchy mentor, that was a problem. Analyzing the why of my continued desire to avoid my great-aunt wasn't on my agenda. Changing my clothes, leaving the house, meeting Bastion and Sabrina, and finding out whether or not a demon really was wandering the streets of Boise, that was more than enough to keep a girl busy. Dealing with my great-aunt on top of the list seemed like a lot of work. Sneaking in the back crossed my mind, but my house was so small that there was no way I'd avoid detection once inside. Good thing I didn't bother. As soon as I walked in the door, she was there, waiting, and she was dressed for the outdoors. I blinked at the colorful layers of clothing she'd donned. She fanned her flushed face. I thought you'd never get here. I've been waiting for ages. She looked at the digital clock on my stove. Well, over 5 minutes anyway. Layering for cold weather was a northern lie. When I'd moved to Boise 5 years ago, I'd been under the misapprehension that when one lived in cooler climes, layering was a winter wardrobe requirement. False. If one participated in outdoor activities, perhaps. Not being an outdoor person, I couldn't speak to those circumstances. What I did know was that Idahoans loved to overheat their indoor spaces in the winter as much as Texans adored overcooling theirs in the summer. I'd learned that fall clothes suited most Boise winter conditions, along with the addition of a really great winter coat, warm socks, and decent footwear. Basically, I was one heavy coat and a pair of wool socks, or tights, away from freezing my butt off most of winter. but to wear layers meant to suffocate when indoors, as my poor great-aunt was discovering. As a year-round Texas resident, she did not own a really great winter coat, and I wasn't about to encourage her to buy one, because that would be implicit approval of a longer stay. And while I loved my great-aunt, she was here to teach me magic. My stomach flipped, and my magic wasn't something I really wanted to spend a lot of time thinking about. Great-aunt Sophia watched me with those two wise eyes. "Aren't we in a hurry? Where do you think we're going?" I asked as I stepped into my bedroom and started pulling out jeans and a long-sleeved top. And wool socks. Couldn't forget those. "To the cemetery, dear. Have you already forgotten? Maybe your new magic is frying your brain cells." I turned my back and started changing clothes. I wouldn't ask. I wouldn't. It was a ridiculous idea that couldn't possibly be true. I made it as far as jeans and a t-shirt, but not quite to the socks. Does that really happen? No. But you'd know that if you started your training. I wasn't taking the bait. Besides, I had other concerns. How do you know I'm headed to the cemetery? Your friend Sabrina texted me a message. First, my great-aunt texted. Second, I was going to kill Sabrina. Any reason she did that? Great-aunt Sophia shrugged. No small feat given her many layers. Because it takes me longer to change than you? She fingered the fluttering shawl that she'd used as a monstrous scarf. Her flushed chin barely poked above the material. Her face was a dewy pink. "Why don't you wait outside? I won't be long, but you'll probably have a heat stroke by the time I get my shoes on." She could stand in the driveway and cool off. She might be over 70, but she was fit enough for aqua aerobics, gentle yoga, and ballroom dancing. Or so she told me as soon as she arrived. Given her active lifestyle, I assumed she was fine to wait in the driveway for 2 or 3 minutes. Being the halfway decent host that I, sometimes, was, I'd hooked up Great-aunt Sophia with a yoga routine that she could stream on my digital TV, signed her up for a class at the closest indoor pool, and was on the hunt for an appropriate dancing venue. I wasn't completely evil. I just didn't want to train with her, or watch her do yoga in the buff, or join her for water aerobics, a class I insisted she couldn't take nude. Her reply? "Of course not, dear. There are other people in the class," boggled my mind. Was I not another person? For purposes of yoga in my living room, apparently not. Good for her that she was so comfortable with her own body, but I could only take so much nakedness in my life. I was starting to think she might be doing it on purpose, like she was yanking my chain. By the time I pulled my CRV out of the garage, Great-aunt Sophia's cheeks had returned to their more natural hue. But since she was still layered up, I didn't turn the heater on in the car. "I guess we should pick up a winter coat in the next few days." My admission was grudging, because it felt like a form of acceptance. But she was here, and she was staying. Forever, if I couldn't get over my training hang-ups. The ones beyond practicing witchcraft skyclad. And yes, I was well aware there were other non-naked reasons I'd been hesitant to dig in. Good reasons. Bad magic that lived inside me reasons. "No need. I've already ordered one." When I shot her a curious look, she added, "On your computer, using the internet." I had an infrequently used desktop that resided in the guest room, now my great-aunt's room. "I thought that computer was password protected." She clasped her hands primly in her lap. "Your cybersecurity isn't very good." Save me now. My great-aunt had hacked my desktop, and I didn't even know she knew how to use a computer. My only communication with her over the years had been phone and snail mail. So, about this trip to the cemetery. How did I explain my relationship with Bastian? Sabrina was easier. She was my employee and a friend, in addition to being an ICWP deputy. I hadn't exactly confessed all to my great-aunt. Not about my cursed candies, or the murder that had been committed with my cupcake topper, or the dead woman called forth from beyond the veil using my magic. And I'd sworn Bryson to secrecy. Bryson loved me, but he loved my treats even more. That boy used every cheat day he had on my goodies. He wasn't about to risk the sweet goodness of my candy for a little gossip, no matter how wily Great Aunt Sophia was. The result of my silence and familial machinations, Great Aunt Sophia hadn't a clue her niece was an almost murdering, accidental cursing freak of witch nature. Why? Because I was embarrassed, ashamed, afraid of the magic inside me. I'd managed to tell Bryson everything. I hadn't hesitated to. But then the reality of my great-aunt's visit had settled around me like a bad mood that wouldn't be chased away. Great-aunt Sophia would be teaching me about witchy things. She would see my magic up close in all its cursed glory. And by now, I'd realized that most witches didn't go around accidentally imbuing food or other items with their magic, especially not bad magic that could hurt people. And here I was, in a car with my great-aunt, off to deal with what was likely the fallout of my magical mistake. I really didn't want to confess all my failings in the 10 or 15 minutes we had together in the car. "You were saying," she prompted as she cracked the window, "about this trip to the cemetery?" Exactly how little could I get away with revealing? "Right. I helped the witch police with a thing a week or so ago, and, this thing at the cemetery might be related." Silence followed, so I felt the need to take my eyes from the road and take a peek at her reaction. Great Aunt Sophia's hands were still folded primly, but her eyes twinkled with repressed humor. "If the thing a week ago is the murder you helped locals solve, I know all about that." "All about it?" I asked weakly. "Dispensing cursed candy was, sadly, highly likely to lead to unfortunate events." She sighed. "Some witches just can't be trusted when opportunity for mischief presents itself." Mischief? I wouldn't call a revenge plot that resulted in 2 murders and the summoning of a ghost mischief. At least my candy had only been used for 2 of those 3 evil deeds. Small blessings indeed. Yes, well, mischief, mayhem, naughtiness of the illegal variety. The point is, I'm here now, and no more magic-imbued candies will be accidentally created. She patted my leg. Or placed on sale for public non-magical persons' consumption. I didn't know I was... I know, hun. I also know you'd never use your magic to hurt someone. Now, about this demon situation." She smiled at me when I jerked my head in her direction. I really was going to kill Sabrina. "Why do they need your help? Did you accidentally open a gateway?" Which prompted a laugh. Great Aunt Sophia may be a character, but she was a sweet character. There wasn't an ounce of judgment in that question, Lord love her, and she didn't for a second think I'd gone and opened a gateway for demons on purpose. "No, I didn't open the gateway. Unfortunately, someone used their own magic mixed with mine to open one." "That's unfortunate, of course, because demons can be nasty creatures." Then she clapped her hands together. "But it's so exciting." When I looked askance at her, she grinned back. "It's been ages since I've had a good adventure, and with no new witches to train in years." She sighed dramatically. "My life has been so... regular." She said that like it was a bad thing. Regular sounded aspirational to me. Regular was the pinnacle I'd been hoping to achieve ever since I'd found out I'd inadvertently aided a murderer in her foul deed. But there wasn't time to argue for the blessed beauty of regular, because we'd arrived. Bastian and Sabrina were waiting for us in the parking lot, Sabrina scowling, and Bastian looking... Uh-oh. Oh my. I'd almost forgotten. My great-aunt had an eye for good-looking men. I surreptitiously glanced at great-aunt Sophia. I discovered she was indeed ogling the deliciously attractive lead ICWP detective. Chapter 3. My, isn't he a yummy one? I winced at my great-aunt's observation. Bastian was yummy, and that made him a prime target for her shenanigans. She'd do more than eye him like a piece of pecan pie with homemade whip. She'd flirt. She'd say completely inappropriate things. She might even grope. It happened in the past. It was as if the day she'd lost my great-uncle, she'd turned into a cougar. I blamed panic for the word vomit I'd spewed. He is, and I think so too, and maybe, I might, he's mine. And that was the worst attempt at calling dibs I'd ever experienced. But I'd done it, and my great-aunt, cougar though she may be, believed in the girl code. She patted my knee. Oh, sweetheart, I already knew that. Which was confusing. I'd called dibs out of a desperate attempt to keep my elderly relative's hands off poor, unsuspecting Bastian. No way would he know how to handle my great-aunt getting frisky. Before I could quiz her on the details, like how she even knew who Bastian was, let alone what she believed his connection to me was, she'd exited the CRV. She was surprisingly fast. Dancing must keep her light on her feet. Or maybe it was the yoga. Or the water aerobics. By the time I regained my wits and was exiting the car, she'd already greeted Sabrina with an air kiss and had 2 hands wrapped around Bastian's. She didn't look like she was letting go anytime soon and was shooting him coquettish glances. She was also murmuring something. She had better not be talking about me. I hurried to join them, only to discover that she absolutely was. Have you tried her pie? You absolutely must. Lena bakes a divine pecan pie. And then she leaned forward into his personal space. If I didn't know better, I'd swear she was flirting. Oh, wait, she was. Dibs might keep her hands off Bastian's tush, but it apparently wasn't keeping her completely on the straight and narrow. At least she was calling me Lena. We'd had a chat about my name when she first arrived, and I told her I was hiding the grasshopper fixings if she kept calling me Sophia. I'd even been named after her and another relative, Emmeline, but had gone by Lena, a fact Great-Aunt Sophia liked to forget. Her compliance was a testament to the power of creme de menthe, creme de cacao, and heavy cream. That's enough about my pie. I blinked. Wow, that sounded dirty, and I hadn't meant it that way at all. You're blushing, Sabrina pointed out. Demon gate to hell? I replied, hoping to redirect the group to our task. Should we have a look? Great-Aunt Sophia laughed. I like that. Demon gate to hell. But since I'm your mentor, I feel compelled to point out that it's a gate between this world and the one that lies beyond the veil. We wouldn't want to assign heavenly or hellish attributes without knowing all the particulars, would we? I nodded and refrained from rolling my eyes. Then she replied, But Demon Gate gets my approval. How cool are you? Sabrina grinned at Great-Aunt Sophia, then hooked arms with her. I watched in terror as my only employee made friends with my great-aunt. That would not end well for me. Bastian and I followed behind them. After a few seconds, I asked, Do you know how Sabrina got my great-aunt's number? In a barely audible whisper, I added, I'm sorry for her crashing the investigation. Bastian's eyebrows raised.
No apology necessary. I invited her. Sabrina sent the text, but the invitation was mine.
You did this?
I poked him in the side. Hard. He scowled, but didn't increase the distance between us. She's your mentor. You're an untrained witch, and your help will speed the investigation. It was the sensible course of action. I stared, hoping he could read my disgruntled thoughts. His lips twitched with humor, so I suppose not. After several seconds, in which I observed Sabrina and my great-aunt's heads tucked close together in animated conversation, he said, I also wanted to meet her. I glanced at him to find that he was watching the twosome ahead of us as well. He looked wistful. My witchy intuition said yes. You mentioned your family visit didn't go all that well? My Nan is my family's mentor, and she's nothing like Sophia.
She doesn't hit on men young enough to be her grandson? Bastian grinned. He actually grinned. Maybe Great-Aunt Sophia's charms were greater than her foibles.
I can safely say that my Nan does not proposition younger men. My Nan doesn't proposition anyone. And, in fact, I doubt she's had a romantic thought in the last 50 years.
Poor woman. To be a widow so early. She must have lost her husband at a very young age. Bastian choked and then coughed. Once he recovered, he said,
No. My grandfather passed away about 3 years ago.
Oh. Well, I was glad he'd had more time with his grandpa. That was sad for other reasons. My great-aunt adored her husband. It wasn't long after he passed, however, that she embraced her inner cougar. Bastian barked out a laugh. It was the most unrestrained I'd seen him in our short acquaintance. Unfortunately, I didn't get to savor the moment, because Rachel Bitter's grave was only a few feet away, and Sabrina and Great-Aunt Sophia had ended their heart-to-heart and were scanning the area around the gravestone. All right, wizard, Great-Aunt Sophia said. I assume you have a plan? Your type always has a plan, and I'm seeing Bubkiss related to a demon crossing. She might have been addressing Bastian, but she kept glancing at me. I knew they'd needed me for this, and Bastian had almost kicked me to the curb. He produced a dark disc no bigger than the palm of his hand from one of his many cargo pants pockets. Those pants. A relic from the 90s, yes. But the pockets had been magic to hold what seemed to me an infinite amount of gear and doodads. A scrying mirror? Great-Aunt Sophia held out her hand. Without a comment, Bastian handed it over. We thought we'd check for any tiny cracks left over from when the gate was originally opened. Sabrina watched the disc in my great-aunt's hand. Do you want to give it a try? Since the disc had started to glow with an iridescent shimmer as soon as my great-aunt touched it, the answer seemed self-evident. She lifted her right hand, palm up, and placed the disc on it. Come on, then. Time for a quick lesson in scrying. There was no getting out of this lesson. And I'd done such a good job avoiding witch training overtures thus far. I blamed Sabrina, because she'd texted my great-aunt. But mostly I blamed Bastian, because he'd choreographed her invite today. Not that he knew I had reservations about training. I had this power. I should learn how to use it, right? Maybe training would fix what was wrong with me. Maybe trained witches didn't create magic that was used to kill people. But that just wasn't true. Training wouldn't change the nature of my magic. It wouldn't change what was inside of me. My objections to the nakedness had been a smokescreen, allowing me to hide my real reservations from not just my great-aunt, but also myself. When I joined her, she placed my left hand under her right, basically stacking her hands. Scrying can be used in a number of ways, but right now, we're simply looking for energy, not of this world. Using our magic? Suddenly I was overwarm. I loosened my scarf. That's right. Her tone was calm, even, unworried. Everything I wasn't right now. I thought we weren't supposed to reach out to the beyond. I felt silly saying it, because I wasn't sure exactly of the wording. I mean, that whole calling forth the dead that caused this problem in the first place, that was forbidden. Yes. Well, we won't be calling forth any dead. She placed her hand reassuringly on my arm. We won't even be placing a long-distance call. Sabrina snorted. My great-aunt winked at her. Apparently, my great-aunt's attempt to convey a magical concept was unorthodox. Color me shocked. Also, a little humor went a long way in relaxing me. Thank you, Great-Aunt Sophia. While I wasn't about to hyperventilate, I still didn't know what we were doing. And by long-distance call, you mean? We're not trying to communicate with the dead or bring the dead to us. Those are both acts prohibited by the International Witch and Warlock Code of Conduct. She shot an overtly innocent look Bastion's direction. And I would never violate the code. Lovely. Not only was Great Aunt Sophia marching to the beat of her own drum, it looked like she might be a blatant rule breaker. Maybe worse. Did my great aunt have a record with the witch police? That should be an appalling thought. But it was comforting. Maybe I wasn't the only one in the family to run afoul with the witch police. And if she had, that didn't change the fact that Great Aunt Sophia was a good person. I knew she was. There was a lesson in there somewhere, if I wasn't too stubborn to acknowledge it. Bastion didn't look concerned by her comment. He thought she was a cute senior lady with a flirtatious streak. I could tell. He was flashing her the same look Bryson's mom used to give her when we were kids, all indulgent and amused until she figured out all the blue hair and colorful clothes hit a real rebel. Bastion didn't know her like I did.
Of course she wouldn't violate the code.
He smiled at her. Nope, he didn't get her at all. But my great-aunt was here to keep an eye on me, not the other way around. She wouldn't be foolish enough to poke the witch police in the eye while she was tasked with keeping me on the path to perfect witchhood. Would she? The way my luck had been running, best to keep her on task. All right, Cece, if we're not making a long-distance call to the dead, then what are we doing? I grinned when she poked me with a sharp elbow. Great Aunt Sophia hated that nickname. Bryson came up with it in his innocent toddler years, before he could properly pronounce Sophia. She frowned. We're looking for seepage. And there was the return shot. My fault for digging up Cece from the distant past. She knew how I felt about words like seepage or moist. Ew. This better not involve bodily fluids. If it does, Sabrina laughed. Out loud. Not in a sarcastic, I'm laughing at you way. She looked at me and then Great Aunt Sophia. You guys are hilarious. She turned to Bastion and, with less levity, said, You better keep an eye on that one. Thankfully, she indicated Great Aunt Sophia and not me. At least someone could see through the sweet little old lady disguise. And I could just kiss my great aunt for being her fun-loving rebel self and making this moment easier for me. Our hands were still stacked, hers atop mine. Instead of a kiss, I stepped closer and nudged her with my hip. Sorry for the Cece crack. She smiled gently. No problem. Then with an innocent look, she said, But I'm not sorry for the seepage comment. That's what we're looking for. When a gate is created and then closed, sometimes there are tiny cracks left behind. Those cracks can dribble out small amounts of energy from the plane beyond the veil. Got it. I smiled, because she was making an effort, both with the dribble comment and putting me at ease. How does that help us? With any luck, Sabrina said, there might also be some hints of the demon's energy mixed in, which is where you come in. Not that I opened the gate. It felt important to verbalize that fact. Yes, everyone here knew that I hadn't opened up a gate to the great beyond and let a nasty critter sneak through. But I had let my magic loose in the world to be appropriated by nefarious people with nasty intentions. It made me feel marginally better to enumerate that terrible things that I hadn't done. Any witch who opens a gate and lets a demon into our world has a connection to it, Great Aunt Sophia explained. And since your magic was used in the ritual, we're hoping you have that connection.
And if you do, we want to tap into that connection and use it to track the demon.
Bastion crossed his arms.
That's where I come in.
So handy to have a wizard around for the tedious tasks. Great Aunt Sophia smiled at Bastion. Such exceptional planners and always an eye for detail. He didn't seem perturbed by her backhanded compliments. How do I help? I asked. We're simply looking around us. She scanned the area, then looked at me to do the same. When I did, she said, Does anything look unusual? Stand out in some way? I felt a pulse of warmth in the hand underneath my great aunt's, so I glanced down. That warmth reminded me that what we were doing was magic. I could feel my heart rate increase. Look up, she said calmly. I'll manage the scrying mirror. Keep your focus on your surroundings. Turning away from the glow of the black disk in my great aunt's palm, I looked at the trees and the grass and the path winding through the graves. It's like your intuition, but with your eyes, my great aunt quietly instructed. Just let yourself be led. I relaxed into the warmth that flowed from the disk, or from my great aunt. Or was it coming from me? That was a troubling thought, but my great aunt touched my arm. The trees, the grass, the winding path, the nearby graves, some with flowers, others without. Finally, Rachel Bitter's gravestone, which was glowing with the same iridescent light as the scrying mirror. There, I pointed with my free hand. The warmth in my palm increased, and when I looked down, I found the disc in my hand. Great Aunt Sophia had transferred it while I'd been focused on the glowing gravestone. I wanted to drop it, but good sense prevailed. I knew what would happen if the thing broke. I assume you've managed a method for tracking? Great Aunt Sophia asked Bastion.
She just needs to touch the stone with the demon's energy and it will imprint. Then I can sync it with my phone and use my navigation app to find the demon.
That's a clever mixing of magic with technology, wizard. Maybe you can show me how you did it later. They looked surprised. No, shocked by her request. Great Aunt Sophia whispered in my ear. Wizards think they're the only ones who can innovate or use technology. Pfuff. Then she cupped my elbow and guided me to Rachel's headstone. Can you see the cracks? They might be very small. At first, I didn't understand, but as I looked closer, I realized that the headstone itself wasn't glowing. Little bits of shimmering energy, like shards, were scattered around the stone, making it appear as if the stone itself glowed. As I watched, a few of the smaller ones disappeared. Yes, there are a lot of them scattered all around the headstone, but they seem to be going away. Yes, the link between this world and the other isn't a natural state. That's just nature healing itself. Take the disc and touch one of them, she instructed. It doesn't matter which one. I did as she asked and felt a zing in my palm. Not electric, less jarring, but certainly noticeable.
That's it, Bastion said. It's charged. I can feel it.
That's all? I relinquished the disc to Bastion. The beauty of working with a kick-butt overachieving wizard, Sabrina said. Although, really, without you picking up on the demon's energy, this would have been so much harder. My great aunt brushed her hands together. Achievement unlocked. Let's get some brunch. I feel bacon and eggs calling my name. Or maybe pancakes. No. We have to find the demon. I looked at Bastian and Sabrina for confirmation, but they wouldn't meet my eyes. Before it kills another person? What was I missing here? Great Aunt Sophia patted my arm. But that's for the police to handle, hun. They don't need us for the catching part, because Bastian's created that clever tracking device. I turned to Bastian. You promised after the last case you'd let me help if more of my magic caused a problem. If I couldn't help, I couldn't make it better. I thought he understood that.
No, I promised to alert you. I've done that.
He wore an inscrutable expression. Do you not want to work with me? We'd done well as a team before. Miles, Sabrina, Bastian, and me. I'd helped.
No.
Sabrina groaned, then mumbled something about him being an idiot. Here's the thing, Lena. Bastian is worried about you getting hurt, especially since you haven't made much progress with your training. She gave me a knowing look. Ouch. I'd been found out. How did she, or Bastian for that matter, know how my training was progressing? Or how it wasn't? I turned to Bastian to make my argument. He was the decision maker, after all. You're saying you can't use my assistance, or you're not accepting it?
The latter.
Why not? I did fine on the last case. Huge exaggeration, but it had all worked out in the end. Sabrina snorted. When everyone turned to look at her, she said, What? You call almost getting yanked through the other side fine? Please. Great Aunt Sophia turned her dismayed gaze on me. Living souls can't cross over. And this was yet another reason. Beyond the guilt and the shame that I hadn't told my great aunt about the murderous witch who'd used my magic, I could claim that my brush with death had been a teensy tiny one, measured in seconds, that it was a mere moment that I'd been on the cusp of death, basically as if it never happened at all. But really, even I wasn't that clueless. Death was dead, and even if my brush was the tiniest, that was bad. So I didn't attempt to minimize my harrowing experience. I just didn't comment on it. At least I knew that Great Aunt Sophia didn't know everything. About my crush on Bastian, yes. My exciting, terrifying, adventures in helping the police, also yes. My near miss with death, well, she knew now, but she hadn't known all the details. So I could thank Sabrina or Bastian later. They'd tried to keep the nastiest details from her, which I appreciated. That thanks would be delivered when I was less annoyed at being cut out of an investigation, the conclusion of which I was fairly sure I could hasten. Sabrina might be my employee, but when it came to witch police matters, Bastian was definitely her boss. And Bastian still had his arm firmly crossed and a distinctly uncooperative expression plastered across his face. No help there. So I turned to my one possible remaining ally. Great Aunt Sophia, don't you think I should help, since my participation could prevent an additional death? I didn't mention guilt or atonement. From a few comments she'd made, I suspected she'd try to convince me that it wasn't my fault for any harm done, that the person who'd committed the murder should shoulder that burden, not me. The person who was basically an illegal arms dealer of the witchy variety. She tipped her head, clearly conflicted. The call of adventure had to be a strong pull, but I knew she also wanted me safe. There was another pro-argument, one she'd like. This was, shudder, a training opportunity, which I pitched, reluctantly, after I couldn't think of anything else. Sold, my great aunt said. I'll be there to keep an eye on you. I swallowed a smile. It really was a win-win-win-win. She got her adventure and would get some training in. The danger would be limited because she would be on hand. I managed not to roll my eyes at that. But so would Bastian, Sabrina, and Miles, and they would keep me safe. I had faith in them that was backed by historical evidence. And I got the chance to put right the wrong I'd once again facilitated. The parts of the wrong that could be righted anyway.
Fine, Bastian grumbled. But I have conditions.
Chapter 4. Bastian's conditions sucked. The first condition, he would track down the demon. He clearly didn't want me or my great-aunt anywhere near a fanged beast that quaffed copious quantities of blood. Great-aunt Sophia was as disappointed as I was. We both had a previously hidden morbid streak. I really wanted to meet a demon because, a demon, from what I could tell, it was basically a vampire. It sucked the blood of humans for sustenance. And who wouldn't want to meet a real live vampire? Well, assuming one wasn't within biting range. Also, I had demon questions. So many questions. If it passed into our world from beyond the veil, did it come here as a physical being? Clearly, it could interact with physical objects, specifically people, since it was sucking blood, and had physical needs. See previous blood-sucking. What did it look like? Like a person, but with fangs? Like a person, no fangs? Like a red-skinned hell creature straight from Satan's lair? Okay, that last part was purely fanciful, as Great-Aunt Sophia had already explained the absence of anything hellish or heavenly in connection with creatures from beyond the veil. The worst part was that Bastian refused to answer any of my questions. Actually, he didn't let me get so far as even asking them. He laid out his conditions. Then he booked it to track the demon, using my magic. I wasn't bitter. I was a little bitter. Condition 1. Bastian was 100% in charge of demon tracking. We lesser beings, witches, could stand on the sidelines while the manly wizard went and slayed the dragon, so to speak. I might have inferred, made up, the last part about witches being lesser beings, but the dragon-slaying analogy was spot on. Condition 2. Great-Aunt Sophia accompanied me on all investigative outings. I would have assumed this implied a certain level of trust in my great-aunt's skill, but for Condition 3. Condition 3. Sabrina and Miles were in charge, which really meant that Sabrina was in charge. Not Great-Aunt Sophia, who was almost older than all of us combined. And when I'd asked exactly what they were in charge of, Sabrina had replied, "Catching the murderer, of course. The demon might be a killer, but it's just the tool. There's still a murderer out there controlling it." Even though Great-Aunt Sophia and I were missing out on the adventure of a lifetime by being excluded from Bastian's demon quest, we were being allowed to aid in the hunt for the man, or woman, behind the curtain. The person who was actually responsible for the murders. Or murder, according to Miles' theory. Miles, Bastian's go-to man for all things research, computer, and magical transport related, had a theory about that, as he was currently attempting to explain to Sabrina, Great-Aunt Sophia, and me in the back office of Magic Beans.
As I was researching the two victims for a common connection, I discovered the first was an employee of the cemetery, and after finding no meaningful connections between the two victims, I'm thinking the first was a convenience kill.
I'd chosen my favorite seat, the comfy sofa. Convenience, meaning it was hungry, so it snacked on the first available meal? Miles nodded his agreement from behind Bastian's desk. He'd taken it over as his temporary workspace. I was starting to figure out that might be a common occurrence during active investigations. He, Sabrina replied, Bastian texted that there's been a sighting. It's a he. Great Aunt Sophia, situated next to me on the sofa, ducked her head close and said, "They take on the appearance of their prey to blend in. I looked it up." She looked it up, like there was a wiki or something. "Where did you look it up?" I asked. "All things magical and bumpy things in the night." She blinked at me as if, of course, that's where she looked it up. "There's a web version of the book now, very handy." All things magical and bumpy things in the night was a book? Sorry? I was so confused. "My friend Griselda wrote it. The book, not the website. A few decades ago, I think. But then her granddaughter, Trixie, turned it into a website. So convenient. I can use the internet on my phone, so it's a portable resource." Great Aunt Sophia tapped her chest, which was where she kept her cell. I wasn't sure if that was unique to my great aunt or a generational choice, but stashing one's cell phone in one's bra seemed unsanitary at best. Worse, now I knew she had discovered portable internet. I envisioned future shenanigans related to her newfound research skills. I was sure Bryson was to blame. He was the one that bought her the dang smartphone. She'd had a flip version up until a few years ago. If I ever did return that boy's phone calls, I'd be reading him the riot act.
Thanks for the recommendation, Sophia, Miles said as he started typing. I'll check it out. That one wasn't on my radar.
And this from our research guru. How good can the thing be? Also, bumpy things in the night meant what exactly? Actually, that was probably the category our demon fell under. Maybe I needed to scope it out. I made a note to buy the latest version of the book and check out the website when I had more time. "You were saying, Miles, about the two victims not being connected?" I reminded him. He pulled his gaze away from the monitor with some difficulty. He'd obviously just pulled up Magical and Bumpy, the web version.
Good stuff, Sophia. Though really they need to work on their SEO. But yeah, no significant connection between the victims. The number one was likely Emil, so I'm focusing on victim number 2 for now.
"Marcus Landon," Sabrina prompted.
Yeah.
Miles flipped through the stacks of paper that were already accumulating on Bastion's desk. His obsession with printing everything made me and the wasted trees cry, but he claimed it helped him organize his thoughts and make unique connections.
Marcus Landon, definitely not a witch or wizard, no magic at all. He was 50, divorced with one grown child.
"You're sure about that, boy wonder?" Sabrina asked. I ducked my head close to Great Aunt Sophia to explain Sabrina's comment. There were some hidden family ties involved in the last case. With a baleful stare, he said,
As sure as I can be. Do you want the rest?
Sabrina rolled her eyes, but then, when she realized he wasn't going to spill his research secrets without a reply, said, "Yes, please, oh, wonderful master of technology." "Are we sure they should be in charge?" Great Aunt Sophia asked. I just shrugged. We didn't have much say, since they were the deputies and we were the civilians.
As I was saying,
Miles returned to his printout.
One grown child, a son who's a golf instructor at a local golf course. Landon was branch manager of a small local bank for the last decade. He enjoyed bocce on the weekends, met with his son for a round of golf once a month or so, and wrote reviews for local eateries in his spare time.
"There's your motive," Great Aunt Sophia said. "No one likes a critic." Maybe. Except what was even closer to your heart than your business? Your home. I believed that, even as a small business owner who'd poured my heart into my business. So I offered up my vote. What about the bank angle? Someone who has a vengeful grudge after having a loan denied or refused a refinance? Losing their home could push a person to extremes. And we all knew revenge was an excellent motive for murder, having just seen an example up close and personal. So, we don't think golf or bocce could inspire murderous passion? Sabrina asked. When we all looked at her, she stared right back. I'm being serious. People go nuts over their sports, even if they're lame sports. I wasn't going to argue the validity of golf, or bocce ball for that matter, as a sport, but it did spark my curiosity. What sport isn't lame? Miles said, football. Sabrina glowered at Miles and said, hockey. I could mention that my cousin Bryson was a pro hockey player in the American Hockey League, or I could heed the warning gleam of sports madness in their eyes and quietly drop the subject. I'll agree with Sabrina that bocce and golf are still on the table as motives. Where do we start? I asked. Denied loans, scathing reviews, or a beef with a golfer or bocce player. Oh, I want to read the reviews. Great Aunt Sophia vibrated with excitement. With a conspiratorial grin, she said, I can look for the mean ones and do reconnaissance for future meals. Miles' eyes bugged when she reached into her bra and retrieved her cell. I've got better options for you, Sophia. How do you feel about tablets? She looked intrigued. How should I feel? Very excited. He grinned as he pulled one from Bastion's bottom desk drawer. The screen is huge, and you can blow up the font to whatever size you'd like. Are you implying my eyesight is less than exceptional? No readers, young man. While all of my friends have fallen, I have remained free from the tyranny of spectacles. Miles didn't know how to handle that impassioned speech, but he quickly recovered and proceeded to explain the workings of an iPad. A few minutes later, Great Aunt Sophia was ensconced lengthwise on the sofa with her new favorite toy and a pad of paper. It's going to take some time to review denied applications with the bank, Miles said, but unfortunately, I need to do that myself. Sabrina and I looked at each other, and she said, I won't tell if you don't. Great Aunt Sophia? It took little to convince my great aunt to continue her reading binge at Magic Beans while Sabrina and I made a quick trip to Hank Landon's golf course. As she pointed out, she hadn't actually agreed to Bastion's conditions. He'd decreed, and we'd remained silent since arguing had been futile. Also, she felt that we'd be safe on a public golf course, though she did make us promise to stick to each other like glue. My argument to split tasks was aided by the fact that Marcus Landon was an entertaining writer, per Great Aunt Sophia. And better yet, Jamie popped in with drinks for everyone and a snack for my great aunt as Sabrina and I were making our argument. Jamie might have failed when it came to giving me a heads up about Bastion's return to Boise, but she was a decent barista. Whether she had the much coveted feel for coffee, on that particular topic, I was reserving judgment. Sabrina and I opted to exit through the front entrance. It was closer to my CRV's parking space, and bumped into an unexpected guest in the parking lot. Delilah Bitters, widow of the late, and recently murdered, Bartholomew Bitters, and historically not a fan of magic beans. She looked not herself. Her glamour wasn't gone, but significantly muted. Instead of a bold and sophisticated lipstick choice, she'd gone with a lip gloss. She must have had lash extensions or fake lashes, because her eyes, still gorgeous, looked less dramatic. And she was wearing jeans. The variety that I'd guessed cost as much as my monthly mortgage payment and paired with an equally expensive top, but even so, much more casual than her previous look. One thing that hadn't changed was the tumbled perfection of her eye-catching red locks. Trailing behind the much-altered Delilah was an irritated-looking mountain of a man I recognized as Miles' brother Milo, Delilah's former bodyguard and even more former ex-boyfriend.
I was about to ask Sabrina if there was some reason that Delilah would still need a bodyguard, when the woman herself flagged me down. Sabrina accepted the car keys and bolted. Delilah wasn't one of her favorite people. Although, to be fair, not many people made Sabrina's "I'm not serving you and I'll still be nice to you" list. When Delilah was within a few feet, she said, "I need to speak to you." She frowned at Milo, who'd stopped a few feet away. "Okay." I couldn't begin to guess why, so I waited for an explanation, which didn't come. Delilah continued to scowl at Milo, so I nudged. Now?" Finally, she turned her attention to me. "Not now. Privacy is best for this conversation." Her glance flicked to Milo. "But soon. It's important, I think. Anyway, when you have a minute, maybe you could stop by the house?" And by the house, she meant her mansion. "Same address?" Yes." She dug through her designer bag and pulled out a card. "This is my cell number. Just text to make sure I'm home." "All right, I'll do that." After we'd wrapped up the demon murder mess. Except, "Delilah, is there any chance this has something to do with the case I'm on?" She stopped, frowned, as if she hadn't considered the possibility, then shook her head. "No, nothing to do with demons. No, different issue." I nodded, because now this conversation she wanted to have with me had escalated to discussing an issue. "I can make time now." "No, you have a murder to solve." She met my gaze, and a small wrinkle appeared between her eyes. "But don't forget to come by." I nodded, refraining from pointing out that she'd already said that, and if it was really important, why wouldn't she just tell me? But if her information wasn't to do with the case, I really couldn't pressure her. Heck, I couldn't pressure her, period. I had no authority. When I joined Sabrina in the car, she asked what Delilah had wanted to talk about, and I briefly considered mentioning the oddness of the conversation. But my intuition was in agreement with Delilah. Whatever she wanted to talk about wasn't to do with our case. I didn't mention her insider knowledge. The emergence of a demon and the fact that there was a murder case at all had only happened this morning. Miles and her bodyguard were brothers, so that wasn't any great shock. Finally, I said, "Not a clue," and filed the strange episode away for examination at a later time. A time when there wasn't a remote-controlled, blood-sucking demon running rampant in Boise. Chapter 5. Marcus Landon's son was not only at work, he was taking new clients and scheduling lessons. A fact Sabrina discovered when she called the club in advance of our arrival. She booked us both for a semi-private lesson. We had 2 hours to kill before our lesson with Hank Landon. We stopped for a quick bite to eat, since this course didn't have a restaurant or cafe on site, then stopped off at Sabrina's house briefly before hitting the pro shop. If one wanted to gossip about the regulars at a golf course, that was the place to go. Or so Sabrina said. And since we'd gone to her house to retrieve her gear, clubs included, I figured she'd know. "So, you play golf?" I asked as she loaded her clubs in the back of my CRV. As a conversation starter, it was a dud, because she replied, "No." Then slammed the liftgate with more force than necessary and basically fled to the passenger seat. As soon as I'd settled in the driver's seat, she said, "Bastion's Nan doesn't like witches. Actually, I don't know how she feels about witches, as we exist apart from her wizardly family, but she has very strong opinions about witch and wizard mingling." It was a blatant attempt to divert the conversation, and I was completely fine with that. Over the past week of Bastion's absence, I'd come to fully embrace my crush. I liked the man, and I was hungry for any details that would give me an insight into his life, his personality. He wasn't exactly an oversharer.
That's awkward since he works for the International Criminal Witch Police. Technically, ICWP enforces the International Witch and Warlock Code of Conduct, but practically speaking, jurisdiction extends to include wizards. So, ICWP isn't witch-dominated? Oh, it is. We're the dominant group amongst the magical peoples, by sheer numbers, if nothing else. I flashed a smile at her slyly self-deprecating comment. Good to know. Though I'm sure witches have more to their credit than quantity. So back to my original point. How does Bastian's grandmother feel about his participation in ICWP? Not just participation. He's a detective and the lead investigator of a regional area after only a few years with the organization. Bastian not only participates, he's been very successful, and his Nan hates it. I couldn't envision my family begrudging me any type of success, even if they didn't understand it. Well, omitting my becoming a criminal mastermind, but every family had their limits. That's sad. No, that's the Wicked Wizard of Germany. I fought back a smile. That's not kind. Oh, I didn't come up with it, Bastian did. She snickered. He was drunk at the time, but I'm confident he meant it. Given the strain he'd admitted existed between him and his family, I could believe it. Why are you telling me this? I cast a sidelong glance her way. Other than as an easy means of deflection. She had a who me expression plastered on her face that I didn't buy for a second. Sabrina was rarely innocent, and she definitely didn't want to discuss her golf hobby. After a few seconds of silence, such a powerful tool, she caved. Fine, I'm deflecting, but I also know that you like him and he deserves someone decent in his life after all the garbage his family has given him. You should know, his family is staunchly against witch-wizard mingling. He's been whittling away at his Nan for years, and took a firm stand against her beliefs when he joined ICWP. That jogged my memory. He told me he had a family friend who dated a witch. At the time, I wasn't sure if he had a family friend who was a witch. Sabrina's snort of disbelief confirmed my second suspicion. Fine, I get it. His Nan wouldn't be friendly with witches, and therefore no witches as family friends. But if that's the case, then his wizard family friend mingled pretty darn heavily when he dated a witch. Now that I believe. Bastian belongs to Germany's wizard elite. He's no snob, but his people have been at the top of the food chain over there for a while. His Nan is a holdout to values that are now decades out of date, but she's an outlier in her social circle. I'm not at all surprised that wizards and Bastian's set are dating witches. But would Bastian date a witch? I asked. We were almost to the golf course, and I wasn't necessarily expecting an answer. But Sabrina surprised me. That's actually what I'm saying, Lena. I think he'd date you, with a little time to wrap his head around and overcome the complications. I nodded, because I didn't know what to say to that. I barely knew Bastian. I had a bit of a crush. Okay, I wasn't a teenager. I was attracted to him, liked him, and respected him. Basically the 30-something version of a crush. So I had an adult crush, and I wouldn't mind seeing where things went, but not if dating me would get Bastian ostracized from his family. I pulled into the golf course's parking lot, thinking way too much about my personal life and not enough about the man we were minutes from trying to interview on the sly. I appreciate the information. Yeah, whatever. Don't break his heart. And snarky Sabrina was back. As she retrieved her clubs in a small bag from the back, I said, Don't suppose you want to clue me in on how you have clubs when you don't play golf? Because obviously she played golf. Nope. Then she marched to the pro shop like she belonged there, in her torn jeans that flashed the bright tights she wore underneath and the oversized army jacket with the rolled sleeves. Wild guess that wasn't typical golf course attire. She wasn't rocking an outdoorsy vibe, that's for sure. And there was no way she, or I, met the course's dress code if there was one. I was just wondering if we'd get kicked out for failing to meet the hypothetical dress code when the kid behind the counter in the pro shop called out, "Hey, Sabrina, it's been ages. How are you doing?" I turned to stare at her. Didn't play? Right. She ignored me and flashed the kid a very nice smile, 100% snark-free. The smile slipped a little when she asked, "Is my uncle here today?" "No, the weather was looking iffy, so he decided to wait until it cleared up next week." He looked curious about the question, as I was. If there was a chance her uncle would be here, why not call him? Also, he would be a good source for gossip if he was a regular. "Sounds about right." She approached the counter and set her bag down. The kid laughed. "Yeah, your uncle and his schedule. He doesn't exactly fly by the seat of his pants. If he can't schedule 2 weeks out, he's not booking a tea time. He doesn't really get the whole concept of flexibility." "Or compromise," Sabrina muttered.
"I'll tell him you came by. He'll be thrilled to hear you played."
He gave her a cockeyed look.
"I couldn't believe it when I saw you on the schedule after I came back from lunch. Since when do you take lessons?"
"Since I got rusty. Haven't played in the last year or so, which is why you haven't seen me." She pointed at me. "And she's a newbie. Lena, meet Jeff. Jeff, Lena." I was learning so many things. Sabrina played golf and was apparently good. She had an uptight uncle who also played. They apparently played golf together, but Sabrina hadn't played with her uncle or otherwise in the last year. So she hadn't been lying when she claimed not to play. Present tense. And, well, that was all. But it still was more than I knew about her before. "Shut it, lady," she whispered. "I can see the gears turning. Not a word." Jeff didn't even blink at Sabrina's comment, and couldn't help but hear.
"Hank's new since your last visit, I think."
"Cool." She didn't say anything else as she pulled out her wallet. She did smack my hand when I reached for mine, though. After a few seconds of silence, Jeff said,
"Yeah, so, this is kind of awkward, but..."
He stopped to look at Sabrina and waited until she'd made eye contact before he continued.
"Be nice to him. He just lost his dad. Probably shouldn't even be here, but the guy's got bills to pay, and with the weather being unpredictable..." He shrugged.
"Yeah, you never know when the course will be closed in the fall or winter." She rolled her lips, seemed to consider his request, then said, "I can do that. I'll be nice."
"Thanks, Sabrina. I really appreciate it. Hank's a good guy."
And with that, we had our first impression of Hank. Jeff thought enough of him that he was willing to upset a client whose uncle was a regular by calling her out on her sometimes abrasive behavior just to protect the man. Jeff eyed me up and down.
"Don't suppose I could interest you in a pair of shoes, a glove, club rental?"
"She's good. We can share clubs." The shock on his face was entertaining, but Sabrina ignored him and kept on talking. "If she loves it, I'll send her back to buy gear from you."
"That's right. None of that online shopping." He gave me an admonishing look. "Better to get professional help. You'll save yourself a lot of hassle."
And now that Jeff's gotten his sales pitch in, she rolled her eyes. "I appreciate the tip. Thanks, Jeff." I leaned on the counter. "I'm surprised we got in on such short notice. I mentioned to Sabrina earlier today that I'd be interested to check it out, but only if she wasn't the only one giving me pointers. She called for a lesson before I could back out, and here we are."
"You're going to love it. Golf is addictive. That's why I'm here instead of using my accounting degree."
He grinned.
You got lucky today. We wouldn't have had an opening normally, but with the weather suddenly turning cold, we've had some fair-weathered cancellations.
I nodded, waited a beat, then said, "That's really sad about Hank's dad." Adopting an appropriately mournful expression wasn't hard. It was terrible that what had happened to the man. I'd wondered if his last moments were filled with terror. How did a demon kill? Other than to drain a person's blood, had Marcus Landon been aware of what was happening to him? Had his last moments been full of fear? I desperately hoped not.
Such a shame. He was a decent guy. Came in for regular games with Hank. Treated us all really well.
Jeff shook his head.
It's crazy. Hank moved here for his dad. Mr. Landon got divorced a few years ago, and Marcus wanted to be close. It was a hard time for his pop, but he was coming through the other side of it all. You know?
That's so sad. And that's all I had. I hadn't a clue how to move our conversation along to the topics like jealous rivalries or illicit betting or, gosh, I didn't even know what golf-related motives existed, let alone that one would result in murder. I looked at Sabrina, but she'd moved to inspect the plaques along the wall. "Was his dad a tournament player?" she asked, still reading the names on the plaques.
Nah, casual golfer only. If I had to guess, he did it to spend time with his son.
And there went my theories, blown away by any kind of father setting aside time in his schedule for his child. It seemed Sabrina had exhausted her investigative avenues with Jeff, because after that they chatted about her uncle's game, the weather, and a few of their mutual friends. Nothing that advanced our case. Digging up dirt that would make Marcus Landon a target for murder. Hank arrived, putting me out of my misery. Golf talk wasn't exactly scintillating, and Jeff made the introductions, as well as explained that Sabrina was an experienced golfer and we'd both be using her clubs. I knew Hank Landon was likely to be in his 20s, based on his father's age, but apparently I'd still been expecting any man who went by Hank to be an old guy. Sometimes my preconceptions like to be sneaky and then bite me in the rear. Bastian had told me during our last investigation that I should go with my gut, meaning trust my impressions of people, but also that I should keep an open mind. I'd accidentally blown the open-minded part, so I focused on my gut now. I was agreeing with Jeff. Hank was a good guy. Sandy hair, medium build, open expression with a hint of sadness, and just nice. Which made me feel all the more rotten for sneakily interrogating him while he was mourning his dad. Even worse, at his place of work, he had to keep it together, because, like so many people who lost loved ones, he simply couldn't afford to take off more time than was absolutely necessary. I comforted myself with the thought that if Hank knew all the details surrounding his father's death, magic and demons included, he'd want to help us catch the killer. Even so, Hank was getting an epic tip today. Before I could wrestle too long with my conscience, we moved on to the putting green.
You're sure we're okay to focus primarily on Lena for the lesson?
Hank asked. Absolutely. I'm mostly here for moral support. And to convince me that this is fun enough that I want to squeeze something else into my busy schedule. I shrugged. I own a boutique candy shop downtown, and it takes most of my time.
Wait, not sticky tricky treats?
When I nodded, he smiled with a touch of sadness.
My dad loved that place.
We heard that he recently passed, Sabrina said. We're really sorry for your loss. He nodded, murmured his thanks, and turned to putting form. I spent the next hour learning mostly about putting, but I picked up some other information. Sabrina was an exceptional golfer. She and Hank chatted stats, with fine putting form, and I had zero aptitude for golf and even less affection for the sport. Hank's dad was well liked by several of the course's regulars, as was expressed by them as they warmed up on the green or passed us on the way to the driving range or the course. Marcus Landon was a much more avid bocce player than golfer. Again, a super nice guy who played a sport he had only a passing interest in, because it allowed him to spend time with his beloved son. And finally, Hank believed ICWP's deception that his dad had died of natural causes. Thank you, local magical community and witchy law enforcement. There wasn't a single thing natural about losing all of one's blood, and it was best Hank never learned the gruesome nature of his father's death. On completion of the lesson, I thanked Hank profusely, gave him an outrageous tip. He didn't know we'd been there to grill him, but I did, and expressed my doubt that a follow-up lesson would be necessary. Once Sabrina and I were both in the car, she said, "You didn't have to tip him. I left him an ungodly amount when I paid the bill." She rolled her eyes at my surprised expression. "What? We came in with mercenary intent, and he just lost his dad. It was the decent thing to do." I knew she had a huge heart, but it wasn't always readily visible via her actions. Also, since when did she make enough money to leave an ungodly tip? I wasn't paying her that much. "Quit it. I can hear you think." She sighed. "I can afford to tip, promise. I do computer work at night. That's what pays my bills. Not working at your shop or the little bit of work I do for Bastion. Also, I get a stipend as an ICWP deputy." Gotcha. So, recap of what we learned. Besides the fact that Marcus Landon was a saint, less deserving of murder than most people, I frowned, because that was such a Sabrina way of spinning what we'd learned of Landon. No one is deserving of murder. Agree to disagree. Either way, Marcus Landon seemed to be a very unlikely murder suspect. So far, yes. I'd also say golf is highly unlikely to have been the motivation behind his death. She clicked her seatbelt buckle. And I should mention, there's never been a whiff of gambling on this course, not with the regulars. That had been a rather far-fetched idea, but good to know we could cross it off. That leaves bocce, though I was having a hard time envisioning a weekenders league comprised mostly of seniors as a hotspot for murderous intrigue. Maybe the bocce crowd was different in Boise. The league I was familiar with in Austin was mostly an over 70 crowd with the occasional grandkid thrown in and a sprinkling of couples in their late 30s and 40s who were mostly there for the beer. What's the local scene look like? About the same. She pointed a finger at me as I backed out of the space. Your skepticism is written across your face, judgy lady. Unlike you, I'm not an ageist. Wrinkles don't indicate innocence, especially when it comes to magical murder. I wanted to tell her she was off base, but truth? I was having a hard time seeing a group of senior bocce players as legitimate suspects. Chapter 6. I might have to rethink the innocence of the local bocce-playing senior citizens. After finishing at the golf course, Sabrina and I headed back to Magic Beans. We were hoping that Miles or Great Aunt Sophia had more luck than we'd had. On the drive back to the coffee shop, Sabrina dove headlong into the competitive world of bocce in Boise. There were 2 leagues. That was the first surprise. While I might have argued with Bastion previously about Boise being a city, he claimed it was an overgrown town. I had to admit that it wasn't a booming metropolis. I wasn't surprised to find 1 competitive bocce league, but 2? And then she found the schedule for Landon's league. Not the game schedule, the individual team's practice schedule. The league regulated it, so that everyone was guaranteed equal court time to practice. Twice weekly practices for each team with an optional third if the team requested it before the schedule was finalized. All the details were on the league's website, along with game rules, league standings, and information about a fundraising tournament scheduled for a weekend in November. These folks took their bocce seriously, hence my sudden uncertainty concerning their previously assumed innocence. Sabrina smirked and said, "Told you so." I frowned back. Not wanting to believe the worst of a recreational sports team does not make me an ageist. She shrugged. Back at Magic Beans, we found Miles behind Bastion's desk, digging through denied applications that he shouldn't have been able to access. My belief in information security was completely shot. First, my great-aunt hacked my desktop password, and now Miles was digging into confidential financial information. Nothing was safe. Great-aunt Sophia was still on the couch, but she'd abandoned her perusal of Landon's review when Bastion joined us in the office. He made quite the entrance. I was peering over Miles' shoulder when I heard the door open, and then Christmas and cuddles. I swear I could smell his signature scent from across the office, which was so many kinds of wrong. The man had been on an international flight earlier that day. He should smell like hand sanitizer and spilled coffee. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "Aren't you supposed to be demon hunting?"
Aren't you supposed to be with your mentor?
He countered. Nope, not touching that. I had never agreed to that condition. He sighed.
I lost him.
You lost him? I was confused. I thought he was tagged, and you were just following a little dot on your phone's navigation app. You track his movements through the app, then swoop in and... Actually, I wasn't sure what happened when Bastion found him. "Send him back," Sabrina said. "It shouldn't be too terribly difficult. If Bastion can catch him and get him close to the gate again, that is. But that requires Bastion to get off his rear and find the creature."
True.
Bastion didn't look put out by Sabrina's implied insult of laziness and incompetence. Since Bastion was one of the least lazy, most competent people I knew, a successful small business owner and head of magical law enforcement for the greater Boise area, her zinger held a jot of substance. "What's going on with your tracker phone thing?" Great-aunt Sophia asked. "The idea of it was clever, wizard."
The idea may be stellar, but it seemed to intermittently function. But it's buggy. I'll get multiple conflicting readings, or the subject will disappear off the map entirely.
"So how do you plan to find him if the tracker isn't working?" I envisioned arcane rituals, blood sacrifices, but not...
By being persistent and patient. I suspect moments when my nav app isn't picking up a signal that he's simply inactive. As for the multiple readings, it may be a bug. But that doesn't mean I can't keep following the hits I'm getting, because one of them is accurate. I just have to be persistent.
Bastion pulled out his phone and tapped the screen a few times.
I'm starting to wonder if he's out for the night. There hasn't been any movement for the last hour.
Out for the night? It's 4:00. They do sleep a lot, Great-aunt Sophia said. She smiled benignly. According to all things magical and bumpy things in the night. And you trust magical and bumpy that much? Maybe he was killing someone right now. And thank goodness I didn't voice that thought. I was taking a walk on the dark side. Probably because all that conversation with the victim's nice son about his nice dad depressed me a bit.
It's possible he returned through the gate, back to where he came from, though I think the chances are slim.
Bastion paused, then added,
I do feel confident that he'd show up if he was feeding.
If he's asleep, then we have a short reprieve. Unless, and here I went with the dark thoughts again, you don't think there's already been another victim, do you? And we just haven't heard about it yet? Bastion looked at me like he was weighing my words, then turned to Miles.
Can you do a search for missing persons reports for people connected in any way to Marcus Landon?
And now my random blathering, the content of which might not have had anything to do with the witchy intuition Bastion had so much faith in, was determining the direction of our most skilled research resources efforts.
No problem. I can set up a search to ping me if anything is filed. Miles must have read the worry on my face. It'll just take a second. I'm sure we won't find anything, though. We'll catch the demon before he harms anyone else.
Which won't necessarily solve our real problem, Sabrina reminded him. We still need to catch the puppet master, and on that front, Lena and I eliminated the golfing crowd. But we still have some concerns about Marcus's bocce buddies.
Seriously?
Miles looked at her like she was pulling his leg. I eyed Sabrina. You going to call him ageist? Great Aunt Sophia looked up from the tablet she'd returned to at some point in our conversation. Who's ageist? Sabrina said. Lena. At the same time, I said, Miles. She waited for an explanation. And since she was my great aunt, it looked like that task fell to me. I didn't initially think Landon's participation in a local bocce league was a promising lead, though I'd have given it due diligence regardless. She wrinkled her nose. I don't see the issue. I agree. Bocce playing in and of itself doesn't exactly ring alarm bells.
I think I see where this is going, Bastian said.
His eyes were tired, something I hadn't noticed earlier in my surprise at catching him back at Magic Beans. Demon-less and smelling of Christmas and cuddles and all things spicy good.
Bocce attracts an older crowd.
Oh, yes, that's true. Great Aunt Sophia nodded knowingly. My favorite senior center has its own league. Anyway, I needed to steer the conversation back on track, because Bastian wasn't the only one who was worn out. The long and short of it is that Landon's league looks like they might take their bocce fairly seriously, so we need to give them a look. Sabrina mouthed ageist, and this time it was me doing the eye-rolling. She grinned. The little stinker had been pushing my buttons. They have a team practice at 6, so I thought Lena and I could go and check it out. I called the team's secretary, who happens to be an acquaintance of my uncle's, to make sure they were still having practice, what with losing a team member.
No,
Bastian said.
I'll take Lena.
First, he was tired. It was obvious to anyone with a pair of eyes. And second, I wasn't a kid who required babysitting. Not exactly, anyway. Yes, it was true that I wasn't trained, and it was also true that my magically untrained self shouldn't be gallivanting around alone with a magical killer on the loose, but...
Before you complain, Bastian said, Sophia appears to be enjoying her reading material.
Great Aunt Sophia looked up from her borrowed tablet. Yes, absolutely. You couldn't drag me away. Riveting stuff. I eyed her skeptically. Not that I doubted her enjoyment of Landon's articles. It was her enthusiasm I found suspect. I sensed matchmaking shenanigans. Then again, what was wrong with that? Bastian was my very adult crush.
Miles is permanently affixed to his laptop, Bastian said. Not permanently, for the duration of the case. He continued to stare at his monitor. It was a true skill. His ability to follow conversations and still work his computer research magic. Since you're offering... Wait. Sabrina yawned loudly. This was supposed to be my day off, and my boss will be seriously pissed if I don't make it into work tomorrow. She usually doesn't work Mondays, and also she's busy with this murder investigation right now. Cute, Sabrina. And to clarify, your boss, who is me, would completely understand if you had to skip work for ICWP duties. On the same day you'll be skipping work? She pursed her lips. What's your most profitable month? I didn't answer. She knew it was October. We were neck deep into my busiest and most lucrative time of year. She also knew that I hadn't hired another part-timer yet, so it was just the two of us. You and me at the 6 o'clock team meeting,
Bastian said. I lifted my hands in surrender. Fine, but only if you promise to rest your eyes a little before practice. When he would have protested, I said, You've just come off an international flight straight into a murder investigation. And also, you don't know when your sleeping demon will wake up again. It could be in the middle of the night for all you know.
She has a point, boss.
Miles didn't even look up from his laptop screen.
Where does the team meet?
Bastian asked. I took that as tacit agreement that he'd nap and named a park that was near the downtown area.
I'm on the way. Pick me up at Quarter Till. I'll text you my address.
And that's how I ended up at Bastian's place at 5:30, a full 15 minutes early, knocking politely and waiting on his doorstep. Bastian hated tardiness. Not that I knew that to be true. I merely suspected. He seemed the type. Then again, maybe it was all of my great-aunt's comments about what a planner he was and how detail-oriented. His house wasn't at all what I'd expected. After what Sabrina has said about him belonging to Germany's wizard elite, I figured he'd live in posh digs downtown or a fancy house in an upscale part of town. His house was very nice, a little bigger than mine with fresh paint and sparkling windows, and the landscaping was either professionally designed and maintained or Bastian had a hidden green thumb. No plants in the office at Magic Beans, so I suspected the former. As nice as it wasn't what I'd expected. It looked comfortable, cozy. More successful coffee shop owner nice than I come from money luxurious. I knocked a second time when I realized I'd been in fascinated contemplation for more than a few seconds. Getting a peek into Bastian's background, his personal life, anything private, felt a little sneaky, but also satisfying. He wasn't an oversharer, and I wanted to know more about him. I glanced at the clock on my phone. I'd been on his porch for several minutes now, but it was still early. I looked for a doorbell to ring. Couldn't find one. Dithered a bit, then decided that pounding on the front door wasn't that rude when there wasn't a darn doorbell. After several solid whacks with my closed fist, I waited. Even if he was in the shower, he'd have heard that and at least hollered in response. But complete silence greeted my efforts. Suddenly, I wasn't so sure that everything was as it should be. I was worried enough that I reached down and tried the door. To hell with privacy and patience. The knob turned under my fingers, so I cracked the door and called, Bastian, it's Lena, at your front door. If you're naked, put some clothes on. I rolled my eyes. I couldn't just ask if he was decent. Sheesh. All of my great-aunt's naked nonsense had invaded and taken up residence in my head. I crept inside like a sneak thief, but kept up a steady stream of conversation. It was probably a terrible idea to surprise a wizard in his home. By the time I'd made my way through the common areas of the house without any sign of Bastian, I was starting to sweat. Just what every girl wanted to learn about herself, that she was a nervous sweater in high-stress situations. But then I realized it was probably the layers. I'd broken my own rule about keeping it cool and adding a heavy coat, because we'd been planning to be outside for an hour or more. I stripped off my sweater, dumping it on his sofa before I headed into the back of his house, where the bedrooms were. Bastian, I'm about to start opening bedroom doors. Which I did. The first two were empty. One was an office and the other a home gym. And since the house was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, I could only assume Bastian discouraged house guests, or didn't have them at all. The third bedroom, the master, was large enough for the king-size bed it housed and then some. And in that large bed was a very large man with dirty blonde hair and several days of scruff. No one could sleep through the noise I'd made. No way. And there I went sweating again. This time, there was no sweater to blame. I was simply terrified. I dug out my phone from my back pocket as I rushed to his side. I called the first person I could think of as I knelt next to his still, pale form. With my fingers on his throat, hunting for a pulse, I said, "Great Aunt Sophia, I think Bastion's been attacked by the demon." Why else would he be so pale? "Where are you?" she asked. How was she so calm? I told her I was at Bastion's house, and then, "His sleeve is rolled up. There are 2 puncture wounds on his arm." "Lena, honey, is he still alive?" Her question was punctuated by the bleat of a horn. She was outside, hopefully on her way here. "Yes," I replied, because I'd felt a faint pulse. Hadn't I? Chapter 7. Sabrina arrived first. She rushed into Bastion's bedroom and came to a stuttering stop at the foot of his bed. "I'm here to help move his body." My shock must have been written across my face, because after her initial inspection of Bastion, she took one look at me and her eyes went wide. "No, not like that." She muttered something about being an idiot, then gave me a quick side hug. "He's going to be fine. We have a plan to move him so we can keep an eye on him, take care of him. Miles will be here in a minute to help." I took a breath, and it felt like my first in several minutes. It was only then that I realized I was clutching Bastion's hand as if my life, or his, depended on it. I looked at our clasped hands. I couldn't let go. He was a little grumpy, but only because he was trying to keep everyone safe. Yes, he was detail-oriented and a planner, just like my great-aunt said. But I liked those traits. And sure, he drove like a hyper-aware granny with a mirror-checking habit that bordered on obsessional. But that was just Bastion. He gave each task he tackled his all, whether it was driving or creating a community around his coffee. His coffee shop was one of my favorite places to be because he'd turned it into a welcoming, warm environment. His ICWP team were quickly becoming some of my favorite people, helped along by the fact that Bastion had chosen his team with care and created an environment where they felt free to be themselves. I was so far past adult crush. I was falling for this guy. The fact that he smelled like Christmas and cuddles to me should have been the first clue. Miles and Great Aunt Sophia entered Bastion's room less dramatically than Sabrina, but I knew they were there and still didn't let go of Bastion's hand. "He's lost a good amount of blood," Sabrina told them, "but that wouldn't keep him unconscious. I'm not sure why he's asleep."
The demon releases a narcotic with its bite,"
Miles replied as he gently removed my hand from Bastion's.
"Thank you, Magical and Bumpy."
Which made me laugh. We were getting essential knowledge, information that could potentially mean the difference between life or death. Bastion's life or death. From a reference titled All Things Magical and Bumpy Things in the Night. Great Aunt Sophia rubbed my upper arm. "He's going to be fine, honey. You must have interrupted the demon before. Well, let's just be glad you got here when you did."
"We need to move him,"
Miles said.
"preferably without any of the neighbors' curtains twitching. The last complication we need right now is the police knocking on our door asking after the body we removed from the house."
"Why?" But that didn't matter. They'd have a good reason. "Okay, let me back my car up to the garage with the seats all down. He'll fit in the back." "Already done," Sabrina replied. "Since you parked in the street, I just backed my Suburban up as close as I could get. It's all set. We just need to open the garage. And pick him up," Great Aunt Sophia said. All 4 of us eyed the huge man in the king-sized bed. "I'll say it if no one else will." Great Aunt Sophia crossed her arms. "That hunk of fit man has to weigh at least 200 pounds.
"Yeah," Miles agreed. "Probably more, and unconscious bodies are crazy hard to move."
I didn't want to know how Miles knew that, but I also didn't doubt him. How are we going to do this? Everyone looked at Miles, which is what happened when you sounded knowledge about carrying dead bodies.
Wrap him in the duvet? That way, if anyone does happen to see us on the short jaunt from the garage to the back of Sabrina's car, they'll only suspect we're carrying a body.
Great. Then again, I didn't have a better plan. We're sure moving him won't hurt him.
He's out, Lena. He won't feel anything.
Which was Miles covering his rear, because he didn't really answer my question. I'll get the feet, Great Aunt Sophia volunteered. Maybe Miles take the head and shoulders, then Lena, you can get one side and Sabrina the other. Which is exactly what we did. Thank goodness for Great Aunt Sophia's better than average level of fitness. Sabrina, Miles, and I probably could have managed moving Bastion on our own, but with 4 sets of hands, the awkwardness was minimized, and her cool head was an added bonus. Before today, I wouldn't have predicted her to be so steady in such unusual circumstances. Then again, it hadn't been long that I'd known my eccentric great-aunt was a witch or the family's training mentor. My brain needed time to adapt to the new paradigm, one in which Great Aunt Sophia wasn't the kooky old lady living all by herself in a monstrous falling-down house. What I'd seen as kooky was likely in part attributable to magic. In part. The woman did yoga naked and wanted to cavort in the backyard without clothes. That wasn't about magic, just a love of feeling her flesh freed from the constraints of earthly fabrics. Her words. And the monstrous house would be conducive to housing multiple witches in training, since my family no longer lived in a small geographic area. I really should be more grateful that she'd come all this way to help me. I should. I wasn't there yet. And why was I contemplating crumbling mansions and nudist mantras? Because I needed to think about anything, everything, other than the fact that I was moving the unconscious body of a man I was falling for. Except I had to think about it now, because Miles had tapped the garage door opener, and we were approaching the back of Sabrina's Suburban. Leveraging Bastion's 200-plus pounds of uncooperative weight up into a tall vehicle was taking all of our strength, coordination, and concentration. Once he was safely settled, I said, I'll ride in the back with Bastion. No, you can drive me to Delilah's in your car. Great Aunt Sophia gestured to the otherwise empty drive. It's just your and Sabrina's cars here. Miles and I took one of those fake taxis here.
Ride share,
Miles corrected. He climbed into the back of the Suburban when we'd been hoisting Bastion in, and he crouched down next to him now.
I'll keep a close eye on him for the trip. He'll be okay, Lena.
Everyone kept saying that. I must look, well, who knew, but not good. Sabrina was already in the driver's seat, so I nodded and let Great Aunt Sophia drag me to my CRV. When I moved to the driver's side, she stopped and held her hand out. Keys. Since my hand shook when I handed them over, it was probably for the best she was driving. When I'd settled into the passenger seat, I happened to catch a glance in the vanity mirror. I had naturally fair skin, but my complexion had turned ghostly, and my mermaid locks, normally casually tousled, had taken a nightmarish turn. I'd looked like I'd been in a windstorm. I didn't even remember running my hands through my hair. Then there was the manic look in my eyes. Overall, it was obvious why everyone had repeatedly reassured me. I looked like hell. My great-aunt pulled away from the curb, following Sabrina's Suburban, which was when I'd realized I had no idea where we were going. But the even greater question, why did we have to move Bastion? Are we taking him somewhere that can help him, like a witch hospital? Great Aunt Sophia snorted. I'm not sure where you get these ideas. There's no witch hospital, and unfortunately, we can't take him to the regular hospital. It's one thing to cover up a corpse that's been drained, but something entirely different to have a man with severe blood loss suddenly recover in record time. Wait, severe blood loss? You think he's going to need a hospital? If he needs to go, we have to take him. It's fine, Lena. We'll get him the care he needs. She looked at me. I promise you that this is the right decision for him. We're not just making choices that are convenient or easy. We need to get him somewhere where he'll be safe. Which is where exactly? We'd gotten onto the interstate heading west. Delilah's house. Delilah, what? Why? That seemed a completely bizarre choice, especially given how off the wall my last conversation with her had been. The woman was odd. And she'd just lost her husband. The last thing she needed was a bunch of people descending on her home. Also, I was uneasy leaving Bastian in her clutches. The woman had hit on him only days after her husband's death. Not with any real intent, but still, it made me uncomfortable. After completing several lane changes, Great Aunt Sophia was a careful driver, and she signaled and checked her blind spot each time. She finally answered my question. Delilah has both space and Milo. What do you mean she has Milo? Milo Fortescue, Miles's older brother, is a security expert, which I knew. Or I knew that he was a bodyguard. Security expert made him sound much more corporate than the mountainous tatted man I remembered. And he's staying at Delilah's house? Didn't know that. Were they dating? Nah. One, Delilah had just lost her husband, literally days ago. And however it had happened to the outside world, there had been affection within the Bidders' marriage. Two, no one made their boyfriend walk 3 feet behind them in public places, as Delilah had done when I'd bumped into her and Milo in the Magic Beans parking lot. What are you thinking? Just trying to figure out why Delilah needs a bodyguard. Great Aunt Sophia gave me some side eye, as if she didn't believe me. How about we're just happy we have a place to stay that has excellent security? Yes, I replied automatically, except, we? What do you mean we have a place to stay? With Bastian temporarily incapacitated, Miles is in charge. Miles? That was confusing. Sabrina seemed the natural choice. Then again, Miles was more a planner and Sabrina more a doer. Yes, he thinks none of us should be alone. Not until the demon's caught. Miles, Sabrina, you, and me are all staying with Delilah? I'm not sure why I'm so shocked. Delilah Bitter's home had more than enough room. It was huge, mansion-sized. And Bastian, of course, but yes, that's right. I considered the high-maintenance woman I'd met on exactly 3 occasions. She didn't seem the type to open her home to a bunch of scraggly demon hunters, even if one was injured. You can get rid of that sour face, Missy. Great Aunt Sophia frowned at me. Pretty sure if she wasn't driving a strange car in a strange city, that she would have shaken her finger at me. Mom hated when she did that. As it was, she had both hands on the wheel and let her tone do all the scolding. Miles asked his brother to make the arrangements, and Delilah went right along with it all. So, you will be polite and grateful. And you absolutely will accept the invitation, because I'm going to stay to help Bastian. And you can't be at the house alone. Which is when I first began to understand the logic behind the madness. Sabrina and Miles lived alone. Bastian lived alone and had been asleep when he'd been attacked. I would be alone in my home if Great Aunt Sophia was at Delilah's caring for Bastian. We all had to sleep. Alone and asleep, we were obviously vulnerable based on what had happened to Bastian. All of that led to 2 further conclusions. I had to move in with the rich and glamorous Delilah. It was the only reasonable option. And that really didn't matter. Nothing did, because it was all my fault that Bastion had been attacked. "Oh, Lordy B, what's wrong now?" Great Aunt Sophia asked as I quietly suffered a guilt-laden meltdown in the passenger seat of my car. Chapter 8. "I'm afraid whatever has you in such a muddle will have to wait." Great Aunt Sophia turned into Delilah's massive drive. "We're here, and I want to see your Sunday manners." This from the same woman who wanted to dance naked in my backyard. "No, that's not it. I mean, that won't be an issue. I actually don't have a problem with Delilah. I'm surprised, but it's very accommodating of her to help us like this." "That'll do for now." She gave me a curious look, but then said, "The rest will have to wait for later." Of course, because Bastion needed help. He was our priority, and my guilt could and should wait. Everyone kept saying he'd be fine, but until I saw his color improve and his eyes open, I wouldn't be convinced. When we reached the Suburban, Miles already had the back open. Milo and he were discussing how to get Bastion into the house. But then, problem solved, Milo just picked him up in a fireman's carry and headed for the front door. No worries about neighbors here. The drive was too long, the property too large, and the landscaping too extensive for passers-by or nosy neighbors to get a look. Delilah stood at the door waiting and welcomed us inside when we approached. After hasty thanks were given for her help, Sabrina, Miles, my great aunt, and I all followed Milo and Bastion up the wide, curving stairs. Delilah trailed behind. Milo planted Bastion on a bed in the first room at the top of the stairs, a room that had an IV stand and a medical cooler. And that's when things got weird. Delilah slapped on some gloves and pulled out a bag of blood. "Wait. Whoa. Are you going to, should you be doing that?" I looked around, but no one seemed to be worried. "It's fine," Delilah said as she went through the process of hanging the bag, swabbing Bastion's arm. And the rest I couldn't watch. Blood made me squeamish, and the last thing anyone needed was another unconscious person to deal with. Looking away, I said, "Please tell me you're qualified to do that?" "Yes, Lena. I'm licensed as a doctor, though I no longer practice full-time." Well, that was surprising. But I had questions. So many questions like, do I want to know where that blood came from?
"It's safe,"
Milo replied. That didn't answer my question, which made me even more suspicious. "Hey," Miles ducked down to catch my eye. I was staring with quite a bit of determination at the ground. I really didn't handle the sight of needles piercing flesh well. When I lifted my head, he said,
"I trust Milo, and you trust me, right?"
"Yeah." Miles wouldn't let anything bad happen to his boss if he could prevent it. "All done." Delilah's statement was followed by the sound of her gloves being removed, so I decided it was safe to turn around. Bastion looked peaceful. Mostly. His face was relaxed except for a small wrinkle between his eyes. I avoided looking at the cannula in his arm, catching it only in my peripheral vision. Should he still be asleep? I directed the question at Delilah, but she looked at Miles when she replied. "I'm not that familiar with demon bites. I was told to treat the blood loss. Miles?" "I've been reading on my phone," Great Aunt Sophia interjected. She was sitting in an armchair in the corner. "Did you read the entire chapter, Miles?" And there we went, relying on magical and bumpy again.
"Scanned it. What did you find?"
"I think he'll wake up on his own in a few hours." She tipped her screen in Miles's direction, and he closed the few feet between and bent his head to read what she'd indicated. "He's going to be fine," Delilah said. She was near my elbow, much closer than I realized. That's how out of it I was. Delilah was sneaking up on me. Oh, and I'd grabbed Bastion's hand once again without even realizing it. I glanced down at our clasped fingers and said, "We're just friends." "Whatever you are, you're concerned. I'm telling you that, medically speaking, he's in good shape. We're replacing the blood, and we'll administer fluids later. He's stable, not worsening. Now we wait for whatever knocked him out to clear his system." She cocked her hip and gave me a proper stare down. "I'm good at my job. I didn't quit practicing full-time for lack of skill." "Sorry, I glanced at his pale face. "I'm just worried. No reflection on you or your doctoring. What do you mean, medically speaking?" "He's lost some blood. Not a terrible amount, apparently thanks to you. And he's been exposed to some sort of narcotic, but anything else—" She meant anything magical. "That's outside of my medical purview." "Thank you." I dredged up a smile, so she'd know I actually meant it. Then I remembered her odd request to speak with me. "What did you want to talk to me about? When you stopped at Magic Beans earlier?" "Now's not the time." She pursed her lips, looking uncertain. "You're involved with this case for the same reason as before?" Great. I couldn't breathe for being reminded of my accidental unleashing of raw cursed magic into the world. "Yep, 2 stray candy sticks out of my entire stock of delectable treats, and some which stumbled on them and thought, gee whiz, why don't I use these to control a demon so I can commit some consequence-free murders?" Whew, boy. Maybe I wasn't supposed to share all of that. I wasn't sure how involved Delilah and Milo were with the investigation. Maybe they weren't supposed to be privy to the particulars. I looked at Miles and Sabrina for guidance, but they were deeply involved in a conversation with my great-aunt. Common sense said it was safe to share information since we were using Delilah's house as headquarters for the foreseeable future. "That's good." She looked relieved. "I mean, I see what happened." Weird. Why that particular information put her at ease, I wasn't sure, but it didn't make me feel any better. I felt bad about the last of my raw magic causing trouble. Not as bad as I did about sending Bastion home alone to be set upon by a bloodthirsty demon, but still, pretty bad. So that thing you wanted to talk about, not something we need to chat about now?" I asked, more confused than ever. No, no, it can definitely wait." She squeezed my arm. "We'll get Bastion up and complaining in no time, and you'll find your murderous witch. Then we'll chat." Okay. I was so confused, but I also didn't want to borrow trouble. I had plenty without looking for more. And thankfully, Miles, Sabrina, and Great Aunt Sophia chose that moment to share what they'd been plotting, so I could once again file away Delilah's request for a chat into the things I'll deal with later pile.
All right, everyone, listen up, Miles said, addressing the room. Here's the revised plan. We'll be working on the buddy system until we can catch the demon. No one is ever alone. Each of us has a partner at all times. Sophia will be working with Delilah to monitor Bastion's progress.
"And to try and wake him up a little sooner," Great Aunt Sophia added. "We'd like to get him conscious before the demon's venom wears off naturally, since we can't predict how long that will take." Milo, who until now had blended surprisingly well into the background for such a large guy, said,
I'm with Delilah.
"Right," as if there was any doubt about that. Sabrina looked down at my hand, still clutching Bastion's, and said, "Miles needs to stay here so he can continue his research. Lena, you and I are responsible for all the field work." I slipped my hand free of Bastion's. He was fine. Everyone kept saying it. Shoot, a doctor had come as close to promising as doctors came, and they were, as a group, notoriously cautious in their predictions. "Right. What do we need to do?" "I defer to our research team," she said, looking at Miles and Great Aunt Sophia. "How are the restaurant reviews and mortgage applications looking?"
Thin, Miles replied. I'm sure the bank Landon works for has upset a good number of homeowners and small business owners with denials, but Landon doesn't get involved in the process for most applications. Add to that the fact that he was generally very even handed in his application of the rules when he was involved, and that I can't find any crossover between recent denials and customer service complaints or social media outbursts. Yeah, I don't think his job is our motivator, but I'll keep looking. Great Aunt Sophia sighed. He was such a nice man. When it was clear that she considered that her report, I prompted, "So you don't think his reviews could be a motivator?" "Oh, no. He didn't give bad reviews." Miles looked as perplexed as I felt. He wrote restaurant reviews but never had anything bad to say? Great Aunt Sophia nodded. He found something to recommend on every menu. He made everything seem like a positive. He'd write poorly lit as something like, "romantic, but remember to bring your readers." Shabby decor could be something like, "you'll feel comfortable coming here when you haven't had time to spruce yourself up." "No one is this nice," I muttered. We hadn't found a single motive for murder. Everyone did something to piss someone off, right? Or maybe that was just me and my circle of acquaintances. "Well," Great Aunt Sophia said, "he was paid for these reviews. Not by the restaurants, but by the community website where they were posted. Maybe he felt like he couldn't drive away future advertisers." "Or maybe he was really that nice," Sabrina said with a hint of disbelief in her voice. At least we both agreed on that point. People who were that nice were an anomaly. "But someone wanted him dead, so we'll keep looking. We've missed the practice for Landon's bocce team, but another team was scheduled after his. We can probably catch the end of it if we hustle." She looked at me for confirmation. "Right, yes," because she couldn't go unless I went. Turning to my great aunt, I said as casually as I could, "You'll let us know if there's a change with Bastian?" "Of course, hon, but he's going to be just fine." She wrapped me in a hug and squeezed me tight. Then she whispered in my ear, "I approve." She approved? Of what? My taste? There was no burgeoning relationship for her to approve of. There was just my attraction and growing affection for an unconscious man. Her approval was premature, at best, so I pretended as if she hadn't said anything at all because I had no appropriate response. Sabrina and I headed to her Suburban, agreeing on the way that we'd stop by both our houses to pick up necessities on the way home. But first, we had to scope out Landon's bocce competitors. Realistically, wouldn't they be more likely to wish him harm than his own teammates? If there was a vicious competitive streak in the bocce league, then maybe we'd stumbled on our motive. Maybe Landon was the king of Boise bocce, and he was keeping some ambitious soul from achieving his bocce dreams. Yes, I recognized the unlikelihood of this particular avenue bearing murderous fruit. But the true ridiculousness of my hypothesis wasn't clear until we arrived at the park where the practice was held. The sun was setting, but the park had excellent lighting, enough for us to see a group of people sitting and standing around a picnic table with food laid out. It looked like a social gathering and not just of the team scheduled for practice. There were easily 15 or more attendees. A bocce team only required 4 players, though many of the league's teams had a few alternatives as well. I knew because I'd looked up the teams on the way to the park. But no single team had this many alternates. We had to be crashing a gathering of several of the teams. Sabrina and I had ridden in silence, each of us consumed by our own thoughts. And I'd realized suddenly that we had no story. As she parked, I said, "What are we telling them about showing up?" "We're interested in learning more about the game and saw they had a practice this evening." That's what I told Rex on the phone earlier. Remember, I called the team secretary to make sure they were still meeting? Easy. Uncomplicated. The best lies were some version of the truth. Or, failing that, an uncomplicated story. As a highly intuitive person who could usually spot a lie at 10 paces, I knew what worked and what didn't. We had a plan, and our tasks would be simple enough.
mingle and chat with guests, probe for any rivalries or other motivations. It seemed simple enough until we left the car, got a bit closer, and I got my first impression of the crowd. Some of the people we were approaching were witches. No, not some, several. I got a feeling, not so strong as a zing, yet still electric, that told me witches were gathered. Sabrina and Miles triggered the same response, but at a lower level. I realized in retrospect, it was very low-key, but there. And Bastion as well, though his zing, for lack of a better word, had a different flavor. Is this some big witch secret? I whispered. That we're all supposed to be into bocce? She blinked, looking a little taken aback, whether by the fact that I'd identified the presence of a pack of witches, a skill I'd previously lacked, or the mere fact that several were gathered here today, I didn't know. News to me. I just thought it was a sport for old people, said the 27-year-old who'd accused me of ageism. This is weird then, right? Yep. Not the enclave of witches, but the bocce part. We tend to gather in neighborhoods, favorite hotspots, like magic beans. She nodded her agreement. And we also gather in hobby groups, but bocce? Got me. Oh, fun, she said in a voice implying the opposite. Looks like some of my uncle's crowd is here. All evidence pointed to Sabrina liking, maybe even respecting her uncle. If that was the case, then what was her issue with him and his circle of friends? Why hadn't she played golf with him in over a year? Why had he been so pleasantly surprised by her call? Whatever had come between them, it seemed to be originating from Sabrina and not her uncle, because he'd been genuinely pleased to hear from her. I didn't have time to ponder the mystery that was Sabrina and her family life, because we'd been spotted. And no way was our simple, we're just interested in playing some bocce cover story gonna fly, because we were getting the eye from several of the witches present. Boise was a little on the small side. Yes, Bastion wasn't completely wrong about that. But the magic community within Boise was even smaller. And from the looks we were getting, gossip had been flying in our small community. The witch world knew that the ICWP was in the midst of a murder investigation. Chapter 9. Sabrina muttered some rather unsavory words as a tall, thin, fashionably outdoorsy woman in her 50s approached. But then she pasted a smile to her face, which in itself was odd. Sabrina saved her smiles for customers, and even then only the nice ones. Hi, Charlene. How are you doing? And now she was politely greeting and making small talk? A quick glance confirmed that she showed no other signs of possession by a spirit or invasion of her body by the aliens. The woman's face pinched with disapproval as she replied with a head nod. Sabrina. I thought it was Sabrina's choice of address. In the South, even Texas, which is more South-ish than Southern, some of the older generation preferred to be addressed more formally. Bad guess, because Charlene's gaze swept up and down Sabrina's form, making the source of her disapproval very clear. The words that followed were just icing. Wouldn't your uncle be so surprised by your new look? Charlene wasn't exactly rocking high fashion herself, so I found her comment especially rude. Since when was expensive outdoor wear a springboard for fashion criticism? We were in a park on a cool October day, not headed to church. I waited for a zinger, but it turned out that Sabrina had been possessed by the spirit of good manners. Maybe this was why she'd so dreaded speaking to her uncle's acquaintances. She felt compelled to behave politely. Allow me to introduce my friend, Lena Dorchester. Sabrina flashed me a covert smile, assuring me that she wasn't nearly as annoyed by Charlene's fashion snub as I'd been. Lena newly joined our special little club. Charlene's eyes narrowed at Sabrina's reference to witches, but she could hardly complain. We were in mixed magical and non-magical company. Hi, Charlene. It's lovely to meet new people in the community. I couldn't quite make myself say it was a pleasure to meet her. My lack of sincerity would have announced itself baldly, a tidbit I'd learned from Bastion. I was a witch whose sincerity gave heft to my words. People trusted me, believed me, because I meant what I said, even if what I said was sometimes a lie of omission. She didn't seem to pick up on my wordplay, because she smiled, a much friendlier response than she'd thus far offered Sabrina. Are you related to the Vermont Dorchesters? When I shook my head, her smile slipped. The Connecticut branch? At my negative, her smile fell further. Well then, the Texas branch. Her faux pleasure had dissipated entirely. Surprised that my family was on anyone's radar, I agreed. It didn't hurt my feelings that this woman, who was clearly a snob, was unimpressed by my roots. Charlene enjoys genealogy, Sabrina explained. Her lips were twitching with suppressed humor. At least she found the woman's behavior entertaining and not blatantly rude. You make it sound like a hobby. It's my vocation, gesturing to the gathered group, Charlene said. Let me introduce you, but do be discreet with your inquiries. We are in mixed company. The Bocce League accepts all sorts. The founder of the league is not one of us. We're interested in learning more about the sport. Lena and I thought we'd check out a practice and see what it was all about. Understanding that Sabrina was supplying our cover story, Charlene gave us a wry look. You're too late to observe practice. Not a problem. I'll just mention you got the time wrong if anyone asks. She made it sound as if she was doing us a favor. Some people were your people and others weren't. Charlene was not my people. Then we were in the midst. The introductions rolled one after the other. We met a tiny elderly woman who couldn't have been more excited for us to show up, late or not. Lindy Smith-Werther was the founder of the league, along with her now-deceased husband and president of the Bocce in the City of Trees Board. She sat in the chair and didn't rise when we approached, though she clearly wanted to. But her seated position didn't inhibit her enthusiasm a jot. She talked with her hands and smiled warmly as she told us about the league. I liked her instantly. Too bad we weren't actually considering joining. I almost wanted to, just to make Lindy happy. Lindy was one of the several non-magical people that we met, all of whom seemed nice. They were friendly, welcoming, and happy to see us. The witches too, actually, even though it was clear they saw right through our cover story. I was fairly confident I met most, if not all of the witches present, though I couldn't remember all of their names. There were some standouts, and since Bastion had emphasized over and over to give weight to my witchy intuition, I made a note of those witches who seemed remarkable. Liz, late 40s with striking red hair that had been denied the passage of time, a standout because she'd embraced my presence in the witchy community in the Bocce League. Literally. Instead of a handshake, she'd pulled me into a hug, the genuine variety with lots of warmth and a pat on the back. Rex, a slight man in his early 50s, because who was named Rex outside of British movies? I might have commented on the fact, but he just laughed and agreed that his name demanded an accent and screen time. Jackson, the only 20-something, who swore that he hadn't been dragged into the Bocce League by his gran. A standout because he was the youngest member of the league. Jackson's gran, a.k.a. Martha, aged undetermined, but old enough to have a child who then had a son. Attractive in an outdoorsy, fit way that was common in Idaho. She smiled at Jackson's comments, hugging him with one arm as she shook my hand. And Charles, the rascally gentleman in his mid-60s who I could hardly forget because he'd hit on me, in a gentlemanly, flattering way, but even so, it seemed out of place. All of the others had blurred together in a fairly pleasant mass of introductions. People in Boise tended to be pretty nice, and this group was no exception. Small problem with that. Not only were they welcoming to potential new players, the humans, and surprisingly polite to ICWP investigators, the witches, I didn't get even the slightest sense that the group hid a murderously competitive edge. Worse, when I asked if there was a prize for the winner of the league, everyone in hearing range laughed, which triggered an explanation of their inside joke. The league prize was an unsightly statuette that the winning team was required to house for the duration of the year. While not a requirement, it was considered good form to display it openly in one's home, so the ugly thing moved from team member to team member's house until the start of the next season when it went to live with Lindy until the end of season league winners were announced. Not competitive. Fun-loving and easygoing, more like. Sabrina and I nibbled on their potluck offerings, chatted with anyone who was interested in chatting, and offered our condolences to the non-witchy crowd when they shared the news of a passing member. Turned out, the spread was a part of a memorial gathering. The non-competitive bocce folk frequently shared their practice times, it seemed, and they also frequently had social gatherings after their practices. But this one had been arranged with Landon in mind, so that the turnout had been especially good. As everything was packed up, Linda sat nearby watching and waving until all of a few stragglers were left, including Charlene. She offered to linger, so we, as her acquaintances, would have a reason to stay late. Surprisingly helpful for such a sour woman. Charlene tucked away an empty Tupperware container in her oversized bag as the other two remaining members, Jackson and Martha, helped Lindy out of her seat. Jackson had retrieved a walker from a large BMW that Lindy used, with Martha on one side and Jackson on the other, to walk to the parking lot. The white-haired founder turned and gave us a final cheery wave before the threesome departed, all in a large Beamer. "She's not well." Charlene appeared at our side, car keys in her hand, her gaze on the departing car. "Poor dear doesn't have much longer." "What?" Lindy of the welcoming smiles and the cheerful disposition was dying? No! I realized that I sounded more scandalized, when in fact I was just surprised. And upset. Probably more than I should be, considering the woman was a complete stranger. "Yes, unfortunately." Charlene puckered her lips, but this time she didn't look sour, just sad. She knew she didn't have long, but she found out that she has less time than expected. She's not just the founder. She's the linchpin of our little community. I doubt she'll make more than another social or two. Sabrina scowled at the news. With obvious effort, she cleared her expression. "On that note, we need to head out. Thank you for your help, Charlene." She shrugged as if it hadn't been a bother. Then her expression turned anxious. "Maybe mention to your uncle how helpful I was?" And then she left, beelining for the parking lot and her sporty little Mercedes. Did she go from judging your clothes inadequate to helping our investigation to asking you to put in a good word with your uncle? Sabrina shook her head as she started toward the Suburban. "Yeah, welcome to my life. Uncle Travis is a hot commodity in certain circles." She rolled. "Basically, his circle." She didn't casually mention her family. The only person I knew for sure was in her life was her uncle, but their contact had been scarce recently, based on the phone conversation I'd witnessed. Since I doubted that she'd be a golfing enthusiast, or more accurately, a competent golfer, without his influence, I could guess he was important in her life, or at least someone she wanted to please. So why the disdain for her uncle's friends and acquaintances? Why hadn't she played golf with her uncle in over a year? As I climbed in the passenger seat, I remembered the strong reaction she'd had when our previous murderer had cried foul over the fact that she'd been raised by a relative. Sabrina had said something along the lines of, "Cry me a river, you sad, pathetic person who had someone step up, take you in their home, and love you." I'm paraphrasing, but that was the gist. "Did your uncle raise you?" I didn't mean to ask. It just sort of slipped out. "Yeah, but maybe we should focus on debriefing. This was our last lead. If Miles doesn't come up with a deranged homeowner, then I'm not sure what else in the excessively nice Marcus Landon's life could possibly have triggered his murder." She said excessively nice in a snarky way, as if it were a character flaw, but I detected some bitterness mixed in amongst the sarcasm. Sabrina might be just as pissed off as I was about the murderer's choice of victim. All murder was bad, but some murders seemed worse. "He really is remarkable in his lack of enemies, isn't he?" I noted that we weren't headed to my house, so we must have been going to hers first. "So remarkable. I'm sure there are at least a dozen people who'd be thrilled to find out I was offed. They might not have the brass to do it, but they'd be tickled. Marcus Landon, not so much." Then she sighed softly. Yeah, Marcus was getting to her. "Agreed." When she snorted, I said, "About Marcus, of course. You're a gem." "Uh-huh. You just want your online ordering system to stay shiny and productive." And now she had me grinning. Because while that was true, and Sabrina held the metaphorical keys to my new online system, she'd put it together all on her own. My shiny, new, integrated system was the result of her initiative and hard work. And as a result, she was now the owner of a small percentage of the profits from that system, which technically made us senior-junior partners and not purely employer-employee, a distinction neither of us had exactly been keen to make a big deal about. So, about the debrief. Sabrina also was a highly intuitive witch, a trait Bastion claimed was actually pretty common in witches who ended up working in service careers. As a store owner, a large portion of my job was making patrons happy, with the quality of my candy, my recommendations, and the way I treated them in my store. And Sabrina, among her many jobs, was an exceptional barista. Bastion had told me to keep an open mind when speaking with suspects and witnesses, and to pay attention to my gut. So between the two of us, both intuitive witches, we should have garnered some useful insights. Hopefully. "Who pinged on your witchy radar?" Sabrina asked. I tried to make eye contact with all the witches, but none of them gave me that deja vu feeling that I got before. Talk about the creepiest feeling ever. When I'd made contact with the last murderer, I'd recognized my own magic in her eyes. Not necessarily a deal killer. Any savvy witch with some experience will know how to mask that. Savvy and experienced, our last murderer had not been. Well then, omitting the seeing my magic in someone else's eyes aspect, I'm not really sure if anyone pinged, insofar as being a suspect. There were so many people. I just tried to make a note of anyone who stood out. I got Liz, Rex, Jackson, Martha, and Charles. Oh, and Lindy. With a curious glance, she said, "Lindy's not a witch." "Yeah, but..." I wasn't sure what my butt was. My witchy intuitive organ, gut or otherwise, hit on Lindy. "That's all right. No explanation necessary. My list is only witches, but similar. All of yours except for Charles, and with the addition of Leslie. Charles probably stood out because he was hitting on me. I thought it was a little odd. That's Charles. Inappropriate and odd. But if it makes you feel any better, I'd say he's unlikely as a suspect. And not just because he and my uncle are good friends." She cast a quick glance in my direction, along with a grin. "I wished he'd have fallen into his arms and proclaimed undying love at first sight. 1, that would never happen, and 2, why? He's such a flirt. I'm just waiting for some young woman to take him up on his offer. I think you'd run the opposite direction. That's just a game to him. And also a way to connect to the younger generation that he doesn't really understand. I decided then that I had to meet Sabrina's uncle. He was a golf nut considered worthy of pursuit by a snobbish woman, but he played regularly at a public course, and his friends included a charming rascal with an addiction to innocent flirtation. You mentioned Leslie? I tried to recall Leslie, but was drawing a blank. Oh, yeah, I just don't really like her. It's probably nothing if she didn't stand out to you. She pulled into the driveway of the sprawling ranch house on what looked like a half-acre or so lot. So I need to drop the dogs off at a friend's house? Okay. Since Delilah didn't seem the sort to have a lot of tolerance for the furry four-legged types, that made sense. All three of them. I'd forgotten she had 3 dogs, but... Right, that's fine. Uh-huh. That was all she said. 5 minutes later, the back of the Suburban was filled with wiggling, spotted dogs. I was fairly sure I had slobber in my hair, and someone, not it, had passed some raunchy gas. I cracked the window about half a second before Sabrina muttered, "Thanks, Winston." She flashed a sheepish look in my direction. Sorry about that. He's kind of old, and recently his digestion has gotten, delicate, I guess you could say. At which point I cracked up, because when you couldn't laugh at farts, life was pretty low. When you said 3 dogs, I didn't envision this. I indicated the massive activity in the back of the Suburban. Maybe the car should have been a clue. I could fit them in something smaller, but if I go on longer trips, I need 2 crates. Otherwise, they get bored and then they get rambunctious. I looked over my shoulder at the wrestling dogs, wondering what the heck rambunctious looked like if this wasn't it. Actually, to be fair, only 2 were wrestling. One had curled up on Bastion's duvet, left over from his earlier transport. I wasn't sure I wanted to be there when Sabrina returned his duvet covered in dog hair and slobber and smelling of Winston's farts. He kept his house tidy. Very tidy. And his car was equally pristine. He had some high standards when it came to his personal possessions. German fastidiousness? Or was that a completely false cultural stereotype and Bastion was just coincidentally super tidy? Either way, I'll get it cleaned, Sabrina said, interrupting my Bastion musings. You're eyeballing the duvet with the same amount of horror I'd expect from Bastion. A loud fart emerged from the dog that was using Bastion's bedding. I'd guessed that it was Winston. His chocolatey head was sprinkled profusely with gray, and he had a wise look about him that indicated age. He let loose another audible fart. Definitely Winston. We're here, Sabrina said as she pulled up to a house similar to her own, ranch with a good-sized yard. Thank goodness she's close, willing to be bribed, and has the energy for 3 German short-haired pointers. And apparently a terrible sense of smell. In the midst of the dog transfer, which included supplies in addition to the 3 rowdy dogs, Sabrina's phone pinged. A split second later, mine did as well. I unlocked it and read the waiting message, but since I must have misread the words, probably lightheaded from oxygen deprivation after being locked in a car with Winston, I read it again. 2 more times I read the same text before it sunk in. Charlene Kendrick was dead. We couldn't have left the park more than 20 minutes ago, 30 at most, but in that time, the demon had struck again. What were the chances that Charlene I'd met only minutes before was now dead? It had to be some other Charlene. The woman I met was a witch, and the demon's last victim, Marcus, hadn't been magical at all. The driver's door swung open. All sorted. Sorry for the delay, but since we have to stay at... Sabrina stared at me. What happened? I pointed at her phone. She read the message. I knew before I saw the look on her face, probably on some level the very first time I'd read the text. Charlene Kendrick, the woman who was now dead and suspected to be the demon's latest victim, was the same woman I'd met such a short time ago. The same woman who had introduced us to the Bocce League members and helped us, at least in a small way, with our investigation. The same woman who had turned her nose up at Sabrina's casual ripped clothes. The same woman who'd shown her soft underbelly when she as good as admitted that she was helping us in hopes of a kind word passed along to a man she was romantically interested in. She might not be as universally admired as Marcus Landon, but I'd met her, spoken with, and been in her presence only minutes ago. And now she was dead. How had this happened? Chapter 10. Sabrina and I arrived at Delilah's and, after finding Miles and Great Aunt Sophia in Bastion's room, explained to them that we'd left Charlene in the park sometime after sunset. Amidst the flurry of our arrival, I noticed that Bastion's IV stand was gone and the cannula removed from his arm. But I didn't allow myself to drift to his side, strong as the pull was. I needed my wits about me while Miles delivered what news he had.
Officially, Miles said, it was a car wreck, but there was a witch on scene, an EMT, who reported the puncture wounds to us.
A car wreck? Charlene hadn't even made it home. He could have been waiting in her car at the park, Great Aunt Sophia offered when Sabrina and I just stared at Miles in confusion. She cast a worried glance in our direction. Worried because Sabrina and I had a near miss, and that was the first time I realized that it could have been one of us who'd ended up dead. Maybe if we hadn't stuck so close to each other throughout the visit, or if we'd driven separately, or if... He was right there, Sabrina said, interrupting what would have surely been an ugly spiral of what-ifs. We could have had him. And therein lay the difference between Sabrina and me. I landed on the danger to us, and Sabrina mourned the lost opportunity to end the killings. There is a reason. She was an ICWP deputy, and I was the ancillary minion, only employed on the cases involving my co-opted magic. I was not cut out for this work. But I was here, and I was making the effort. I was righting my wrongs, as best I was able. "Where are Delilah and Milo?" Sabrina asked. "We didn't see them on the way in." More like the mad dash through the front door and up the stairs. Miles muttered something about gathering supplies. A good reminder that Delilah had proven to be so much more than her first impression. Which made me question the intuition Bastion placed so much faith in. My gaze flickered to his face. His color had improved, and I resisted the impulse to approach his bed, hold his hand. Bastion was a smart guy and good at his job. If he had faith in my intuition, then I should. And when I thought back to my first meeting with Delilah, it had actually been me who'd given her more credit. Bastion thought her marriage one of convenience, and I'd been the one to see the very real grief she tried so hard to suppress. What had my first impression of Charlene been? Mildly unpleasant, yes, but not so terrible as to end up on someone's murder list. I was so confused, had so many questions. To begin with, Charlene was a witch. The first 2 deaths had been of non-magical people. Marcus Landon wasn't a witch. He wasn't magical at all. Unless you got that wrong, Miles? I winced as I asked. Miles wasn't the type to get things wrong. Without giving me the evil eye, a testament to his level of distraction, or his sympathy for my current state of mind, he affirmed that he was certain Landon wasn't of the magical sort. He added,
"It just means that there's more likely a non-magical connection between Marcus and Charlene."
Sabrina and I shared a look. Then we both said, "Bocce." Sabrina shook her head. "Lena and I agreed that there doesn't seem to be a motive. It's a friendly, low-stakes league with no obvious ties to gambling or any other shady dealings. They seemed like a bunch of nice people who like to chuck balls into a sandpit and socialize." My conclusion only made me feel helpless, and hints of my feelings leaked into my voice as I said, There's no motive there.
Except there is, because 2 members of their small group are dead.
Miles sat down at a simple but elegant writing desk that hadn't been there earlier. He'd arranged his laptop and an unfamiliar-looking printer on the minimal space provided. Delilah and Milo had been busy. They'd even brought in a coffee table where Miles's piles of paper were beginning to accumulate. As Miles typed, I assumed looking for a closer tie between the 2 victims. Sabrina grilled Great Aunt Sophia about Bastion's progress, while I hovered over his still form and finally succumbed to the need to hold his hand. I clung and hoped for some sign that he was waking up. Great Aunt Sophia was trying to explain the method behind her madness. I'm trying to find just the right kind of jolt. A caffeine jolt rather than a methamphetamine jolt. When Miles jumped out of his chair.
I've got it!
I shot my great aunt a look that I hope said, we'll be revisiting that meth comment, before turning my attention to Miles.
At least I've got part of it.
Miles tipped his head.
Probably. 2. Well, more than 1. Isn't exactly a pattern, but there's a definite connection.
Miles? Sabrina crossed her arms. Spill, or I will give in to the urge to smack the back of your head like that guy in that show you like so much. He stabbed a finger in Sabrina's general direction.
You are no Gibbs, and that show is NCIS. How can you not remember that show? It's the best.
Oh, I like that show. Great Aunt Sophia gave Miles an across-the-room high five, because, apparently, she was cool like that. Miles took a step away from Sabrina, who was advancing with an evil glint in her eyes.
No smacking. I don't need to lose any more brain cells. College was a rough couple of years. The board of bocce in the City of Trees has 5 members. I guess they don't like alliteration, or Boise bocce was already taken. Anyway, Marcus and Charlene were 2 of the 5.
She stopped her advance. That's quite the coincidence. And yes, Miles, I do understand that 2 isn't a pattern, but 2 of the 5 board members are now dead. Who else is on the board?
Lindy Smith-Werther, he replied, reading off the screen. She's the president.
And the founder, I interjected. I had the urge to do physical harm to anyone who might take away that sweet woman's last few weeks, or even taint them by hurting people close to her. Miles looked up from his computer with a questioning expression. We met her this evening, Sabrina clarified. He nodded and returned to reading the remaining names, which included 2 more people we'd met. Martha, who was the treasurer, and Rex, the secretary. Just like the organization itself, the board was a mixed group of magical and non-magical people. It seemed the 5 board members were long-standing, with no changes over the last decade or so. Miles explained that each position was for a 3-year term, and there were no term limits. What powers does the board hold? Great Aunt Sophia asked. That could be the key. If the board controls beneficial resources, like a piece of property or a fund of some kind.
I'm with you, Miles said. Just give me a second to download all their paperwork. They're incorporated for the purpose of obtaining their nonprofit status, and just a second, and I should have their bylaws.
His printer zipped out copies of the documents. He started to hand out copies, but Sabrina took over for him so he could keep digging online.
I'll see if I can get their financials and maybe...
His words faded as his typing increased. While Miles worked his magic, digging through information, probably illegally, the rest of us read bylaws. Bylaws are stupidly dull. We looked for some smoking gun amongst the list of duties for the officers or the election protocols for the 5 board members, but there simply wasn't anything out of the ordinary. I was on my second mind-numbing round of reviewing the documents when Miles shouted,
Yes! I have their bank information, which... Honestly, it's pretty dull.
The enthusiasm drained from his voice.
That's disappointing.
He kept typing as we all stared. Coming down from his eureka moment took us longer than him. As we watched, he brightened.
Gosh, this Lindy woman is loaded.
She has a really nice car, I mentioned. Not that she can drive it. She's not in good health. Terminal, Sabrina added. Charlene told us, though not the particulars, other than that she didn't have long to live. Oh, if she's not well, she'll have a will. Great Aunt Sophia left Bastion's side, where she'd been sitting and reading, to join Miles and peer over his shoulder. Do you have any way to get a look at someone's will? Where there's money, there's greed, and where there's greed, there's a motive for murder. Great Aunt Sophia, if this pans out, I'll get naked in the backyard with you and do all sorts of magic. We're running out of motives. Miles and Sabrina shared a glance and then looked at my great aunt. Sabrina was the one who asked, You really do magic in the buff? I thought you were pulling Lena's leg. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Everyone has their own way of connecting with... Sabrina was cut short by Great Aunt Sophia's laugh. I was going to tell them about the naked yoga, a missing fact that made my great aunt's threat of outdoor nudity somewhat more believable. Context was everything. But I didn't get the chance. Of course not. That would disturb the neighbors. They're a bunch of nosy Nellies in her neighborhood. A small smile crossed her face, and she looked at me as she added, I just gave my darling niece an easy, non-confrontational way to postpone training. She needed a little more time to process. Since naked yoga was such a shock, I knew skyclad magic would do the trick. You're very funny about nudity, hun. I ignored the part about me having a nudity hang-up. Pretty sure most people didn't want their extended family in the buff while they exercised. But the rest, she knew. My great-aunt knew that I was fearful of the magic lurking inside me. The magic that had been a part of a man's murder and a woman's torturous trip from beyond the veil to this plane of existence. And that was before this whole demon mess. Now my magic had an even longer rap sheet. 3 dead, Bastion injured, and we were no closer to the demon or its puppet master than when we'd begun our investigation. I shook my head. How do we not know who's doing this? Lena, Sabrina said in a quiet voice. It's been less than 12 hours. We're doing everything we can. We'll catch this murderer. 12 hours? Time wasn't registering on a scale of hours in my mind. It was 3 deaths and a coma patient, since someone had decided to pervert my magic for their own nasty end. Measuring time with the yardstick of another's actions wasn't constructive, because I could only control my own actions, my own behavior, and never that of another person. Right. I shook my head, trying to clear away the unnecessary parts, guilt and the weight of failure, and focus on what we could do. Great Aunt Sophia was right about the money. Greed is an exceptional motivator for despicable behavior. Did you find out if Lindy has a will, Miles? She has one. Great Aunt Sophia tapped her finger on Miles' desk. Find it. Miles frowned.
Idaho has a will registry. It doesn't record the contents of a will, but if she's registered, it will confirm the existence of one and disclose who has a copy.
That's weird. Don't you have to file your will somewhere official? As I asked the question, I recalled all of the old movies and books where characters run around trying to find a copy of a will in a giant old house, and I suspected there was no official place. Sabrina shook her head. No, I have the latest executed copy of my uncle's will, because I'm his executor. I think that's probably the most common.
Hang on, my little witches.
With a flourish, Miles tapped Enter on his laptop.
Voila! Lindy Smith Werther has a will. We can find a copy with Jackson Meyer. His address is local. Wait, Meyer. That's the same last name as one of the board members, Martha Meyer.
Jackson is Martha's grandson. But that's odd. He looked like a college kid. I peeked at Sabrina, who rolled her eyes. True, I was terrible at guessing the age of anyone under 30. Well, however old he is.
26, Miles said. And a recently minted attorney, which might explain why he's hanging on to the will. He might be the executor.
Executor or merely the guy listed as the official holder of her will on a state registry site. It's still weird. I insisted. Lindy is clearly adored by the entire bocce community, and Jackson is literally the youngest person in the league. Don't you think she'd find a family member or an old friend? Not weird if he's the only attorney she knows personally. Great Aunt Sophia lifted a hand to shush our responses. Hear me out. You're old. Know you're leaving the earthly plane and have enough time to prepare. You go to your attorney and have a will drawn up. They ask, as attorneys do when a will is created, who you'd like to name as your executor. Once they explain the duties, taking into account that you have no remaining family. She looked to Miles for confirmation. He nodded, and she continued. Since you have no living relatives, you consider your friends, who are all bocce players, and land on the only attorney in the bunch as a person most qualified. There are a lot of assumptions in there, I point out, trying not to dwell on the fact that my great aunt had a very good understanding of this situation. She wasn't that old, and she sure as heck wasn't sick. So, we know now that she has no family, thanks, Miles, but there could be a bunch of attorneys in the league. None of the witches are, Sabrina offered with a shrug. Executor or official will holder, we need to see this will. As I looked around, I saw only agreement. We're eliminating motives as quickly as we can come up with them. And if the will's not it, we're back to nothing.
Now, who could we possibly ask to have a chat with a 26-year-old Jackson?
Miles asked, looking at Sabrina. She looked decidedly disgruntled. Just because I'm gorgeous, you think all the boys have a thing for me?
Most of them do.
Miles smiled in a way that made it clear he did not.
It's baffling.
Her disgruntled look intensified. After a brief stare down, she said, Fine. Give me his number already. Chapter 11. There must have been some truth to Miles's comment that all the boys adored Sabrina, because when she'd called Jackson and asked to meet at Magic Beans for coffee, he'd readily agreed and hadn't asked any questions. She'd been a little more than friendly, but even so, I would have assumed at least a few inquiries, like why now, or does this have something to do with the case? From the one side of the conversation that I'd heard, she'd basically asked him to coffee in a mildly flirtatious tone, and he'd agreed. But he wasn't available until the following morning, so we'd been left in agony of anticipation. For all of about a half an hour, before we crashed like the exhausted, traumatized, in my case, investigators that we were. And here was the fun fact. We all slept in Bastion's room. It was a good-sized guest room. Delilah's house was basically a mansion, after all. But it was a sound strategy, given that someone had to be awake at any given time. We all needed sleep. And Bastion wasn't mobile. We worked out a rotation that no one adhered to, a fact I only discovered after waking the next morning feeling refreshed from a full night's rest. Another fun fact, I'd slept in Bastion's bed. Granted, so had Great Aunt Sophia. It was a king-sized bed. But it was just a little freaky to be crashed out in a bed, sort of, next to the man you have a massive, but very grown-up, crush on. Another more than fun fact, when I finally managed to focus my bleary gaze on waking, I discovered a pair of familiar blue eyes belonging to a very confused German wizard staring back at me. You're awake! I was particularly clever in the morning before I'd consumed any form of caffeine.
Where am I?
He blinked sleepy, dazed eyes at me. Propping myself up on an elbow, because there was only so much early morning intimacy a girl could take, I replied, Delilah's house. You were bitten by a demon, which I guess knocks you out. I guess? I was an idiot. Based on first-hand evidence and all resources available to us, a demon bite definitely knocked out the victim. You've been out since Sunday, between 5 or 6. My great-aunt, who was not in bed with us, said, It's Monday morning, and this young lady has an appointment. She clasped my hand and literally dragged me to my feet. Probably just as well. I really didn't need to be chatting with Bastian in my current, barely awake, pre-caffeine, somewhat euphoric state. Probably more than somewhat euphoric because he was okay. Bastian was awake and he was okay. And the next incredibly romantic word out of the man of my dreams' mouth.
Bathroom?
He asked, scanning the room for an ensuite door, which was my cue to get my butt up and ready for Sabrina's appointment with Jackson. Bastian was fine. Miles was busy typing on his laptop. Had he even slept? Sabrina was peering over his shoulder, looking dressed and ready to go, and Great Aunt Sophia was shooting me a knowing look. I ignored all knowing looks and headed for the bathroom that wasn't attached. That was the plan. Get dressed, go to Sabrina's appointment with Sabrina, because I was her chaperone. An important gig, since, for all we knew, Jackson was a murdering murderer. An image that truly didn't sit well with me. But since no one on the botchy suspect list had sparked real concern, that wasn't saying much. The list! I stopped in the hallway and turned around. The suspect list, I said as soon as I re-entered the room.
Yep, we've got it under control,
Miles said with a manic look in his eye that I recognized. Someone had been mainlining sugar and caffeine.
And I had Milo call his people to keep an eye on Martha, Jackson, and Rex, just in case, so that we didn't wake up to another murder, assuming we slept, which I didn't really, which is fine, because I've had coffee.
That was just too much for me. Maybe if I'd had a shower, or my own daily dose of vitamin C, but I hadn't, so I just stood there and stared as he spewed words. When he stopped, I said, Good chat, then left to find another bathroom. Delilah left a bag for you at the head of the stairs, Sabrina called out to my departing back, which I assumed meant that Delilah had run by my house. Nope. I found a bag of posh clothes with tags, expensive toiletries, and a note. So you can freshen up. Delilah had gone on a bit of a shopping spree. More than a bit. I didn't recognize any of the brand names, but the form-hugging jeans made my butt look 10 years younger. The top was tailored without being tight and showed my cleavage to advantage. And she'd included a matching bra and panty set that made me sad no one would be seeing them. This wasn't underwear, but lingerie. On top of all that, she'd chosen an outfit that worked with the cute but practical boots I'd worn yesterday. My bag of goodies was the result of both careful shopping and a knowledgeable eye. I hadn't even had a chance to look at the stash of self-care items Delilah had deemed essential and provided me. One thing I could see without much effort. There was more here than I'd have packed for myself. All of this was provided without request and on short notice. Lord love rich people with kind hearts and an eye for fashion. One in particular. Also, did anyone in this house sleep? A question that went unanswered, because I didn't have time for surveys or much discussion at all. I needed to shower, change, and get my rear out the door with Sabrina in tow. We had an appointment. I also needed to call my candy shop neighbor and beg a favor. We weren't opening today. No way, no how. So for the first time in the store's history, we'd be closed during regular hours of operation with a note tacked to the door explaining the unexpected closure. The family emergency was both correct and vague. It would have to do. Sabrina and I arrived at Magic Beans at 8 to find a frazzled-looking Jackson waiting. He was in work clothes, a pair of nice slacks, a dress shirt, and a tie. Probably on his way to work. it being Monday morning.
"Why didn't you tell me Charlene had been murdered?"
He whisper-yelled when we got within a few feet of him. Looked like Jackson was aware this wasn't a date. That made me feel better, which was an odd reaction given Jackson's agitated state. But I didn't like the idea of Sabrina using her feminine charms to further the investigation. Not because I had a problem with that approach, more because it seemed like she did. Sabrina tugged him by his shirt sleeve all the way to the back and into the office, but she didn't forget to flag Jamie on the way. Coffee had been ordered, which only emphasized my previous conclusion. Jamie was a good barista, but she didn't have the feel. If she did, no order would have been necessary. Once the door was closed behind us, he said,
"My grandmother could be a target. Why didn't you tell me? Who does that?"
"Shut it, Jackson." Sabrina pointed to one of the two armchairs. "Sit." He sat, but didn't look happy about it.
"Explain before I call up your boss and make a complaint."
So he knew that Charlene was dead, but didn't know Bastion had been attacked. Or he knew Bastion was awake already. Or maybe it was all a ploy, and he knew that Bastion had been attacked because he'd sent the demon himself, and he was denying knowledge to prove his innocence. Yeah, no. No way did I buy that last scenario. No way did I believe that Jackson had anything to do with murder or our demon. Sabrina was watching me intently, her nose scrunched and eyes squinted, as if she was nearsighted and I was a sign just out of focus. Then her face relaxed. "He's good, right?" "Yeah," I agreed. "Pretty sure." He looked between the two of us, then collapsed back in the chair.
"I can't believe you thought I was a suspect. You risked Martha's life, probably mine too, because you thought I was a murderer?"
"No, that's not what happened. Not at all. But only because sharper brains than mine were at work. I was dead to the world when protections had been put in place for the potential victims. Miles and Sabrina made sure that everyone on the bocce in the City of Trees board had security last night. And today," Sabrina added before sitting in the other armchair. "Security for the board and for you is ongoing." I plopped down into my favorite sofa seat. Coffee. I needed coffee. Except my mental plea went unanswered. Either Jamie and Jonathan had been slammed at the counter, or Jamie was taking her sweet time with our drinks.
"Wait, who's paying for that? You're using Milo's guys, right?"
Sabrina nodded.
"Martha and I can't afford that."
He looked really concerned by the cost. Really concerned. Almost panicked.
"If you tell us what we need to do to stay safe, we'll take care of it ourselves."
"ICWP will cover the security costs. Don't worry about it." Sabrina was no fool. So while I knew she spoke the truth, I was fairly sure that was only the case because she'd made a budgeting decision on the fly. His relief was palpable, which was a problem. Or a potential problem. We were here to ask about the will of a terminally ill wealthy woman, a will in his possession, and it was clear that he was in financial distress. Talk of additional bills didn't put someone in a panic unless they were already short of cash and struggling to make ends meet.
"I hate to admit it," Jackson said, "but that's good news. I don't have the cash for expensive extras right now, and Martha, well, my grandmother has her own money troubles."
Ugh, there he went dragging Martha to the top of the suspect list with him. I wanted to thump him, because he was providing us with the best motive we'd run into thus far. And I just knew that this young man wasn't involved in a murder motivated by greed or financial need, which meant that either he had absolutely nothing to do with the murders, my own inclination, or rather my intuitions, or there was another as yet undiscovered motive. "Your wheels are turning," Sabrina said. "Do you want to share with the class?" "I don't think so. But I do think we need to get down to business. Go ahead and ask about, you know." She raised her eyebrows. "You ask? I don't have any more influence over Jackson here than you do." Jackson glanced at his watch.
I do actually need to get some work done today now that I know Martha's got security. What do you need?
Lindy's will, I replied baldly. He did ask what we needed.
What? Why do you need that? Actually, you know what? I don't care. That's completely unethical. I can't give you her will.
Fine, Sabrina smiled. It wasn't her nice smile. Then tell us the contents, in detail. Don't leave anything out.
Why?
I met Sabrina's gaze. Could we tell him? She shook her head. He pushed his way out of the depths of the armchair. The match set did like to swallow their occupants, and gave us both a dismissive look.
If you can't share the details, fine. But just so you know, I don't have a clue what's in Lindy's will. She asked me to be the executor of her estate and also if I'd hold an executed copy of the will. I agreed. She listed me on the state's will registry and I started to work on some related matters, but I haven't read the actual will.
That's weird. I looked at Sabrina for verification. Weird, right? Jackson scrubbed a hand across his jaw.
Look, Lindy she's no witch, but that doesn't make her any less special. She's been really kind to Martha and me. It wasn't exactly easy hearing that she wasn't going to be around much longer. If you didn't know, it's no secret. Lindy is dying.
Sabrina reached out to touch his arm. In sympathy, I'd guess. But she snatched it back and cleared her throat. We know. We're really sorry about that.
Yeah, whatever. You're not so sorry that you didn't ask to see her sealed will. He shook his head. My point is that I didn't want to read her will, and since I've gotten some other matters to deal with, he cleared his throat again, like funeral preferences, it just hasn't been a priority.
This young guy, new to his career, dealing with personal financial problems and probably involved in some of his grandmother's as well, was losing his dear friend. My eyes started to burn. Losing her and helping her decide which flower she liked, or if a charitable donation was preferred, whether she'd be cremated or buried. What would happen after she was gone? Maybe it was the stress of the last day, Bastion's injury, the guilt of playing an indirect role in 3 deaths, or just the thought of a man so young having to deal with the intimate details of death. Whatever the reason, I was on the verge of tears. I needed a hug. And I thought maybe Jackson did too. So I hugged him. Hard. He stood unmoving for a few seconds, then wrapped his arms around me and accepted all the comfort I could give. When we let go of each other, I was glad I'd skipped the makeup that morning. I'd left a damp, teary patch on his nice shirt, but at least I hadn't left mascara smudges as well.
Thanks,
he muttered, his voice rough. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. His eyes were dry but red.
It's been hard. Martha just lost her husband recently. That's why she's having money troubles, all the medical bills. I've tried to help, but
he shook his head.
Anyway, she's not in a place where I feel like I can talk about this, so I've been quietly handling as much as I can.
Which is why you haven't had time to read the will. Did Sabrina's eyes look a little brighter than usual?
Tell me why you need to know,
Jackson said, with a beseeching look. He wanted to help, but he needed a push. It wasn't like I was an official deputy or bound by any of ICWP's rules, so I could share whatever I wanted. Or so the argument in my head went. There's a demon on the loose. That's what's killed 2 of the board members. We've pursued every lead with little result. You knew Marcus Landon, so you know he was... I stopped. I was getting so sick of the word nice.
Squeaky?
Jackson offered.
I can't begin to imagine why someone would want him dead. And that's why you want the will? You think it will explain the reasons behind the killings?
My gut said yes, and I told him that. His lips thinned. Not a no. I waited. Sabrina clutched the arm of her chair, her bright red nails biting into the fabric. Finally, he said,
You're both intuitive witches.
Sabrina hitched a thumb at me. Lena more so than me. Probably to do with being a late bloomer. I nodded.
Yeah, okay. Let's do this. It's at my house.
Once the decision was made, he was eager to get it over with, so we followed him to the house that he shared with his grandmother Martha. Unfortunately, we weren't the only visitors. On the plus side, I could give an excellent description of our rogue demon, right down to the cleft chin and curling black hair. Chapter 12. I might have answered my phone. Nerves were the devil. My cell rang. I was looking at a man who wasn't a man, one I was just shy of 100% certain was our rogue demon, and automatic behavior kicked in. His brown eyes had looked human, but they'd felt wrong, like no one was home. Maybe that meant the demon had no soul. Maybe it was an indication of a lack of intelligence. Maybe a lack of conscience. All of that ran through my head at exactly the same time my phone rang, hence my answering a call at an incredibly inappropriate time. On the upside, I did not hold a conversation with my caller. I hung up on Bryson. I happened to catch his name on my caller ID as I was panicking and ended the call. The dark-haired, soulless, conscienceless demon standing on Martha's and Jackson's front steps caught a glimpse of Sabrina, Jackson, and me walking up the driveway, and he took off. Without hesitation, without attempting to attack or delay us. He just ran away. Sabrina blamed me and my cell phone. I blamed his freakishly fast feet. He was crazy fast and built for speed. He looked like a marathoner, all long legs and lean muscle. Jackson didn't blame anyone. He was just glad that Martha was fine. A fact we discovered after Jackson rushed to open the door, hollered her name, and she appeared, confused but unharmed. It seemed we'd caught the demon coming, not going. Here was the tricky bit. Martha looked like a potential victim, but that wasn't a foregone conclusion. She could be our puppet master, in which case the demon could have been on site for further murderous instructions. But the situation we'd stumbled upon could also be exactly as it appeared, and Martha could have been moments away from losing vital weight in the form of precious blood. Where in the ever-loving universe are Milo's men? Sabrina yelled, as if the volume of her voice would increase the chances of them presenting themselves. Please, such was not the way of the world. But maybe it was the way of magic. Because almost immediately after her impassioned expression of displeasure, a dark SUV pulled up and a large, muscular man exited. Klaus, he introduced himself very politely, was about to get his butt chewed. But first we had to explain to Martha why an elite security company had dispatched men to her house. She was standing at her open front door watching events unfold with wide eyes. She didn't look shocked or overwhelmed, just keenly interested. Very much an observer and not a participant. Jackson left his grandmother at the front door to join Sabrina, Klaus, and me in the driveway. He arrived just in time to hear Klaus's very disturbing question.
Where is Patrick?
Klaus scanned the street and Martha's front yard, then pulled his cell from a pocket. That must be the other guy. Sabrina's jaw unclenched only long enough to speak those few words, then went right back to clenching. No, now she'd upgraded to grinding. I'm sure there's an explanation, I whispered, gesturing to Klaus, who didn't seem to be getting a response to his call.
Oh, what's the problem?
Jackson asked. He closed his eyes and shook his head as if realizing the absurdity of his statement.
Beyond the demon who is about to attack my grandmother.
No one is supposed to be alone, Sabrina explained. Her teeth grinding had stopped, so that was good. Lena interrupted Bastion's attack by just showing up at his house. That, combined with the fact that the first two victims were alone when attacked, gave us the idea that the demon would only attack an isolated victim, a theory supported by the demon's sudden departure on our arrival.
Bastion was attacked?
Jackson asked. He looked more shaken by that than running into the creature on his grandmother's front steps. He's fine. Keep up, Jackson. Unfair of her, since we'd given no indication that Bastion had been attacked, in a coma-like state for a short period of time, and then woken unharmed. Sabrina pinched the bridge of her nose, a move I recognized as an attempt to ward off a headache. I'd slept the night through, as had my great-aunt. That had left Miles and Sabrina to alternate watch duty, which meant she'd had very little sleep. No wonder she was short-tempered. Or, rather, shorter-tempered. With a hand on her arm, I got her attention. There are some headache pills in my purse, on the floor of the passenger side. She only hesitated a split second before heading to the Suburban.
I could have fixed that for her,
Jackson said quietly. I shook my head, recognizing that Sabrina wasn't about to let a stranger who was also a suspect, however unlikely at this point, try to heal her. Klaus, what's going on? Patrick is your partner, I assume?
Yes. Milo is pinging his cell right now. I left him in charge while I grabbed lunch. I wasn't gone more than 15 minutes.
I might not be as scary as Sabrina, but my expression had to be a close runner-up. Klaus looked downright ashamed.
We didn't think it would be a problem. Broad daylight, just a few minutes. We could hardly get someone to deliver to the car, staking out the house at a delivery address. We're all working short-staffed right now with limited breaks.
You should have just asked. Delilah would have sorted it out. That woman was becoming one of my favorite people as she waved her metaphorical witch wand to provide housing, medical care, clothes, a printer, anything we asked for. I had a niggling suspicion that she was using our emergency as a way to cope with her recent loss, keeping busy as a strategy to divert her grief rather than experiencing it full force. But that was her choice. Everyone handled grief, or avoided it, in their own way.
Yes, I understand that.
And since he looked a bit green around the gills when his phone rang, I guess he really did.
Boss? Here? Yes, I'll keep an eye out for them to relieve us.
Sabrina returned at the same time that Martha joined us, tired of hovering at her front door and waiting for us to fill her in, I was sure. Eyeing Martha wearily, Sabrina said, Patrick? With a worried look, Klaus replied,
He's here, or his cell is. Milo tracked it to this address. A new team is on the way to relieve us. I can either wait for them, or you can come with me. I can't search the premises without a partner.
It was pretty clear what Klaus's preference was. The guy wanted to find his partner sooner than later. Jackson wrapped an arm around Martha.
You three go. I'll stay with Martha and explain everything.
We'll be in the kitchen, Martha added, with tea and snacks. She hadn't a clue what was going on. We'd converged on her property like a bunch of lunatics, and she was offering us goodies. Martha may not look like a grandmother, and she may go by her first name rather than a cozy moniker like Gran, Grandma, or Nan, but that lady had grandmothering down. Sabrina and I trailed Klaus, not because he was big and muscly, but because he was the security professional. That was one story. Reality, I really, really didn't want to turn a corner and be surprised by something surprising. With Klaus in front, I was hoping for a warning. We followed behind him as he did a cursory examination of the yard that focused on large landscaping features. The demon hadn't had much time, so he couldn't have hidden a body very well. He couldn't have hidden Patrick, I corrected myself. A body, was a dead person. Patrick could still be alive, because alive security professionals routinely abandoned their posts, my pessimistic, ironic self couldn't help noting. Even though I didn't know this Patrick guy, I found myself sending up a prayer to a God I no longer had an intimate relationship with. In the garage, my prayers were answered. Klaus opened the door, and by the time I registered a very still form on the floor, Klaus had already knelt, checked the man's pulse, and was announcing,
"He's alive."
The tension that had gripped Klaus since he'd returned to find his partner missing released like a popped balloon. My relief followed on the heels of Klaus's. I looked heavenward and mouthed a very heartfelt thank you, just in case. Sabrina jabbed an elbow in my ribs and pointed at the two men. In the brief amount of time I'd looked away, Klaus had basically laid down with his back resting on top of Patrick's chest. It took a second for my brain to wrap around the fact that Sabrina had spotted a learning opportunity. In less than 5 seconds, Klaus, all by himself without visibly breaking a sweat, had moved Patrick from a face-up position on the ground to a fireman's carry, kneeling briefly, then standing. As someone who'd recently moved a comatose person, I could truly appreciate his skill. If only I had a video so I could watch that move in slow motion. Then I too could carry unconscious people with ease. Clearly not, but it was still pretty darn clever, and given my recent experiences, useful. Welcome to the world of witches and magic, Lena, where such skills as carrying unconscious bodies will become essential to your everyday life. Good grief. I was so ready to get back to chocolates and hard candies, accounting ledgers, and tetchy suppliers. I never would have thought I'd be missing number crunching of all things. Standing with an unconscious man draped over his shoulders, Klaus said,
"Get the door for me."
completely casual, like he didn't have 200+ pounds of excess body weight to manage. This time, I recovered before Sabrina and opened the side door to the garage. She got the liftgate of the SUV, and we both watched as Klaus managed to gently deposit Patrick without banging the man's head on any hard surfaces. Our interest must have been writ across our gaping faces, because Klaus showed just the slightest hint of amusement.
"If you need any bodies moved, Fortescue Security Services is happy to help. Just give the boss a call."
He sounded amused, but sincere. Words failed me. Not Sabrina. Good to know. A girl can never have too many friends who will help her hide bodies. I hoped she was kidding. Pretty sure she was. This conversation, that had no good end, was cut short by the arrival of the replacement team. Klaus quickly updated them, then headed out with Patrick, who would be fine, I told myself, because Bastian had been knocked out and he was fine. I'd even gotten a text message from Bastian in the car after Sabrina and I had left Magic Beans. He'd assured me that he was recovered, which I interpreted as recovering, and told me to be careful, including but not limited to keeping Sabrina within eyesight at all times. Sabrina's text pinged immediately after, and I'd have bet my fancy new Delilah-approved figure-hugging, butt-lifting jeans that Bastian had just texted Sabrina with similar instructions. That was just so... Bastian. Gah. Even thinking about him brought the spicy scent of Christmas and cuddles to mind. The new guys didn't introduce themselves, but they did give us a Fortescue Security Services business card to deliver to Martha with instructions for her to call Milo with any concerns about their presence, or them directly if she felt threatened. There was a cell number written neatly on the back. Then the unnamed driver rolled up his window and parked the dark SUV directly in front of Martha's house. Okay, then. Sabrina glared at the vehicle. I liked Klaus better. She marched to the front door, conveniently forgetting that she'd been teeth-grindingly angry at Klaus earlier. She knocked, then opened the door without waiting for a response. The scent of baking cookies filled the air. Cookies weren't candy, but baking them was still pretty high on my list of enjoyable activities. As a result of my extensive experience, I could tell that these particular baked goodies were in the gingerbread family. Oh, Sabrina rubbed her hands together. Gingerbread. One of my favorites. She caught my inquisitive look. What? I know things. I bake, and even my nose works pretty good. I didn't say anything. Also, isn't just about anything sweet one of your favorites? Yeah, true, she agreed with a grudging nod. We found Jackson and Martha in the kitchen waiting. Martha asked our drink preferences, and as she poured, said, I saw that man, Patrick, getting carried to the car. Is he... Her voice trailed away. When I shifted my gaze from Jackson and the thick stack of papers on the kitchen table in front of him, I found her staring out the window over the sink. I remembered suddenly that she'd lost her husband. Jackson hadn't been specific about the timing, but I'd guess it wasn't all that long ago. Patrick was drugged, I said. He was unconscious, that's all. All basically true. Perhaps a rather positive interpretation, but the woman staring blankly out her kitchen window didn't need the bald truth. The one that involved a demon and the nasty side effects of its bite. Jackson set the paper he'd been reading back atop the stack and joined his grandmother at the sink. He rubbed her back.
Tell them what you told me, okay?
She frowned at him, looking more confused than upset. I couldn't decide if she was handling everything well or if she was simply detached from events. But even as I posed the question in my head, I intuited the answer. She'd put something, distance, a thick layer of apathy, between herself and the world. She was a woman hurting and trying to get by. It hadn't been apparent at the park when we'd first met. Maybe being outdoors helped, or the company of her friends. Maybe her difficulties were exacerbated in her own home, a place that might hold memories of her husband. I couldn't know, and to pry would be cruel, but I knew one thing for sure. You didn't do this, I said. I turned to Sabrina. She didn't do this. As I made eye contact with Sabrina, she dipped her chin almost imperceptibly. She agreed. Martha smiled slightly at my pronouncement. Call forth a demon and use it to kill people. No, I didn't do that. After glancing at Jackson, she continued. When Jackson pulled out Lindy's will, I wondered that she'd sealed it. You know how, after you've closed the sticky part of an envelope, you can sign it so that you can tell it's been opened. That's what she'd done to the manila envelope with the will. Jackson gave her an encouraging nod, and she continued. It seemed a funny thing to do, because she'd told both Rex and me what her plans were. I didn't think it was any kind of secret. Sabrina and I were both leaning forward. This was why we'd come. We'd suspected the contents of the will were important. How much easier would all of this have been if Lindy were a witch? We could have saved Martha and Jackson the difficulty of discussing their dying friend and her last wishes. But Lindy was a magic-free human, and unlike our lesson with Hank, where we'd been fishing for general background information, there was no reasonable pretext we could use with Lindy to dig out the details of her will. So here we were, with Martha and Jackson, wading through their grave. Martha took a steadying breath. Lindy doesn't have kids, and the Bocce League is her family. She planned to leave some amount to the league directly, but she left almost her entire fortune to the remaining board members. Marcus, Charlene, Rex, and me, split equally among us.
I haven't finished reading the entirety of the document, Jackson said, indicating to the paper on the kitchen table. But it looks like her will does leave most of the estate to the surviving board members.
The word surviving board members. That certainly sparked a question. Here's a legal question for you, Jackson. If any of those board members precedes Lindy, what happens?
They have to be alive to inherit, if that's what you're asking. The money doesn't go to the estate of the deceased.
The remaining board members get a larger share, I said, just to be absolutely clear.
Yes.
Sabrina looked up from the will. She wandered over to the document, and when Jackson didn't usher her away, she started to read it. Martha just admitted to motive for the murders, since she already knew the contents of the will.
You said yourself she didn't commit the murders.
Jackson's exasperation made his voice sharp. No, Sabrina said, pointing at me. She said that.
What about Rex?
Jackson asked. What about him? Sabrina knew him, though it had been clear from their brief interaction at the park that they were no more than passing acquaintances. Someone from her uncle's crowd, as Charlene had been. I'd had the impression that her uncle's social circle was filled with affluent people, so why would Rex be desperate enough for cash that he'd kill? The oven dinged. I was about to jump out of my skin. I'd forgotten all about the cookies. I'd grown accustomed to the scent, and there were no traces of baking in the kitchen. Probably because she'd had the dough in the refrigerator. Frequent bakers had all sorts of tricks. And that was an easy one for making fresh out of the oven cookies on short notice. As Martha busied herself removing the gingerbread cookies from the oven, the heavenly scent intensified. She placed the cookies on a cooling rack, while I pulled Sabrina into a corner of the attached dining area. Rex, I don't know. I need to call my uncle. She looked at Jackson and Martha in the kitchen just feet away. But not here. I don't think they have anything to do with the murders. What about you? Her nostrils flared with some strong emotion. Her gaze shifted to watch Martha bustling in the kitchen. The demon attacked Bastion right after I made the call to the League secretary. The only number on the website confirming practice was still scheduled. Rex is the secretary. She nodded and turned back to me. Guilt. That strong emotion I'd seen was guilt. I spoke to Rex. I told him we'd be swinging by to check out the leak. Sure, I told him we were interested in bocce, but let's be real. He knows I'm with ICWP, and the ICWP is investigating Marcus's death. You think it's Rex? Maybe. She sighed. Yeah, I think so. We took our gingerbread cookies to go. Chapter 13. This is heavenly, Sabrina mumbled around the cookie in her mouth. She was driving her Suburban, because when I'd poked her about her uncle's connection to Rex, she'd agreed that, yes, her uncle was acquainted with Rex. To which I had replied, then shouldn't we be calling your uncle for the background on our number one suspect? Which led to her agreement and me driving her tank of a vehicle. Except she wasn't calling him. She was eating a cookie. Not that we were in a hurry or trying to catch a demon before he killed anyone else. No stress. I caught a glance at my own takeaway treat, tucked into a napkin in one of the cup holders. My empty stomach rumbled. With an annoyed glare in Sabrina's direction, just because, I grabbed the cookie and bit its head off. There was something supremely satisfying in decapitating that cookie. Added to that, it was a fabulous cookie. Its tantalizing scent, ginger, cinnamon, clove, a hint of citrus, and a pinch of heaven had not lied. I'd sent a quick text to Miles before leaving Martha's for HG, aka Delilah's house, basically telling him to dig deep with his Rex research and step up security. He'd replied,
On it.
what would have been even better than background information from our research whiz? First-hand knowledge of the man I remember only being good-humored, dapper, and having a movie star name. He'd barely stood out, barely making my list of notables. At least he was there on the list. And Sabrina was eating a cookie. I peeked at her while we waited at a light. She was savoring it, showing no signs of getting on with the business of calling her uncle. We needed more info, and my generically positive memory of the man wasn't helpful. Not that I believed a pleasant disposition was any sort of inoculation against murderous intent. And with millions on the line, around 27, as Jackson had informed us as we headed out the door, the stakes were very high. But we had no evidence, no proof. Unfortunate circumstances, the phone call, and motive, the money, were all we had. Her cookie consumed, Sabrina wiped her fingers, then picked up her phone. When there was no immediate phone conversation, I checked only to find her staring at the black screen. "Hey, is everything okay with you and your uncle?" Not my place to comment, but if there was an issue, and it seemed like there was, it was interfering with our investigation. "My uncle isn't keen on me working with ICWP." She took a breath. And then nothing. "Because it's dangerous?" Seemed like a reasonable guess. "Oh, no. He thinks I'm much smarter than the average criminal," his words. And in case you're wondering, he definitely meant that as a compliment. He's known several intelligent criminal types. And I was smarter than all of them, too. Also, his words. She stared at her phone, and I tried to keep my attention on the road. I was driving a tank and needed more concentration than usual to make sure all four wheels were in the right place. Specifically in my own lane and not other drivers. "My uncle isn't excited about me working in general." That sounded distinctly un-Idahoan. Not that an entire population of a state could be characterized in one way, but the place had a feel. Outdoorsy, friendly, and hardworking. Sabrina might not be openly friendly, unlike many of the natives, but she was extremely hardworking. Why wouldn't he want her to channel that energy into a job? A second, more practical consideration reared its head. "How does he expect you to pay your bills?" She raised her eyebrows. "You seriously haven't a clue, do you? If you weren't driving, I'd almost feel like hugging you." I didn't bother to check her expression for sincerity, replying immediately. "No, you wouldn't." Sabrina was prickly. She wasn't a hugger. "True. No, I wouldn't." I scrambled to think of a reason a loving parental figure might not want his bright young niece to be gainfully employed. "He wants you to get married?" That seemed so mid-century to me, and not in the stylish furniture way. Also, there was the fact that Sabrina wasn't even dating anyone, let alone on the cusp of marriage. She snorted. "Good grief, Lena. It's like you really did live under a rock before we found you. First, you're a late-blooming witch who's never heard of the International Witch and Warlock Code of Conduct, and now you're talking arranged marriages? It's like you lived in a completely different world. Not arranged, just never mind." The longer we debated this, the greater the delay of calling her uncle, so I needed to get to the crux of the problem, preferably before we got back to Delilah's in about 7 minutes. "So, not marriage?" "No. My uncle is not trying to marry me off. I have a trust fund. Waitressing and fiddling with computers aren't on his list of approved occupations. Fundraising, yes. Criminal chasing, definitely not." "Waitressing?" "Yeah. He thinks baristas are waitresses with a funny name. It's a little embarrassing, so I try not to broach that topic in public. Oh, and by the way, I haven't told him about sticky tricky treats yet." She tapped her phone. "But thanks, Lena. After that whole marriage thing, I suddenly feel better about calling him. He really could be so much worse." "Glad I could help," I murmured. even if it was only by providing some accidental perspective. Hey, Uncle Travis, I have a quick question for you about. She paused, and I could make out the rumble of her uncle's voice, but not the words. Yes, I'm doing well. Uh-huh. Getting plenty of sleep, eating well. She frowned when I laughed. It was like playback of my last conversation with my mother, all the fibbing included. Hiking with the dogs. Yeah, I went golfing with a friend. Uh-huh. About that question. She squirmed in her seat. I'm gonna put you on speaker. My friend Lena is here too.
Lena? Who's Lena?
Sabrina's uncle asked. You're on speaker, Uncle Travis, Sabrina said without even a hint of snark. Apparently, her uncle was allowed to demonstrate technological incompetence without ridicule. If that wasn't love in Sabrina's world. Hi, I'm Lena. I left it at that. Since Uncle Travis didn't know that Sabrina worked for me and didn't like her involvement with ICWP, those were our primary connections.
Lena, nice to meet you, in a manner of speaking. I don't meet enough of Sabrina's friends. Maybe you could come with my niece to Sunday brunch.
He paused, then said,
We're overdue a Sunday brunch.
From his tone, I gathered Sabrina was long overdue a Sunday brunch. About that question, Sabrina said. What can you tell me about Rex?
This is for your police job.
He sounded disappointed. Disappointed parental figures were the worst. I'd rather deal with anger than disappointment. Anger sparked reciprocal anger. Disappointment, however, triggered shame, even if I hadn't done anything wrong. Yes, Uncle Travis. She didn't correct him about her title. She was a deputy, not a police officer. But that was a minor point, I supposed, given the situation. He sighed.
We're not close. He's an acquaintance, not a friend.
Do you know if he's having any financial problems? She asked.
I don't do business with him.
His tone seemed oddly flat. I caught Sabrina's head cock out of the corner of my eye. That completely innocuous comment seemed interesting to her. Or his tone, perhaps. Can you tell me why? She paused a beat, then added, Please, it's important.
Anything I have to say would be nothing more than gossip. Is that how ICWP is handling investigations these days? Following bits of innuendo instead of evidence?
Though the words were harsh, his tone remained relatively neutral. Her Uncle Travis wasn't wrong, and it was possible that by the time we'd arrived back at HQ, Miles would have dug up every financial detail of Rex's life. Hard evidence, not just gossip. But we were working on the fly here, trying to prevent another death, and any little bit of information that pointed us in the right direction, or away from the wrong person, would be valuable. Given the stakes, I had to try to get something from Sabrina's uncle. I asked, On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy would Rex be to inherit several million?
Incandescent.
Travis replied without hesitation.
Look, he's a pleasant enough man to encounter at a social event. I've shared a cocktail with him on occasion. But he has the opposite of the Midas touch. Every venture he touches drowns in red ink. I have no knowledge of the state of his personal finances. Professionally, I don't do business with him. And if you quote me, I will deny having said a word. Sabrina, if you think Rex has done something wrong, find actual proof.
Yes, Uncle Travis. That was the second time she'd placidly agreed with him. Not that we weren't working to find evidence, but the situation was more complex than that. We had priorities, like keeping people alive. Then we'd worry about evidence. But maybe Sabrina wasn't allowed to tell her uncle about an ongoing investigation.
Brunch, this Sunday. And you'll bring Lena.
She pinched the bridge of her nose. Yes, Uncle Travis.
In a softer voice, he said, "It's good to hear from you." Then ended the call.
Not a word.
Sabrina glared. I could feel it on the side of my neck, like a laser beam of annoyance. Then she made another call.
Bastian, I just discovered that Rex has been blacklisted in the local business community.
Wait, what? When I glanced at her, she was holding up a finger. That wasn't my takeaway from that conversation.
Got it. We should be there in less than 5 minutes. How are you? Right.
She ended the call.
Bastian says he's fine and stop asking. Fair warning.
Got it. I was definitely asking, but maybe my great-aunt, not him.
The man had some unknown quantity of blood sucked from his body less than 24 hours ago, and just woke up this morning from something that looked an awful lot like a coma. People who cared about him were naturally going to keep a close eye on him. And yes, I was one of those people. I cared about him.
Spit it out, Sabrina said.
Nothing.
Except it wasn't nothing. I was twisted up over my blooming feelings, and Bastian was hard to read, which complicated the situation.
He's a little frustrating sometimes. And you're just now coming to that conclusion?
She muttered something about old people and being blinded by hormones.
Anyway, Bastian has a plan. Said he'd fill us in when we get there.
I didn't roll my eyes, because that would require me to remove them from the road.
You could have led with that. Why? We won't be there for ages, so what does it matter? He'll probably change his mind and leave before we get there. And did I mention, Lena, you drive like an old man.
You mean a little old lady. She threw her hands in the air.
And now you're an ageist and a sexist?
I'd had enough of her shenanigans.
I'm not speaking to you until you have something useful to say. Okay.
She agreed amiably.
Oh, and hey, thanks for making me call Uncle Travis. Yeah, that should have happened a while ago. I appreciate the kick in the rear.
Uh-huh. I'm free all day Sunday. Just text me the time and location. What's appropriate attire for Sunday brunch with your rich uncle? I grinned. Her response wasn't suitable for sensitive ears, so I spent the last few minutes of the drive tuning out her grumblings and mentally brainstorming ways to take down a demon. Since my witch training was practically non-existent at this point, and my knowledge base limited to episodes of Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Supernatural, I really hoped that Bastian had some sort of viable plan for us. I also couldn't help wondering if we should have stopped at the store for large quantities of salt and several wood stakes. A picture of the athletic, fleet-footed, soulless, dark-haired demon popped into my head, and I added sawed-off shotgun to the list. Sabrina was ignoring me as I quietly flipped out. Oh, and scrolling on her phone like every 20-something who wasn't actively engaged in another activity. When I pulled onto Delilah's street, Sabrina's phone pinged, and she let loose a particularly juicy profanity.
Stop the car, now!
I pulled over to the shoulder immediately. Grumbly, cranky, snarky Sabrina was one thing, but serious Sabrina I obeyed without hesitation. For all her foibles, she is an ICWP deputy.
Demons at the house right now.
She hopped out of the car. I followed automatically. Demons? What, like more than one? She was already back at the Suburban, popping the liftgate, and is that a gun? I scanned the street quickly to make sure that none of Delilah's neighbors were out. Even in Idaho, pulling to the side of the road in an upscale neighborhood and retrieving your weapon was more than a little weird.
I was going to ask if you know how to shoot a gun. I'm going with a no, so you don't get one.
She tucked the gun into the waistband of her jeans as she spoke, which didn't seem safe. Not at all. She pulled out a small canvas duffel and handed it to me.
Do you have a license for that thing?
Sabrina stopped on her path to the driver's seat and turned to glare at me.
Really, Lena? Come on. You can do this. I nodded, which was enough to get her moving again. As she climbed into the driver's seat, she said, "Besides, no one's asking you to shoot any demons." Clutching the duffel to my stomach, I glared at her. Yet, do we even know if bullets work on demons? We do know, because I was reading up on them in Magical and Bumpy. There are links to additional resources. She started the car. I don't suppose you want to share any of that information? Don't let one bite. All it takes is one nibble to knock you out. Bullets harm the physical body of the demon, and since it takes time for them to make or repair a body, that's helpful. And a few tasers would be handy. Something about the electricity messes with them, though I'm not sure how. Cutting off their heads is the fastest way to incapacitate them. Too bad we don't have the right equipment for that. I was all for slowing down demons and sending them back home, but decapitation? My phone rang before I could voice any doubts, which was just as well. This was an us or them situation, and I really shouldn't be squeamish. It wasn't like we'd be killing them. Would we? Great Aunt Sophia, are you okay? I tapped the speaker button. Fine, dear. Just fine. Rex is definitely our warlock. He must have caught on that we were getting close, because he's here with his demon horde. I gasped. Horde? How many was a horde? I'm kidding, Lena, but there are 3 of them. We're on our way, Sabrina said, barely missing a mailbox as she sped down the road. Half a minute. Stop the car. Great Aunt Sophia usually came off a little kooky. Not now. She was all business when she was giving commands. She and Sabrina shared that skill. The Suburban screeched to a halt. Okay, what now? Sabrina asked. She has a gun. I couldn't help interjecting. Well, don't shoot anyone, especially Bastion, Miles, or me. Great Aunt Sophia's tone conveyed equal parts warning and dismay. It seemed we were on the same page regarding firearms. Sabrina leaned back in her seat and crossed her arms. I assume you're safe for the moment, since you've got your reinforcements sitting on the side of the road and giving them a hard time. Safe enough. Bastion has the kitchen closed up with some fancy wizard spell. We've got enough time. For what? My intuition was telling me I wouldn't like whatever was coming. The dips and whirls my stomach was attempting were a good clue. Time for you to do a little magic, Lena. Panic grabbed me by the throat. Had to be that, or the temperature in the Suburban increased by 20 degrees. The interior shrank to a quarter its original size, and all the oxygen had been sucked from the air. Sabrina placed her hand on my back, then shoved my head between my knees. Tell me what you need her to do. I'll sort it out. My great aunt and Sabrina chittered like squirrels. That's what it reminded me of. Lots of excited noises, but no actual words. Except that wasn't entirely true. The occasional word slipped through. Scary words like control the demon and open the gate. But most terrifying of all, use her magic. Quiet filled the car, and then Sabrina tapped my shoulder. Lena? More tapping. But I was good with my head between my legs. Just for another few seconds. I knew I couldn't stay like this forever. There was a demon horde to deal with. I really wish my great aunt hadn't used that word. Horde. How was that supposed to make me feel? Part of the reason I wasn't rushing was because I had faith in Bastion and his spells. If he said they were safe, then they were. For now. The other reason? Pure, unadulterated selfishness. I wasn't ready. Magic was scary. Or at least was when I did it. Oh, and I was paralyzed, literally, with fear. I couldn't leave this car if there was a gun to my head. Sabrina sighed. Talk. No, tell me the plan. Speaking to the floor was cool. No problem over here. The one that Sophia and I discussed on speakerphone, with you sitting a foot away. Yep. because mostly I just heard the rush of my own blood in my head. You need to take control of the demons. You can send them back. It's the perfect opportunity. We didn't know that there were 3. It does explain a lot, though. The frequency of the attacks, the way Bastion's tracker seemed to malfunction with multiple hits. Hallelujah. A few brain cells were firing. Yes, Sabrina agreed. Looks like they're not so shy when they're in a group, given that they're attacking HQ now, and only attacked isolated victims previously. Makes me wonder why they didn't attack in a group before. Has to be difficult to control all 3 at once, right? Seemed logical to me. I couldn't even have music playing when I was doing my books. Controlling a single demon had to take more focus than crunching numbers, and controlling 3 of them at once? Tough stuff. You can do this, Lena, and you know you're not alone. How Sabrina knew to say that, I couldn't guess. But the fact that, unlike before, unlike those times I'd cursed my candy, I wasn't alone. That mattered. I had guidance and help. That didn't change the magic that was inside me, the same magic that was capable of doing terrible things, but it made it less scary. I didn't lift my head. I wasn't sure that would go well, but I twisted my neck so that I could look at her rather than the floor of the Suburban. How are we doing this? Rex has been using crumbs of your magic to control the demons. There's a chance, with you here, that those crumbs don't hold up against the original source. Uh-huh. And if Rex's little bit of magic wielded with expertise outweighed the great heft of my own magic that would be wielded inexpertly? We're hoping you just showing up will cancel out his control. I looked at her, still not lifting my head. Intuitive witch here, even if I did have my head between my legs and was trying not to pass out. She didn't think that would happen. Fine. It's a long shot. Sophia has a plan if Rex's control holds. She says she'll walk you through the whole thing, help you send them back. And if I mess it up? If instead of sending them back, I open up a gaping hole that says, "Demons, welcome, come to our town"? Because with my track record, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. You're not going to do that. Says you. She glanced at the dash clock. And Sophia and Bastion and Miles. We trust that you can do this. A panicked laugh wheezed from my chest. Because I'm so handy with magic? Not like I have a few accidental murders under my belt or anything. Oh yeah, and that time I almost killed myself. It did occur to me that murder and accidental usually didn't go together, since murder required intent. But I'd accidentally let loose my magic, and then someone had on purpose used it to kill. A few times over. Voila, accidental murder. And then I sent Bastion home by himself, where he got— No, you don't get that one. She sighed again, but this time it wasn't filled with impatience. That one's on me. I called Rex. That call warned him that we were getting closer, so he struck at the heart of Boise ICWP. Bastion. I guess she could be responsible in a very roundabout, no intent, it was probably going to happen anyway sort of way, which was really about as responsible as I was by sending him home to nap alone. I made an annoyed sound. That's idiotic. Yeah, well, I agree, but that's how I feel. Just like it's completely ridiculous for you to be held responsible for magic you didn't know existed and accidentally let loose into the world. And yet, there are those feelings. She glanced at the clock again. We're running out of time. I wasn't asking. It was pretty clear from her behavior that we were. Yeah. You ready to send some demons back beyond the veil? I lifted my head from my knees very slowly. I really didn't want to pass out just as I was about to crush my fear. Okay, maybe not crush it. Tuck it away in a cupboard for later. Either way, no passing out. Sitting up straight, definitely not passing out, I said. Yeah, let's go kick some demon butt. Chapter 14. Pull out the bundles of herbs tied with the black string. When I didn't hop to it, Sabrina pointed at the bag. Herbs, the bag. I blinked. We're kicking demon butt with herbs? She sighed, and the frustration was back again. We're sending demons back beyond the veil with magic. The herbs are more sort of protection. Right. I was already digging out the bundle she described, because the clock was ticking. I didn't know what the expiration on Bastion's spell was, but there clearly was one, and Sabrina knew what it was. Big hint, her clock watching. There wasn't just lots and lots of time left, because I'd had to go and have a meltdown in the middle of our epic showdown. I really hoped it wouldn't be epic. With a little luck, I'd play some insignificant part, and it would all be over before I knew it. Sage, oregano, rosemary, and thyme. I lifted the bundle tied with the black string. Got it. There's more than garden herbs in there, but close enough. There should be a lighter tucked in the pocket. Yep. She put the Suburban in gear and drove forward. We're parking in the neighbor's driveway. They know we're parking here, but still. Try to look like you're not crazy just in case they're looking out the window. I'm not crazy. And what the heck had the neighbors been told? She glanced at me out of the corner of her eye. Right. Try to look like you're not flipping out. Fair point. Maybe you could try to look like you're not carrying a gun tucked under your shirt? She rolled her eyes. It's just a gun. We're in Idaho. People are cool with guns here. Not stuffed into the back of their jeans, convenience store robbery style, you weirdo. And then she was parking. Someone was really good at distracting me. Light the smudge stick, grab the bag, and try to be quiet. I've got Rex. Your job is to answer your phone when Sophia calls. She'll walk you through her plan. And then she paused awkwardly. You know, just in case you showing up isn't enough on its own. Right. Like either of us believed that was going to work. Practicing magic. A scary thought, even if Great Aunt Sophia was metaphorically holding my hand, wasn't a thought I wanted to dwell on. Thankfully, there was another pressing concern besides my looming use of magic. You've got Rex? I repeated her words from earlier. Like, with a bullet? That's not exactly the plan, Lena, but if he tries to kill one of us, sure. It took a second for this new, as yet undiscovered Sabrina to register with my brain. But once she did, I decided that gun-toting Sabrina probably wasn't a bad person to have on hand when confronting 3 demons and their puppet master. I put my hand on her arm. If we're trying to surprise them, won't the smoke be a problem? Hope not. She flashed me her scary smile. Also, I have a gun. Like I'd forgotten in the last 2 seconds. I lit the smudge stick. We tromped through the neighbor's well-tended lawn to the edge of Delilah's perfectly landscaped yard. This neighborhood liked its privacy, but apparently found fences gauche. So seclusion from the Joneses was attained through a combination of distance and vegetation. Thank goodness. I didn't think I could carry a bag, a lit smudge stick, and the weight of my escalating nerves all while scaling a fence. We circled around the back of the house, hiding behind various bushes and landscaping features, presumably because the back of the house was where the kitchen was located. I suddenly remembered that I was both expecting a call and also trying to be quiet, so I stopped and switched my phone to silent. Sabrina turned to find me not where I was supposed to be and shot me a mama bear glance. I hurried to catch up, and when I joined her behind a particularly large shrub, she pointed at Rex. He was here with 3 demons at his beck and call to... what? Kill us all so he could keep the money? Yeah, it kind of seemed that way. He was sitting in a wrought iron chair on Delilah's back patio, looking dapper in a tailored suit, and calm. The man had his expensive loafers propped up on an ottoman and was smoking, for goodness sake. chilling, planning death and destruction, living his best life. Good thing I wasn't the one with a gun. In that moment, I might have done something morally reprehensible, like kill a man in cold blood. My conscience couldn't take that hit. It took a few seconds for my pulse to even out, the blood to stop rushing in my ears, and my brain to connect fully with my eyes. Once that happened, I could see and properly process the picture in front of me. Rex didn't look calm. On closer inspection, I could see the look of concentration on his face. And he wasn't smoking. He was sucking on a candy stick. My pulse pounded in my neck and my chest felt tight. He was sucking on one of my candy sticks. Once my initial, ragey reaction had passed, I felt skeeved out. There was something deeply disturbing about Rex eating that candy. He was consuming my magic. As that thought entered my head, I felt a crawling sensation, like bugs on my skin. Sabrina snatched my hand and yanked hard, pulling me down to my knees. I'd stood up, though I didn't remember doing it. She put a finger to her lips, reminding me of the need to be silent, then pointed to a demon standing guard at the back door. A different one than I'd seen before. Blonde hair, not black, but I recognized the sense of otherness about him, even at this distance. With the demon on Martha's doorstep, it had been all about the eyes. Without a view of Blondie's soulless orbs to distract me, I recognized other signs. The shadow on the ground that wasn't a shadow, for instance. It was late October. We didn't have enough bright sunshine for him to be casting one. Also, it felt, well, alive, for lack of another word. I focused in on the shadow only for it to disappear as it was absorbed back to the demon's body. As I watched, the shadow pulled away again. It crawled on the ground for a second, maybe two, then was snapped back to the demon's body and reabsorbed. That was weird. Super weird. The shadow looked like it was trying to escape its body. Sabrina thumped my arm, and then pointed at the ground. The thump I got. I'd been consumed by my observation of the blonde demon. But the pointing? When I didn't comply with her unspoken and unclear command, she pushed me from my crouch until my rear hit the damp grass. Then she displayed the classic gesture for stay. Even I knew that one. I assumed the lotus position so that she'd know I was settled in. Looked like I'd be doing whatever magic needed doing right here. I pulled out my phone to show her that I hadn't forgotten I was expecting a call from Great Aunt Sophia, which was when I saw I'd missed a call from Great Aunt Sophia. Sabrina saw the missed call and rolled her eyes. Not like I'd missed it on purpose. We'd already established I wasn't at my best in these stressful situations. Weird, because work stress I handled just fine. A packed store with a line of impatient customers? No problem. My lavender suppliers switched the variety on me with no warning. Handled. This sort of stress, though, and I was turning my ringer and vibrate off when I was just trying to silence my phone. And yet, these people, my friends and family, still had faith in me. That had to mean something, right? Something more than I was the only one that could help in this situation. Sabrina's toe nudged me. She glared at me and my phone, which I interpreted as, "Call Sophia, insert expletive from Sabrina's vast store of unsavory words." I tapped the missed call icon. She picked up on the first ring. "And Bryson gives me grief about not answering my phone in a timely manner. Humph." Oh, Lord. I'd forgotten all about Bryson and his phone calls and texts. Not that now was the right time to worry about that. "You lit your smudge stick?" she asked. I hesitated, because my other instructions were to be silent. No one said anything about conflicting directions. I scrunched down and curled my body over my phone, then whispered, "Yes," then immediately placed it back in my ear. I looked for the glare of death from Sabrina, but she was gone. At which point I remembered the other part of this plan, that she'd take care of Rex. No gunfire thus far, so good news on that front. Scanning the surrounding greenery, I found her hunkered down behind another bush and eyeing the path closer to Rex. Rex, who'd suddenly taken an interest in his surroundings, probably smelled the dang smoke from my smudge stick. I really hoped that thing was doing something useful. Then Sabrina popped up from behind her shrub. She was only about 15 feet away from Rex and held her trusty gun out and pointed at Rex. "Lena!" Great Aunt Sophia yelled in my ear. "Sorry," I whispered. "It's just that Sabrina's pulled a gun on Rex and—" "Yes, well, that's not your concern. Listen to me. You remember going to the cemetery that night with Bastian, Sabrina, and Miles?" "Yes." Not the direction I'd expected this to go, though it was better than stripped to your skivvies. Though fewer clothes might yet be around the corner. At least I was wearing cute underwear. Thank you, Delilah. "What was the weather like?" "What?" "The weather, honey. Was it hot, cold, damp, dry?" I cast my mind back. I'd been hot, but I didn't think that was the weather, more my nerves. I was warm, because I was nervous, but I think it was cool. Yes, it was cool that night. Was there a breeze?" I glanced around the edge of my bush to find Rex and Sabrina having what appeared to be a nice chat, minus Sabrina's gun trained on Rex's midsection. Oh, and he hadn't relinquished the candy stick, but it was still in his mouth. A shiver crawled up my spine. Interesting that Rex snacking on my magic creeped me out more than the shadowy demon guy. "A breeze, Lena? Was there a breeze?" my great aunt asked again. What did it matter? But it did, or she wouldn't be asking. Again, I thought back to that night. No breeze. The sun hadn't set yet. We were trying to get there before. "I know that part. Tell me about the smell." "The smell? Grass?" We'd walked along a concrete path, but there was grass everywhere else, and it hadn't turned brown yet. Green grass, fresh cut. I was terribly hot, but the air had a sharp sting to it. It was cool and getting cooler. Good. Anything else you remember? The candles. There were candles, and they were scented like vanilla. And then they went out. Then there was a faint trace of smoke. What else? Great Aunt Sophia's voice was soft, coaxing. Herbs. From the protective circle. I frowned, closing my eyes as I tried to untangle the scents. It was hard because the smudge stick in my hand was still burning, and I wasn't sure if I was confusing it with the scents from my memory. Not sure what kind. They're all mixed together. It doesn't matter. And then? I squeezed my eyes closed tighter. Electricity in the air. Magic. I clenched my hands as I remembered burning the tips of my fingers. I hurt my hand, and the terrible sounds, the spirit crying. I could feel my tension wash away as I remembered what came next. Bastian singing. I smiled. A lullaby. One part of my mind disagreed. The rational part knew that Bastian had been casting a spell, but to my ears, it felt like singing. Very quietly, Great Aunt Sophia whispered, "And next?" I shivered. I wasn't cold. I dressed warmly this evening, layering yesterday's top over the cuter one Delilah had provided and adding my bulky winter coat on top. I wasn't cold, but reason aside, I suddenly felt chilled. And then the words tumbled from my lips as my memory of that night overtook me. "I'm so cold. So very cold. I don't like it." "I know, hon, but I need you to stay there. Stay in the cold. I need you to remember that cold. Hold on to it. Don't let the magic go. Be in that moment." Magic. This was magic. She was asking me to do magic without her. No, I was doing magic. Alone. Unsupervised by the mentor who was supposed to ensure that I didn't do something truly terrible. She wasn't here next to me. She wasn't close enough to make sure I didn't let loose some cursed nastiness into the world. I'd done it before, and it had been so easy, without any conscious thought at all. So very, very easy. Me and magic? It was a bad idea. Was Sabrina running around with a gun, an actual weapon that could kill someone, a good idea? Was allowing Rex to use those creatures to kill a good idea? Was leaving the entire ICWP team and my family in the lurch a good idea? I didn't trust magic. Not mine, anyway. But I trusted Great Aunt Sophia. She might not be holding my hand, literally, but she was still with me. So I let myself fall. Into my memory. Into my magic. Into the cold. Chapter 15. The warmth of a hand wrapping around mine was my next memory. But maybe that wasn't a memory. Maybe that was happening now. I've got her, Sophia. Delicate, warm fingers squeezed my colder ones reassuringly. Her fingers are ice cold. A woman's voice. A warm body settled next to mine, and then an arm wrapped around me. Listen to me, Lena. It's Delilah. I knew Delilah. I liked Delilah. I think. Either way, she was warm, so I leaned into her. I've got Sophia on the phone. She's still stuck in the kitchen, just for a few more minutes, but she needs you to stay where you are. Stay in the cold. I considered opening my eyes, but something held me back. I should keep my eyes closed. It was important. I nodded blindly, agreeing with Delilah and her warmth. She said that you need to open your eyes. When I shook my head, she squeezed me again. Not here. In your memory. Can you do that? No idea, but I could try. With Delilah's warmth and voice anchoring me to the present, it was easier to separate the sensations of now from the memory of sensations then. My body was here, in Delilah's yard, far away from the cemetery. Safe. With that in mind, I let myself experience the frigidness of that past moment. That moment, when I'd been somewhere between this world and the next. And then I opened my eyes to find the cemetery, just past dusk. Bastian was there, looking like the world was about to end. Sabrina and Miles were there too, and neither of them seemed very cheery. And then I saw myself, part of the circle of 4. My lips were blue. To be honest, I didn't look so hot. Blue lips and mermaid hair didn't go together nearly so well as one would think. Are you there? Delilah whispered near my ear. In the cemetery. I nodded. I heard her conferring with my great-aunt on the phone. This must be going well if I was seeing the cemetery of my memory, and yet still hearing the sounds of the present. I'd be more comfortable if I knew what was happening next, but beggars, choosers, and all that. Sophia wants to know if you can see your other self. My other self? I scanned the cemetery, unsure of what she meant, right up until I saw, well, my other self. It was me, but not me. Hard to explain my recognition, because the shimmery being looked nothing like me, just a bunch of sparkly dust, really. But I knew. My best explanation for the brilliant cloud was that I was looking at my magical self. It felt wrong to see myself divided in two, and even worse to see the beautiful, sparkly part of me ripped away from my physical body and pulled toward a gateway leading into the unknown. The unknowable. I nodded when Delilah repeated the question, asking again if I'd seen my other self. Are you near the gate? I nodded again, because I was. My magical self was near it, being sucked inside it, a place where the living couldn't survive. Only when I looked more closely did I realize that there were thin strands, like threads, that held me back, keeping that shimmering part of me in the physical world. Tracing them to their source, I found that those strands were tied to Miles and Sabrina, and the brightest, boldest thread of all was Bastion's. All right, if you're certain, Delilah whispered. In my ear, she said, Sophia wants you to open the gate. I don't understand. Speech. Something I was certain I hadn't been capable of a minute or two earlier was suddenly possible. Straddling my memory and the present was getting easier, and I wasn't so terribly cold. Chilly, but not freezing. She thinks if you open the gates, they'll flee home, Delilah said, sounding not at all certain of her words. Intuitive witch here, I could tell. They can't escape through the crack that's there now, and Rex just ate the last of your candy, which supercharged his hold over the demons. She thinks I can't control the demons, but that I can open the gate? Yes, and the gate will pull them through, or call them. Again with uncertainty. Delilah might not be sure, but if my great-aunt believed it was the solution, the image of the demon shadow creeping away from its physical body and being snapped back and reabsorbed filled my mind. She was right. My great-aunt was exactly right. The shadow, the demon, wanted to leave, to go through the gate. We could only hope. But it didn't want to be trapped here, in a body, under Rex's control. And I just bet that those little slips away were escape attempts made possible because Rex was trying to control all three at once. Filled with a renewed belief in my great-aunt's plan, I let myself fall deeper into my memory. The bite of cold on my skin and the pull of the gate told me I was here, deep in my memory once again. I opened my eyes to focus on the gate. The gate in my memory was a gaping hole, wide open with a strong pull to the plane that lay beyond. I needed the crack that existed today to become the gate of last week, which seemed an impossibility. How do I do it? Delilah still had her arm wrapped around my shoulders, and I could feel the tension in her body. I'm not sure, with forced cheerfulness, she said. But we have a little time. Milo brought tasers, and that scrambles the demon's connection to Rex. The tension in her body told me that, despite her words, all was not well and that we didn't have time. I needed to figure this out now. Sabrina's research came back to me. Can't Milo just decapitate them? That's not such a great idea. I thought Sophia told you. They tried. That's why they're all trapped in a kitchen right now, with one of the demons who is currently without a body. They don't want to let it out until you open the gate. They're trapped in the kitchen with a demon? I didn't dwell on the decapitation part. Yes, I did. Who had done the deed? And with what? A bread knife? But mostly, they were trapped in the kitchen with a demon? Delilah rubbed my arm. I realized I was shaking. A bodiless demon, she said with a manufactured, optimistic, upbeat tone. Much less dangerous, but they don't want to lose track of it. Then she dropped the fake positivity and gave me a little real talk. If ICWP wasn't so darned ethical, then Sabrina could just shoot Rex and this would all be over. I could understand where she was coming from, but I wasn't about to be a party to shooting a sort of unarmed man. Sophia's back, Delilah said. Then I felt the slick glass from my cell phone pressed against my ear and jaw. You've done the difficult part, Lena, connecting to the memory. Now, use that to be in the place. You should be able to see both the cemetery of today and the one of your memory. That will give you a location for the gate. Yes, I understand. Except I really didn't. But I also hadn't understood what she'd meant by my other self until I'd seen that sparkly piece of me floating as particles in the air. And everyone else was doing their part. Sabrina wrangling Rex, Great Aunt Sophia wrangling me, Miles and Bastion wrangling a bodiless demon, Milo tasing the demons with bodies, and Delilah keeping a watchful eye over me. This was my part. I could do this. And I knew that to do it, I'd have to let go. Of fear, of uncertainty, of my hold on the present. I imagined a trust fall, and then I trusted. I fell back into the memory of that night, and this time, I fell all the way. I embraced the magic and the memory. When I opened my eyes, I was no longer a visitor watching from the outside. I was here. I was standing in the cemetery. And now that I was here, what had Great Aunt Sophia said? Connect the memory and then use it to be in that place? I searched for a sense of my physical presence, not the person I was the night over a week ago, torn in two and racked with a frigid cold of a place no living flesh should experience, but rather me today, now. I moved my fingers and my toes, lifted my hand so I could be reassured visually of its existence. Then I took my first step, and another, ever closer to the gate. I moved forward within my dream. When I started to feel its sucking pull, I grounded my body in the earth, focusing on feeling my feet in my shoes, and my shoes touching the earth beneath them. I leaned down and touched the grass. I ran my fingers across the blunt tips of the blades, letting the green tickle my fingers. I made this place real to me. And that was when I saw the doubling of the world around me. It was dizzying. Like two film negatives, one laid atop the other. Similar pictures, but not the same, with one just a hair off center from the other. I continued to move forward toward the gate. With one eye closed, I could make out a speck of the center of the gate. The crack that I needed to widen into a passageway large enough to fit 3 demons. Large enough to call those demons, large enough to pull them into its open mouth and swallow them. And before I thought of the consequences, I was reaching inside, hunting for the speck with my bare hands, catching it, stretching it. As it slipped and slid in my fingers, I remembered that I'd cut through the magic holding Miles in an unnatural slumber, and I'd swept away the bad energy of a murderer's protective circle. Magic was all one big metaphor. So, of course, I could stretch a tiny crack between 2 worlds into a larger hole that would in turn become a gateway to the home of 3 demons. Of course, I could. And it seemed that believing was more than half the battle. In no time at all, I'd stretched the crack that existed today into the shape of a gateway that existed in my memory. Only when I smoothed the lines seamlessly in place did I realize my mistake. With the 2 gateways perfectly lined up, the grounding I'd done to keep the memory gateway from pulling me inside was completely useless. A terrible sense of déjà vu hit me, followed by a biting cold that turned quickly to a burn. I knew what came next. The numbness, the slide into unconsciousness as my 2 halves split apart. But this time, there was no research whiz, no snarky candy-loving barista, no giant German import with a huge heart. My friends weren't here to hold on to me with magic and sheer will. and falling fully into my memory. I'd cut my connection to Great Aunt Sophia and Delilah. I'd made assumptions and choices with no guidance. I was a complete and utter idiot. An idiot who was going to die in a dreamlike memory. Who died in a memory? Who died in a dream? Me. I did. If my eyeballs weren't frozen, I'd cry. As I contemplated my imminent death, a shadowy entity whizzed by me through the gate. Another followed behind, and then a third. They brushed by me, their otherness recognizable even though I'd only encountered 2 of the 3 demons before. As the cold flowed through my veins, I also felt a deep satisfaction. 3 demons fully and finally wrangled, sent beyond the veil where they could no longer be bent to the will of a murderous warlock, where they could no longer feast on the blood of humans. So I might die in a dreamlike memory. At least those bloodsuckers were no longer a threat. A dreamlike memory. A memory that was like a dream. Some idea at the edge of my thoughts hovered, waiting to be fully realized. Then, finally, that thought reached its painfully slow maturation. This was a memory that was like a dreamlike memory I had fallen into magically. All I had to do was... Chapter 16. I opened my eyes to find far too many people staring at me. What? For a smart woman, you're not the cleverest of witches. My favorite, only, employee glared down at me. It didn't take witchy intuition to spot the fear in her eyes. A little close for comfort, darling. My great-aunt nudged Bastion, who offered me his hand. I gladly accepted it. I didn't trust my legs to be steady after What had I done? I hadn't traveled through time and space, though it certainly felt like I had. I'd dreamt my way to another place? No, I'd memoried my way there. Sort of, except I was actually there. But had I been really, physically, truly there? Whatever I'd done, I needed to stop trying to wrap my head around it, because in my distraction, I was still clinging to Bastion's hand. Not that he seemed appalled, but still. As soon as I let go of him, Great Aunt Sophia wrapped me in a smothering hug. You're supposed to exit the memory when the work is done, hon. When you memory hop, you can't fall too deep. Dangerous stuff, that. Which I'm sure she would have told me if I'd actually attended that particular training session. Which implied that I'd attended any training session, which I had not. I resolved to be a much better trainee witch for the duration of Great Aunt Sophia's stay in Boise. Actually, anything would be better than my non-existent efforts thus far. I resolved to be a good trainee witch. Miles patted me awkwardly on the back. Maybe no more field work for you, Lena. I'm not sure we can handle it. At least not until she's had some training, Sabrina said. Speaking of, Sophia, I don't suppose you'd consider sharing your memory hopping trick with the rest of the gang? The smile that accompanied her request was a little terrifying. Great Aunt Sophia frowned. Before she could come up with a reply, I suspected a polite refusal was imminent. A man called out. Hello? Excuse me. I'd swear that was Rex yoo-hooing from the general direction of the house. Is someone going to officially arrest me? Definitely Rex. What sort of man poked the police to arrest him faster? He called out again. It looked like a man who'd killed people for money was exactly that sort. Milo is keeping an eye on him just until... Miles gestured toward me. You know. Until we knew you were all right. Great Aunt Sophia patted my arm. A flash of panic consumed me when I realized I'd dropped out of my memory without closing the gate. I didn't close the gate. Great Aunt Sophia, I left it open. She rubbed my arm. You didn't. When you left that memory, when you unraveled the connection between your memory and that physical place, then everything went back to exactly how it was before. I blew out a relieved breath. Training was looking more and more like something I needed, even wanted, if it kept me from fumbling along blindly and making uninformed choices that had me and my friends experiencing one near disaster after another. When the group of us approached Milo and Rex on the patio, Milo had his arm crossed and a stern eye fixed on his captive. Rex was in cuffs, looking not even a little repentant.
I'd have shot him,
Milo said without taking his eyes off Rex.
Sort this whole mess a lot faster.
Funny, that's what Delilah said. When he nodded as if he expected no less, I wondered yet again what was going on between the two of them. Probably nothing romantic, given Delilah's very recently widowed status, but there was just something tense or off between them. Something was going on. Bastian shook hands with Milo and thanked him. As Milo passed by me on his way inside, he said,
Delilah wanted a quick word with you before you leave.
I nodded. Because why not? Why not have a mysterious conversation discussing who knew what after my near-death experience? I could tick it off my to-do list. But also, I owed Delilah. We all did. She'd gone so far beyond what anyone could have expected with her small kindnesses, toiletries and clothes, and the larger ones, opening her home, holding my hand through a terrifying ordeal. And if she wanted 5 minutes of my time, she could have it several times over. Bastian read aloud from a small notebook that he pulled from one of his many cargo pants pockets. It seemed the charges against Rex went beyond murder. Gosh, I'd missed those tragic pants and Bastian's ability to pull almost any needed item from them. As he read through his list of charges, I realized that I'd missed Bastian. Silly, really, for so many reasons. To start, I'd seen him as recently as this morning. Gosh, I'd woken up next to him. And I'd only known him a short time. I shouldn't miss people who haven't been in my life long. Should I? Regardless of the length of our acquaintanceship, I enjoyed his company. And when I thought he might not be around to keep the magical peace in Boise and pull unlikely items from his ridiculous pants, it crushed me. And not just because I'd felt guilty. This was the 21st century. I, woman, could ask a man out, even if she was a witch and he was a wizard. I'd get right on that. But not today. Today I was tired. As exhibited by my zone out, I was pulled back to the present, away from any thoughts of dating by the sound of my name.
Who is this Lena Dorchester?
Rex asked. His tone was curious, without rancor.
Who are her people? She's supposed to be an untrained witch. How does an untrained witch jump into a memory and use that memory to open a gate that's miles away?
Excellent question, sir. I'm not entirely sure and doubt I could do it again without my great-aunt holding my hand. Naturally, I didn't say that. He didn't deserve an answer, most especially a truthful one. He lifted a finger, as if making a point in a lecture.
That I couldn't have anticipated. After discovering the tainted candy lying there for any fool to purchase, how could I possibly predict that she was capable of sophisticated craft, or that she has ties to ICWP?
You thought you'd sail under our radar when you killed multiple people who had a close personal connection to each other, using magic? Sabrina asked. He frowned as if those particular facts were also not ones he could have anticipated. I was starting to see why Sabrina's Uncle Travis refused to do business with him, and had, intentionally or otherwise, blacklisted him from the local witch business scene. This guy was an idiot. A greedy, self-absorbed idiot. But he really had been charming on first impression, and Uncle Travis said he was an okay drinking buddy. Maybe he was so shallow that none of his nastiness was actually there to see when I met him. Maybe he was affable and charming, until he was thwarted. Still looking confused, even after hearing Sabrina's ridiculous list of criminal mastermind blunders, Rex replied,
But the first victim was a dud. I thought I'd have more time to cover things up, stretch out the deaths, make them look accidental. But then I had to move up my timeline.
He turned a critical eye on me.
ICWP shouldn't have landed on murder so quickly.
Ignoring his implication that I was to blame for his troubles, classic blame-shifting behavior that I associated with the least emotionally mature of people, I mouthed to Great Aunt Sophia. A dud? She leaned in and whispered in my ear. A person without magic, and not a term I'd expect you to hear with any frequency, given the company you keep. What company is that? Not complete idiots? She pointed at me and touched her nose. Except, he wasn't a complete idiot. The man had managed to murder a second person before being caught. Yes, we'd caught him in under 24 hours, but he'd still done it. The absolute waste. 2 lives gone, all for this petty, small-minded man's greed. And he'd planned to kill Martha as well, based on the presence of a demon at her home. After killing all of his co-beneficiaries, he would have been left with a much larger inheritance. But how did you know Lindy wouldn't change her will? After you killed off all of her beneficiaries, even such a sweet lady would have been a little suspicious. He looked at me like I was the idiot. I gasped. Call me naive, but it hadn't even crossed my mind that he'd do away with Lindy. He shook his head.
She's not one of us. Why do you care?
How is it possible that you don't? I asked, with a terrible sadness filling my heart. But I was asking a murderer why he didn't feel remorse. Rex clearly lacked some vital piece of humanity. Empathy. Bastian had stood quietly by, watching, but when my question dwindled to silence, he said,
Why didn't you buy all of the candy? I did, but there were only 2 of the souped-up variety stocked.
He smiled weakly.
I bought 'em on a whim. I didn't have a clue that 3 demons would pop into town, all with that whiff of familiar magic. Magic that was stored in 2 candy sticks stashed away in my cupboard. It was too tempting to resist.
He tipped his head.
Well, the opportunity and the millions combined were too tempting.
His account regarding my candy sticks didn't exactly align with the facts as I knew them, but he probably wasn't a reliable witness. Sabrina eyed him with distaste. Murder was too tempting to resist? My uncle plays golf with you. I was fairly certain there were a lot of golf-playing criminals out there, but I understood the underlying point. This man was in her circle of acquaintances, or her uncle's, and that made his actions that much more personal. And for the first time, Rex's features hardened.
He'll play golf with me, but he won't do business with me. You know what that means. He blacklisted me. I couldn't get in on a deal to save my life or my finances. Your uncle is a cruel man.
Sabrina rolled her eyes. My uncle is an incredibly kind man. He just doesn't do business with people who don't make him money. And it's certainly not his fault if the witchy business crowd follows his lead. Did you even consider asking him for a loan? Rex frowned as if the idea never occurred to him. And why would it? It wasn't like the guy was starving or going to lose his home. Or was he? Nope, I didn't care. Even if he was about to lose his house, which I still very much doubted, murder was never one of the answers.
Did you really think you'd walk away from this?
Miles, thus far silent, indicated Delilah's house, Milo, the ICWP crew with the circling finger. Rick shrugged.
Probably not. But after the whole plan blew up, what did I have to lose? One last hurrah. And with a little luck, I figured I'd take out a few meddling, dud-loving do-gooders along the way. So that was a bonus. But for your newbie witch and bad luck, this would have worked out just fine.
But for me and bad luck, his plan to kill 4 people would have worked out just fine? Classic blame shifting. But also, he was so unconcerned about it all. Unconcerned that he'd killed a man whose son adored him and who had more friends than we could track. Unconcerned that he'd killed another witch who hadn't done anything to harm him except stand in the way of inheriting a larger piece of the pie he so desperately wanted. Unconcerned that he'd injured a man adored by his ICWP team and who wanted nothing more than justice for the wronged. He felt no remorse. Poor critical thinking combined with a lack of empathy. Yes, I could see how his business failed so spectacularly and with regularity. No, I said. It was never going to work out fine. Pretty sure Milo would have shot you before he'd let you leave and get away with it. I couldn't resist, because this guy. Yeah. Sabrina and Miles both agreed. Bastion was taking the high road, but I saw my great-aunt nod her head as well.
I think it's past time for you to head to lockup,
Bastion said.
Miles, you're with me. Yes, boss. Sabrina, you'll get Sophia and Lena home?
Bastion caught my gaze, held it, and when he seemed satisfied by whatever he saw, he turned to Sabrina for an answer. Will do, she replied quickly. I leaned over to Sabrina and whispered, Where exactly do Boise's ICWP prisoners go? Holding cell. Then she smiled. It was her scary smile. It's an extremely unpleasant place. He'll stay there until Seattle can pick him up. That's very nice to hear, Great Aunt Sophia said with a nod. What a disagreeable, nasty man. Disagreeable was one word. Nasty was a better one. But I think I'd need to plunder Sabrina's vocabulary to do justice to my feelings for him right now. Thankfully, I had a task to keep me from falling down the disturbing mental path of what exactly would I do to Rex if I happened to be locked in a room with him for more than 5 minutes without supervision. Can you guys give me a minute? I asked. I just need a quick word with Delilah. After we made arrangements to meet at the Suburban, Sabrina needed to run over to the neighbor's house and fetch it anyway. I made my way into the house. I found her in the kitchen making tea. I know now isn't the best time. Delilah flashed a self-deprecating smile. But I'd like to have that conversation I mentioned earlier. Oh, that's all right. The reply was automatic, even though I hadn't a clue what she wanted to talk about. But after what she'd done for us... Delilah, thank you so much for everything. She lifted a hand and shook her head, as if her hospitality and generosity were nothing. I know now isn't ideal, but it's best we talk in person and privately, and both of those requirements are currently being met. She glanced at the door. Sabrina and Great Aunt Sophia are meeting me at the car. She nodded, then blurted, A friend of mine bought your fudge. That wasn't the direction I'd expected this conversation to go. I hadn't a clue what she'd wanted to chat about, but this would have been my last guess. I made a batch of fudge at the beginning of each month, as a sort of monthly special. I only made one variety and changed it up each month. Sometimes, when I was feeling the fudge love, I did a mid-month batch, but I didn't keep it stocked. When it was gone, it was gone. And she wasn't happy with it? I asked with what I hoped was a pleasantly curious expression. If she wasn't, I was guessing it had been October's batch. Or she loved it and wants to order some for her next social event. This was a really odd time to be having a conversation about special order fudge. Delilah looked conflicted. I don't actually know if she liked it or not. She was, saving it. She gave me a knowing look. For a special occasion. Except I didn't know. I hadn't a clue. You're going to have to be clearer, Delilah. What's going on with your friend and my fudge? Delilah nibbled her lower lip. Look, I'd make her give it back, but like I said, she was saving it and... She winced. Someone stole it from her freezer. Your friend bought a piece of fudge from my shop. All of it. The whole batch. My fingers snapped. September's mid-month batch. I got creative with the shape, thought I'd try fudge rounds. Pumpkin spice with a little design stamped on them. A woman my mom's age came in and said they were adorable, and that she had to have them all. Delilah blinked. Then, with a small, worried smile, she said, Are you really this clueless? She wasn't being mean. She seemed really concerned. I wavered between offended and worried. Worried one, because intention counted for a lot, and Delilah's was obviously good. Clearly, I was missing a piece of vital information. Information that would make everything clearer. I groaned. One deeply unpleasant piece of information, I realized, now that I'd given myself a second to contemplate options. I cursed the fudge. No. Delilah shook her head, grimacing. Oh, honey, you really don't have a clue, do you? You didn't curse it, but you certainly gave it a wallop. So no one's likely to commit murder with my pumpkin-spiced fudge rounds. Because so far as I was concerned, that was the pressing question. With my history, I had to keep an eye on the prize. No more murders with my cursed candy. Well, she bit her lip. If it makes you feel any better, my friend wasn't going to do anything terrible with them. Her big green eyes stared into mine. Then she blinked. I'm pretty sure. Delilah, what exactly did I do to the fudge? I tried to remember what I'd been feeling when I'd made that batch. Not angry, obviously, because I hadn't cursed the fudge, per se. You don't remember anything in particular about that batch? She tipped her head curiously. I was trying a new recipe, something to cheer me up. Why'd I been down? Oh, my neighbor had just lost her dog. She's elderly, my neighbor, I mean, and her dog was her best friend. Her husband died a few years ago. I was sad for her, and I just felt so powerless. I wanted to do something. Yes, well, that feeling of being powerless might explain it. I shook my head. I don't understand. Your fudge makes people who eat it suggestible. And I stared because, what? She added, very suggestible. I rubbed my temples. I made mind-controlling fudge? Delilah winced. Afraid so. Chapter 17. I needed to tell Bastion about the mind-controlling fudge. I really, really needed to tell him. And I would. Soon-ish. But how completely sucky was it that I'd decided to ask him out when, bam, I discovered another mess I'd made. One that he would almost certainly be involved in cleaning up. This witch business was turning my life upside down. I blamed the emergence of the mind-controlling fudge, and my recent adventures in demon hunting. But I might also be a terrible cousin. Because another thing I needed to do but hadn't, I hadn't called Bryson. I meant to. I really had. But then life and murderers and mind-controlling fudge intervened. Initially, I figured, no problem. I'd call him back after more to the point, ICWP, had solved the murders. But the murders were solved. Rex was in custody. He'd even been picked up by Seattle already. And I still hadn't called my cousin. I'd assumed all the calls and texts were Bryson checking up on me, to see how Great Aunt Sophia and I were getting along, to see how my training was going. How embarrassing would that conversation be? Remember all that candy I cursed? Yeah, that led to some demon murders. I did not want to have that conversation. I'd already spilled my guts about the first murder investigation I was involved in. I wasn't ready to talk about the most recent murders or about the mind-controlling fudge, because it all boiled down to my complete and utter incompetence as a witch. What I had never imagined was that the world wasn't currently revolving around me, that my favorite cousin might have been calling not to check up on me, but because he needed me. And if I'd bothered to clear my inbox, the same inbox that routinely received email alerts regarding my semi-famous cousin, I'd have known exactly why he was calling and texting over and over again. I answered the loud knock at my door to find Bryson, my favorite cousin who was like a brother to me, on my doorstep, propped up with a pair of crutches. Tears welled as I realized what I'd done.
Oh, geez, don't cry.
He hobbled closer, leaned a crutch against the doorframe, and gave me a one-armed hug. Of course I was crying. Not only was I a self-absorbed ass and the worst cousin ever, but injured. Bryson was a professional athlete. Injuries were huge, massive, maybe career-ending. And on that thought, I went from crying to bawling. I'm so sorry.
Good grief, it's a sprain, you idiot. I'll be fine.
As he rubbed my back, I calmed down, enough to catch sight of a very full carry-on out of the corner out of my eye. I'm thrilled you're here because I'm always happy to see you. I leaned back and looked him in the eye. Always, but,
What am I doing here?
He grinned. I knew that grin. That was a trouble-making grin. Or maybe it was his charming I'm about to ask a favor grin. They were kinda similar. Come on in. His grin widened. I grabbed his bag and handed him his second crutch. Once he was settled on the sofa with his leg propped up on my footstool, I said, Great Aunt Sophia must have known. I frowned at him. What with her having a smartphone and all, and she probably Googles you every morning for kicks, just to see what shenanigans you've been up to.
She knows, because I called her. I asked her not to say anything.
He shook his head.
Don't give me that grumpy look. I tried to call you several times. Heck, you hung up on me, and I still tried calling you again. I wanted to tell you myself, because I wanted to ask a favor.
I did hang up on him, and I felt bad about it, but I had a really good excuse. Just not one I wanted to jump into the second he walked through the door. What favor? I looked at him, waiting for the punchline.
Too late, he grinned. I'm already here.
Oh, the favor was his visit. Small problem there. You do know that I have a teeny tiny house and a house guest already in residence.
You also have a huge shed with electricity and everything.
I could see where this was going, and it wasn't as crazy as it sounded. The shed he was talking about had a finished interior, heat and AC. It was built as my office and perfectly habitable minus a bathroom, and I had a half bath on the back of the house that he could use. But we'd have to share a shower. I wrinkled my nose. Are you still a pig in the bathroom?
Hey, I'm an adult. I can clean up after myself.
Not actually an answer, but I wasn't going to say no. He knew I wouldn't say no. How could I? The turkey showed up on my doorstep. And also, he was my favorite cousin and I adored him. About your knee. I wasn't sure how to ask this because I still hadn't gotten around to reading that code of conduct book that everyone kept talking about. You don't use magic at work, do you?
No. He gave me a sad puppy dog face. Great. Now I hurt his feelings.
Okay. I glanced at his knee. I'm just thinking that some witches and warlocks are good with healing, right? So,
That's totally unethical, cuz. That would give me an unfair advantage. I don't cheat, Lena. I've got PT set up locally so I can be healing just like anyone else who plays, without magic.
I nodded. Okay, then. That probably meant he'd be here for the duration of his injury, which meant I had to fess up. So, I guess I should tell you about this batch of fudge I made. Chapter 18. There was a lot going on in my life. Business was booming, and I was playing catch-up after shutting the shop down for a day. Thankfully, Sabrina had offered to cover on Tuesday, the day after our showdown with Rex and his demons, but that meant I was catching up on 2 missed days. Then Bryson had showed up on my doorstep Tuesday afternoon, and Tuesday evening I'd had a heart-to-heart with Great Aunt Sophia, one in which I'd openly admitted to my, mostly, former fears about using magic. She'd been sympathetic, and it hadn't been a surprise to her. She'd known all along how scared I was. We'd also discussed the fact that I would not be doing any training in the buff, or joining her in her naked yoga routine. Monday, I helped close a murder investigation. Tuesday afternoon, I welcomed an injured cousin into my tiny home and settled him into his backyard room. Tuesday evening, I had a difficult discussion with my mentor about my training. Wednesday through Saturday were consumed by an absolute whirlwind of candy sales and candy making. Was it a great shock that I hadn't made the time to tell the man I was crushing on, in a very adult and mature way, that I'd created even more problems? How was I even supposed to say the words mind control fudge without becoming hysterical? So when Bastian texted on Saturday to say he'd like to grab a coffee the following day, there were many thoughts running through my head. None of them prepared me for the words coming out of his mouth as I sat down across from him in the quietest corner of Magic Beans.
Go out with me.
Sorry? What? Not the greatest response when the man you're attracted to asks you out on a date.
Did you know that a demon bite puts a person somewhere between sleep and a coma?
No. It was a disturbing reminder of his ordeal. But what did his sleep coma have to do with asking me out on a date? At least, I thought that just happened.
I was told that the 4 of you carried me through my house and loaded me in the Suburban like a piece of luggage. I rode all the way out to Delilah's, laid out in the back like a rolled-up rug.
Not entirely true. We had unrolled him from his duvet for the ride, but I nodded, still not getting where this was going.
And Milo slung me over his shoulder and hauled me like a sack of potatoes up Delilah's stairs.
It's called a fireman's carry, but basically yes.
I don't remember any of it. Not being carted around, not the drive, none of it.
The intensity of his gaze increased.
But I remember you holding my hand.
I blinked. Then I blushed. Not because I was embarrassed. Why would I be? He was amazing and I liked him. Nothing embarrassing there. It was more a question of the intensity of my feelings. I'd clung to him in his unconscious state, terrified that he wouldn't wake, wishing that I could offer him comfort, but also taking it as I held his hand. He'd recognized my touch and remembered. Maybe you dreamed it. It was one explanation for the impossibility he described.
No, it wasn't a dream.
He took my hand and simply held it.
Not a dream. Go out with me.
What about your Nan? Not that I actually cared about his grandmother. I was definitely all in for a date with a kind, considerate, oh yeah, and incredibly handsome man who was sitting across from me.
My Nan doesn't actually get a vote in my dating life.
But better than his answer was the hint of amusement in his eyes. He definitely hadn't forgotten that his family strongly disapproved of witches and wizards mingling. He just didn't care. Yes, Bastion Heisman, it would be my pleasure to go on a date with you. And I had about 3 seconds to bask in the glow of our future plans before I remembered there was a little something I needed to tell him. Bastion, you remember how you went through my entire stock and picked out all the cursed candy? After a quick squeeze, I tugged my hand free from his. I needed all my brain cells firing for this conversation. And that might be hard if I was making physical contact of any kind with the hottest wizard in Boise. The same wizard who just asked me out. I would squeal with excitement, but for the fact that I wasn't 12 and had a teeny tiny bit of dignity buried within me still. He nodded.
The cupcake topper and the 2 candy sticks, all now accounted for.
Yes. Well, small problem. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Twisted Treats, Cursed Candy Mysteries Book 2 by Kate Lawley. Copyright 2020 by Kate Lawley. Production copyright 2021 by Kate Lawley.